And welcome. We are here at the illustrious UT Dallas. UTD today will set the stage for our very first Fortnite Pro-Am Creator Series here in 2026. It is going to be a fantastic day of Fortnite action, and what a place to be doing it at as well. My name's Levin2K, and I'm very much looking forward to guiding you all through the unbelievable action we have here on campus. Big thanks to everybody involved in making this beautiful event happening. But one thing I can promise you all watching for sure is that we have a bunch of fun in store. I'm not gonna lie to you. One thing I was super excited about with this event was just all the talent we have here on stage today. We have 20 of the best Fortnite pros, 20 of the most entertaining creators in North America under this roof today. It's gonna be crazy, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna have a lot of fun. Already, it's been quite crazy. I've been walking around talking to people, and it's gonna get crazy. But we have so much fun. And one of my favorite things about today's competition is this beautiful trophy. Let's go take a look at it. We're gonna go for a tour all throughout this building, but I wanna start with the most important thing, which is this lovely trophy right here. Whoever wins today's competition will get the chance to lift this. I really wanna get the chance to pick it up myself, to be honest, but I don't think they'll let me. It's fine though, it is fine. Let's go talk to some of these amazing pros and amazing creators though, because there are so many. We have a bunch of different areas. Here we are at the main stage, which has some of the big hitters, the big names, the ones you really want to see. And I say we just start chatting to them. Why not? Let's go talk to a creator who's relatively newer to the Fortnite space, who I think everybody will want to hear from. If you don't mind, Jinxie, how you doing, brother? You good? Yeah, no, we're jumping right into an interview right now. No, we are live to everybody is watching right now.
Oh, it's live. What's up, guys? Is this Fortnite stream?
We are streaming to a bunch of people on a bunch of different channels right now. So yeah, this is the official broadcast.
Okay. Am I allowed to curse?
You shouldn't curse. I can't control you, but I'd advise you don't curse. Jinxie, I want to talk to you right now because you are sandwiched in between a lot of very loud creators. You obviously are playing with one of the best players in the world in Poyo. A lot of people are looking at you guys to do well. You play a lot of different games and compete at high levels. How do you fancy yourself at Fortnite? How have you managed to grasp and grip Fortnite?
I believe Fortnite is probably the most difficult mechanical game in the world besides maybe Rocket League. Sorry about that. Okay, Ron, interview, bro. One moment. Fortnite is a hard game. I can't compete with any of these guys, but Poyo is like the nicest, most humble pro. So I have a feeling even if I sell him, he's still just gonna be nice to me. So I have no nerves because I have the nicest pro, and he's one of the best. So I hope I don't I just want to get one elimination, and I'm good.
I believe in you. I believe in him. Let us know in the chat if you think Jinxie will get at least one today. Good luck, brothers. Good luck, Poyo. You got a tough task in your hand. Let's go talk to more people. We got a couple more people on the main stage that I want to get to before we leave and go talk to some other people. Why don't we sneak our way over here? Clicks is locked in right now. Clicks, I'm going to do a little bit of a stretch to get to you. I didn't want to wrap around. Look, you're playing with Lacey. Of course, you guys have a lot of chemistry. People didn't quite like your performance last year in the Fortnite FNCS Pro-Am. What's going to be different about today's Pro-Am?
Me. I'm going to be different. That's what matters. I'm going to be confident. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to keep Peter by every single time. I'm going to land on him. Lacey versus Faxity, 5 seconds.
I don't know if you heard it, but Fax just heard what you said here, and he wasn't a fan of what you said. I don't think he believes you too much.
Am I allowed to cuss on this?
I would not cuss if I was you.
Well, I'm going to be honest, bruh. Faxity. Oh.
I'll say it. Faxity's dog shit.
Okay, well, Lacey, you know, we got some vibrant characters here. Let's move away from the main stage though, because there's a lot more people here that I want to show you guys. We got a lot of setups. There's a lot of people playing. And why don't we head into some of the different rooms we have? Because we got a couple rooms with players condensed in. And we're going to head into this room right here because we have a lot of the best talents, I think. Some of the better players, some of the better duos, combinations of duos are going to be here. We have Muzz and Somerset competing here. A lot of people are looking at these guys as favorites. We got Reet, who, another player with a top teammate. Reet, I want to talk to you real quick because you and Fran, I think a lot of people are saying you guys might be the best combination as far as the talent, the Fortnite talent we have here. Are you feeling the pressure?
Nah, not at all.
Obviously, you have experience playing with Fran, which I think definitely helps. What do you make of her Fortnite ability and the talent she's shown?
I mean, on a good day, she's pretty solid, you know, but the good days are pretty high. The bad days, though, they're kind of down there. So we just got to hope we got a good day, you know?
Okay. Well, I'll come to you, Fran, real quick. Just really, really quickly, based off of Reet said, Fran, is today a good day or a bad day?
I think it's a great day.
It's a great day. That's what we want to hear today at the Pro-Am Creator Series. We're going to get out of this room, though, because there's still plenty more people I want to chat to before we get to the action. People still getting set up, so we got a bit of time here. Oh, sorry, I'm going to squeeze through here. This area has a lot of vibrance as far as the different creators we have. We obviously have Acorn and Muda right here. Muda, we're here on the official broadcast right now, and I want to get some thoughts from you because you're obviously a talented gamer, I think many people would say, and I think your Fortnite ability has surprised some people. Like, you're kind of sneaky good at Fortnite, man. What's that about?
I mean, dude, I grew up playing Fortnite, bro. I literally played Fortnite every day. I remember leaving school early just so I could play Fortnite like earlier and for more longer.
Obviously, you're playing with one of, I don't know if you know, but this is one of the greatest leaders in the history of Fortnite. From playing with Acorn already, what have you learned and what do you think is going to be the key to your success today?
So he asked me to drop his mats, drop my mats. He asked me for my gun, drop my gun. He asked me to take my shirt off. I'll take my shirt off. Literally anything this guy wants me to do, I'll do. I'm a support player right now.
All right. Well, hopefully you don't have to do that last one. Good luck today, boys. There's too much going on behind me, so I think we'll stay away from that from now. Let's go into the final room, though, which has a bunch more of our creators and players. Look, there's been some talks from people. I've seen it. I've seen the talks. A lot of people talking about the balancing of certain teams, the experience of some of our creators. We know all our pros are good, but some of our creators, I think there's question marks about the ability. I think this room has some of those question marks, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Somebody who we cannot question as far as greatness goes is the one and only Queasy. Queasy, I want to chat to you here real quick, Queasy. We all know you're one of the greatest, but I think people are doubting you and your teammate and how good you're going to do. Do you think you're going to surprise people today?
We're not getting last, so...
Is that the bar for success today, not getting last?
Yeah.
I spoke to you yesterday and you said you guys have some strats, potentially. What can you let us know before the competition starts?
Nothing. We'll see. You'll see. I can't disclose that.
All right, man. Look, I think we should talk to at least one creator who, maybe doesn't have the most experience. In fact, you know what? We'll just let these creators do their talking in the game. I think we'll see who's actually prepared for today and who's just been talking. There's still plenty more to get to as far as today's competition. So I'm going to send you guys to two of the best commentators in all of Fortnite to break down some more about this tournament. Jacob, Taco, take it away.
Thank you so much, Levin. Honestly, that means a lot coming from Levin. Honestly, before I was a caster myself, I had a chance to watch him talk about how are you doing?
Jacob, couldn't be better. I think the energy outside there is kind of unreal. We could tell already from some of the way that those interviews are being handled. We definitely got some very interesting characters, and I think they're really to put on a show today.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this one, I was making my own predictions and trying to fill out the vibes. I had, Peterbot, the Faxi. How hard are they going to try? And it feels like a whole different feel this time around and how players and some of these creators are approaching the game.
I think the main highlight for me is it feels like there's this huge stigma surrounding so many of our Fortnite pros of I just don't want to be last. And when that is the standard that's been set for here today, that tells me that there's a lot of pride riding on the line here because it's basically, it doesn't matter who got who in the duos department because I think in this type of format, anything flies and we're already seeing some of our content creators try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I I know going into this, like Muda, when I was doing some of the researches, he even heard it himself with Levin's interview there. He has a lot of familiarity with Fortnite. And I think that's going to be the difference maker with some of these creators that might not have that same familiarity, because this is a 7-game format. It's a marathon. It's not necessarily a race. You got to have that mental stamina. Each one of these duos is going to be comprised of one professional player in Fortnite and a creator from all over the scene.
Yeah, but you always have to remember that anything and everything can kind of happen throughout each of these 7 matches. And I think something that's really going to make it very interesting is knowing that there's going to be prizing invested into each of these individual matches. The fact of the matter is there's $1,700 that's going to be up for grab between each of our queues, but there's also a first leaderboard placement of $10,000. That's a lot of money on the line for some of our competitors here today.
Yeah, everybody here gets a little bit of share of that prize money. You see 20th place, $200 though, and you can see Queasy say, I don't want to get last. He wants at least maybe 18th, extra $350. Inside of the top 10, you get $900, and then this is where that prize money really starts to matter. If you manage to get into the top 10, it's like, why not? Each and every placing inside of the top 10, it's just more and more prize money. And just like Kako said, the games themselves provide a little bit of a prize pool. This is per game pricing right here. First place in each and every one of these games can take home $1,000. Second place, $500, all the way down to third place for $200.
Yeah, so there's always a great way to kind of net some additional cash for a lot of our competitors. I know that our pros are all going to be hunting to find their victory royale because it just feels good to win in any kind of LAN environment. And we know for a fact that all of our players here today, they're not necessarily going to be in the most like established positions. So I think it'll be really interesting once we get into game, we'll get a chance to really witness what the teams are going to be doing, because there's always going to be those guesstimations off of draft maps typically, but I think that this is just playing a little bit more unique than our usual Fortnite competition, because from what I gathered, at least talking to everybody out there, Jacob, is nothing is set in stone right now.
Yeah, I can agree with that 100%. I had that common question everybody's kind of looking at. You're in second place, 20 points difference. Do you land on first? It was almost unanimous, 100% of both the pros and creators that I asked say, you know, I'm dropping one. I'm going for first. And then you had a couple of those mix-ups, you know, here in Ron, here in Lacey, you know, what are the vibes? Ron seems a little bit more trolly. Lacey seems to be taking it a little bit more serious. And then I asked Venno himself, like, what do you think? You know, what are your chances? How are you playing? What are the vibes? Venno looked at me with a straight face. I'm here to win. And that to me was one of the first times talking to a lot of these players that somebody confidently came in with a serious face and said, I'm here to win.
I don't like to throw personal favorites into the ringer, but I think it's so hard for me not to take a look over at the likes of Victor V and Crackley, or even Cooper and Zemi. You have to remember Cooper and Zemi in last year's Pro-Am, where it was arguably a very tight-knit competition in terms of how much experience everybody had that was involved. Cooper Zemi came second. So if they can do that there, what's stopping them from bringing it home here today? And, well, what's stopping them might just be Rapid, Typical Gamer, Muzz, Somerset, even last-minute additions of, like, Nina and Ritual. Some of these duos that have come together, maybe that little bit of overlapping synergy could be the difference maker.
Yeah, just kind of looking at this one, you mentioned Muzz and Somerset. You know, we all know who Muzz is. Multi-region FNCS champion of NA, OCE, making sure to put that region on the map. And then you look at Somerset. She's been in the heat stages for FNCS. She actually won a Reload Clicks Icon series with arguably better players in the lobby. I say that loosely. She was playing with Oliver OG herself. Clicks was also in the game. So she has that experience in Reload against some of the best players in the world. It's just looking at it all over, we can kind of agree the same thing. There's just too many threats in the mix. You mentioned Ritual and Nina as well. A late addition. Nina coming in, filling in for Richie. I was calling this duo the Richie Rich team, and they might stay the Richie Rich team if they get first place and take home all that money.
Yeah, you have to remember every single little bit of pricing that's going in between that's also up for grabs. And then Reet Frantic, another duo that I think has a ton of familiarity playing with each other. They do a lot of creatives as well as P and Faxity. But for me, the standout is going to be how heavily invested is Peter actually going to take today's competition, because I think there's just so much that Pete could potentially do in terms of showcasing his Fortnite skills. I don't know that that's what he's trying to accomplish here today. Obviously, everybody wants to win. You always want to be able to tout that like whole winner's glory kind of thing. But at the same time, I just don't think that we're going to be able to play through 7 games and not see Pete yelling at Faxity the whole way through each of those 7 matches.
As you were talking, I was kind of like creeping into my head. Like, we know Peterbot may not be taking it like 100%, going for that #1 spot, keying around the lobby. But does that put pressure onto Faxity, knowing that you're playing with the best player in the world? And I know Ozzy was talking about this last year's Pro-Am leading up. If you don't win, you kind of get the blame of a lot of it. Ozzy was able to pull off the win, but Faxity's playing with a different type of pressure, with Peterbot just kind of playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more free, and then it kind of leads me over to like that Clix and Lacey duo. Last year, I kind of had them in my top 5, maybe even top 6, but they fell short. This time around, I'm looking at him a little different, because this time, Lacey is actually playing in the game. He is playing with one of the best players on the NA West region with Arc. They already qualified for the first divisional finals that they actually played in, and now he's playing with Click. So looking at this team, you can kind of go both ways, playing for content, playing for fun, or does Lacey now want to use this as practice for the FNCS that's leading up?
Lacey's got to run the redemption tour, I think, for this year. Last year, he spent a little bit too much time bodying overnight, things like that. It made his competition day a little bit more difficult of last year's Pro-Am. So here today, he's looking locked in. He's been scooting around the venue, kind of letting everybody know that his presence will be felt both in and out of the lobby. And I'm just really excited to see what he gets up to with Clicks.
Yeah, and I was over here talking about, we all know the familiar faces when it comes to Fortnite, the pros, the creators. But, I was asking some of the creators that come in that don't necessarily have that Fortnite background, who do they think their biggest competition is? I was asking Arky himself. He's like confident in his skills, but he's very, very realistic. I let him know the history with Kanata. The last time we seen him play with a creator of this caliber, it was Jason, and they did pull off victory royales in Fortnite OG, but now that kind of boosted up his confidence. But when he was looking at players, most of the people I talked to was talking about Muda in terms of creators. You hear his history, but he was actually looking at Hammy, and I know Agers, we know what he can do in the field, and so if he can get somebody that can kind of catch fire, momentum, I think him and Hammy can perform well.
I don't know. I just think that when it comes to the sleeper pick teams, I feel like Poyo and Jinxie, Acorn, and Muda are going to be like the 2 standouts for me, because Jinxie seems like he's really been trying to do his best effort coming into this competition, leading up to it over the past 10 days or so. He claimed that he's been trying to get a little bit more practice in. I do believe that he is on simple edit, and so it could be a little bit hit or miss when you're utilizing that feature as opposed to like your own natural builds. But he's got Poyo right next to him, and how many times have we seen Poyo run down endgame lobbies 1 versus 2? So I think if anything, having a hype man like Jinxie behind him, regardless of what happens in those endgames, is going to be that little extra bit of motivation for Poyo. But I really do have to give note to Acorn and Muda, because at least from the streams that we got a chance to witness leading up to this event, Muda was looking like he was definitely trying to get his reps in. He was looking like somebody that's played a decent bit of Fortnite before too, and that could be a real standout feature here today.
Just continue looking around, just trying to figure out. I feel like there's just so many great faces, but where are they actually going to be landing? We're going to figure that out soon. But another team I want to kind of look at real quick is like Bolts and Primate Page. Bolts coming into this one, he has an FNCS win on West. He's playing with Acorn. He won a solo LAN championship. So again, very, very similar to Poyo. He could take over a game by himself, but he's playing with somebody like Primate Page. She's chill, she's fun, she likes to have fun and has the vibes, but is that enough to top over some of the other competition we were talking about?
I almost hate to say this, because I really don't mean it as a stray, but I think the big thing for me has just been a lot of our creators thinking about, I don't want to be the Allié of today's competition. And that's where things get a little bit tough, because I think for that fact of the matter, they're kind of at the mercy of the pros here. And I think for Bolts and Primate Page, what's really going to be crucial is just how well she's able to like stick to Bolts' position, how well she's able to kind of follow him. And that's really the intentions behind a lot of these creators. And I know that a lot of stuff is not necessarily easy to determine with these guys, but I do believe that the opening intentions when it comes to like a drop map is going to be some teams established at like one of the 5 main POIs, but Reload is definitely one of those game modes where being contested, because we're looking directly at Chiseled Cubes currently, and that potential triple contest that you would think would be, kind of a dagger in Victor V or Crackley's gameplay, but I actually think it'll be something that they can work around, especially knowing that like Reload, you just have so many opportunities, I think, to kind of escape.
Yeah, and just look at that contested drop, you know, in almost everyday situations, I would be a little afraid from it. But there is a lot of different buildings around the outskirts of Chisel Cube. You don't necessarily have to go in. So I see a situation, maybe Rise, Victor V, Ages, the professionals of their groups actually go in, try to fight it out, leaving their teammates on the outskirts just to survive. It is 12 seconds from when you get eliminated to having to get that reboot and get back into the game. Obviously, with downs and eliminations and team wipes, that timer does get cut down. And this time around, from what we've seen last year in the Pro-Am, you do kind of spawn depending on what stage in the game with a little bit of a pseudo loadout. But I have a look at the bottom side of the map. I see Acorn and Muda versus Sphinx and RD Moon. You guys are wondering, why isn't it red? Why isn't it contested? And I think that's just because Buzz, Sphinx, Acorn, and Bolts have proved that the POI is big enough you can split it. And now that they're playing with their creator duos, I think that is going to be more of the game plan.
You're definitely anticipated to be a lot more splittable, but at the same time, depending on how Acorn and Muda are really feeling, they might look to try and get a little bit more aggro, maybe look to key Moon, because I do think that more people would probably favor Muda in that one outright. But when you throw Sphinx into the mix, obviously that's going to change the landscape a little bit, but that's not necessarily something that Acorn isn't already intending to deal with. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. I just think the main thing that always sticks out, though, is I can't believe Rapid got typical gamer. It's just like, somebody has to say it. I don't care if it's me.
I mean, that's a very, very good pick. Is it typical gamer, though, or is it Oatly? I'm still confused after that face reveal yesterday. But Rapid looking good. Poyo, honestly, this is the same look that Poyo was given when he was warming up for the FNCS Summit LAN, literally moments before clutching 2 different 1v2s in 2 separate matches, and that's got to put a lot of confidence on a Jinxie. Maybe focused on other things. The camera has to be at the right angle. You know, he has those camera angles at home, but again, you were talking about it. Jinxie is somebody, when he plays a game, he doesn't just want to play a game. He doesn't want to be a part of the ecosystem. He wants to try to master it to the best of his ability. And like you said, leading up to this one, whether it's Fortnite OG or Reload, he has been playing a lot. And he's also been watching a ton of competitive as well.
He's definitely very savvy, and I have very much enjoyed seeing the whole Jinxie Aussie Antics team up combo for a lot of the Div Cups that have taken place. Not necessarily the overlap collab that I was anticipating, but I'm super happy that he's had that opportunity now to kind of get that base foundation of understanding and then showcase what he's got in store for us here today, because like you just highlighted, he's definitely of that very competitive gamer mindset. I mean, the main thing that stems out, or that sticks out to me for Jinxie, is just when I think about his participation and just like his representation from like the Siege community. He is cracked at the game on console, and so that's always been something where I think there is some transferable components in terms of just being able to kind of have a little bit more game sense. If you play any game at a high level, usually that game sense is going to transfer over somewhat well, and I think when you've got Poyo next to you, surely they can make something happen.
Yeah, and I think if Jinxie was able to quickly learn some of the simple edit tricks, there's a lot of tricks to the trade, I think he could pull off some decent moves, you know. And just one thing, kind of looking at Ron there a moment ago, playing with Veno and just kind of thinking of the drop map, there might be a situation because Clicks and Lacey, hostile holds, they're going contested against Higgs and Braden. Is there a world where Ron contests just Lacey? Like, not even duo on duo, but just Ron just trying to go ahead and take Lacey out of the sky, take him down first just for the simple content vibes?
Nah, I don't think it makes sense to go for friendly fire like that. I think if anything, I did find it funny that we saw that brief instance of Ron being like, hey, every elimination Pete that you get onto Clicks is a bando. That was pretty insane, but obviously, you know, everything is just everybody having like their own sort of fun going about it. But I have a question for you actually, Jacob. Who is going to argue more, Veno and Ron or Pete and Fax?
That's a question I want everybody in the chat, like, you know, tweet at me who you guys think as well.
We gotta pull that.
I would think Pete and Fax. Honestly, I think Pete would probably raise just a little bit more on Fax.
You saw when Veno and Ron last played.
Yeah, I just think Veno and Ron, even though they do have that potential to kind of like have fun, you know, do it for content, Pete and Fax, they're brothers. Like, whether they're playing Fortnite, whether they're chilling in a call, whether they're watching watch parties, they always figure out a way to have some sort of little argument that just turns into gold for everybody in the community. So hopefully we get blessed with another one of those scenarios here And then coming into this one, Pete was warming up. I was trying to pull him aside, bro. Let me ask you some interview questions, get some content out of this, and he was just kind of locked in. Even though he's saying, I don't know how serious I'm going to take it. At the end of the day, one thing everybody in the community should know by now is Peterbot does not like to lose. Whether if it's for 50 cents, a pack of gum, and some V-Bucks, or $50,000, I feel like he's going to put it on the line.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And Lacey's already getting pretty invested here. All right, we've got rivalries flaring as we speak. Obviously, super serious. Lacey, this has never meant more to him. This might mean more to him than him actually competing with ARC for FNCS kind of representation. But not only that, I think Epic Games, if you are listening, we want to see some zones headed towards hostile hold. All right, throw a little freebie out there for Clicks and Lacey. Man's going through it enough as is with his knee. He could use some, in-game assistance.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. And that's another thing. Like, no one wants an injury at all. But when you're one of these streamers like Lacey that travels the world, filming content with some, big name celebrities to other players in the space, and then you have an injury like that, you kind of stay home. You're sitting in front of the computer. Like I said, he's spending more and more time on Fortnite. And the thing about Lacey is, I think because him being a creator, I think people get the wrong look. Before he went into full-time, like, streaming content, he was working his way up the ranks. He did reach a finals lobby before. He has played for a number of years with and against some of the best players in the world. And now that he has time and like a renewed vision, especially with something to play for like the Pro-Am, I feel like we're going to see a serious Clicks and Lacey. But keep in mind, Game 5, Game 6, maybe the end of the day, if they're not high up on the leaderboard, we have the potential to see something crazy.
I'm almost wondering what things might even be looking like by Game 3, because you have to remember, we have that little bit of a player break in between matches 3 and 4 here today. And so I'm not saying that, creators are going to start trying to team up and maybe work against some of the more power-suited duos, but maybe don't be surprised if you start seeing a lot more attention kind of thrown towards teams that are on that top half of the leaderboard, just because I do think the vast majority of the Fortnite community would probably be pretty united in who they would anticipate as their original top 5 for this event. But again, everybody here, they're trying to play for number 1. Jinxie quote earlier today from Ricky Bobby, the man himself, you ain't first, you're last. And everyone's also trying to avoid being last in today's competition. So kind of puts a lot on the line.
Just kind of popped in my head right now, just thinking about, some players actually prepared for this as individuals. Jinxie playing a lot of games, not necessarily just by himself, but he did load in with players like Rise. He played with Faxity, Peter Pop, Poyos, and Reloads, kind of like a mix of everything. But Acorn is someone that I know for sure, he didn't just take him into a ranked reload lobby. Acorn was breaking down the strats for Muda, letting him know how to use the Flowberry Fist, how to use the launch pad, and not just how to use them to make sure he gets in the air. He's letting him know the pro-level secrets, the order of the shockwaves, the fizz, drop it at your feet. He is making sure that they do everything in their power to try to pull off a win here today. And honestly, Acorn, I feel like he's one of the best IGLs in the game. He doesn't get enough credit for his fighting skills. So I think maybe just a little bit, he has something to prove. Because could you imagine a tournament where Acorn and Muda are beating the likes of Peter Bot and Poyo, Stable Ronaldo and Venom, Muzz and Somerset, players that, have worked their way up to gain the respect that they have?
We would never hear the end of it. But I love the fact that you're bringing up the strategies that some of our pros and creators are trying to sort of establish in advance. I mean, I think it's a pretty well-known competitive environment for the pros themselves, but also have to remember, when we were talking to Rise earlier today, we've got the other end of the spectrum where Rise is like, you know what? I might just be better running it off as a solo. I might just send my duo into doomsday of evil Fortnite. And so we'll have to wait and see whether or not he actually holds true to that. But I do fear that A2 Wapo might not have just the ops of the lobby. His own worst enemy might actually be his teammate.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go ahead and abandon ship. And I can't always be the hero that Gotham needs in every single moment. At least that's what I say to the duos that I'm playing with. No matter what happens in endgame, do not go down trying to save me. You're better off as a solo. And I think a lot of teams are going to keep that in mind, except for maybe this team, eating healthy, making sure he gets his energy up right before the tournament.
Surprised he's not feeding Acorn.
Hey, he said anything you need. It's just Acorn hasn't asked for a bite yet.
Oh, that's true. Obviously, he's already taken care of. I'm sure that Ludo's got it covered. But I do always enjoy, I think, just that preliminary instance of like seeing how everyone's actually feeling. Because it's one thing. It's so easy, I think, to talk amongst each other. It's so easy to have a little bit of fun, making some content, things like that. But then when you actually get into the competitive landscape and you're like really deep, like you don't want to get lost in the sauce along the way. You're really trying to make sure that you're not fully dudding out on the broadcast stream.
Yep, we're just seeing Yugi right there for a second. Just kind of like brings back, Jinxie's host a ton of different gaming tournaments out there. Yugi is somebody that honestly surprised me of how good he is at just video games in general. You kind of see him in front of the streams just entertaining people outside of video games, but he actually kind of, I don't remember if he won it all the way or maybe got second, but that alone is a testament to how good he actually is. And then now if he can put that same type of like motivation into a game like this, because I almost feel like this tournament it's kind of like fighting a bear, or running from a bear in the woods. You don't have to run faster than the bear. You just need to run faster than the people you're with, which is the competition in this lobby. You don't necessarily need to be the best. You just can't be the worst. And there's still a lot of money up for grabs. $10,000 for first place, $1,000 inside of the top 10, and then plus that $1,000 for every single game win. Can you imagine if you come out today, win all 7 games? That's $7,000 before you even look at the leaderboard. I
don't know if we're gonna see a 7P.
No, probably not.
If anybody actually manages to get more than like 3, I think that'd be crazy. I'm not anticipating there to be a different Victory Royale winner every single lobby, but I do think it's tough to get more than like the hat trick worth.
Okay, so do you think we are going to go to heal-offs, or do you think games will end before that comes into play? The last time we kind of seen like a major, I think Lacey had hosted a little bit of a competition. We did see a few of those games go to heal-off. Granted, it wasn't reload though.
Man, see, that's a little bit tougher to call this early on, because part of me wants to assume that like some of the content creators that are a little bit less familiar with like the Fortnite environment, they might be trying to play it a little bit more slow paced. But again, you're kind of just, how well can you tag along with your duo? How well can you kind of match their mentality? Because not everything is going to be comms out. Some of the comms might not even be understood in the heat of the moment. I mean, we got everybody kind of shouting. You know that all of these content creators are 1000% going to be getting very loud, not just for their own chats, but just because it's fun. They get invested. It's hard not to kind of feel that little bit of rush of adrenaline and like energy when you're in the heat of the moment. So I think that maybe one game heal off, but for the most part, I'm probably expecting the dust to settle well before then.
Yeah, I'm honestly curious to see like how well our pros adapt to some of their creators that might not necessarily be on their skill level. And like I mentioned, like Bolts and Primate Page. Bolts is as we talk about, one of the best players in the game, is particularly when it becomes a fragger for his teams. But with Bolts moving as quick as he does, how does that work with somebody like Primate Page? How do you keep up? I know I'm not a stranger to Fortnite, but I even sometimes have trouble keeping up with these guys in the end game in those fast moments. And so it just makes you wonder how much thought these pros actually went into how to play with their duo. Of course, they could probably 1v2 and take a majority of those fights, but how do you approach those scenarios where you need to keep your duo alive? And to me, that's going to be the interesting thing for a lot of our pros today.
All I'm saying is, as long as we don't get any hold my wall circumstances, I think we'll be okay. I think everybody in today's competition has at least gone, one step ahead of where that was at for whenever Lacey was running his Fun Stakes competition and whatnot. But
got some team bonding right there between
a little
Stakes
bit.
And RD Moon right there. Just got to go ahead and do whatever it takes to make sure that they're close together. You see them kind of playing in the same lobby, and you see like the different approaches to the game. Some players are just mentally getting ready. Some are just getting ready inside of the game. You see Queasy just kind of warming up here, just trying to show the ropes on the other side. And that's something that I think is very, very important, is just how your attitude is. You know what I mean? Don't put too much pressure going into the, game number one. You want to make sure you kind of feel out the competition and just, think to yourself, like, not every game is going to go perfect. Mistakes will happen, but how do you approach the situation when the mistakes happen? How do you climb yourself out of it? So I kind of look at some of our RGLs, the Queasies, the Acorns, about how they approach those tough mid-game scenarios.
I do think a lot of the heavy lifting is going to be on the IGLing for our Fortnite pros today, though, whether or not that's their natural role when it comes to even the FNCS environment, that you got to toss it out the window. You are picking up the slack today and really having to lead in that sort of direction. Excited to see what happens with Curve even moving forward, but you can already see drawing it back. And I think one of my favorite things, though, about somebody like Sphinx is that, regardless of outcome throughout each of these lobbies, he is someone that I think is excellent in terms of he understands the vibe. He understands how to keep the vibe check going when it comes to, like, in-person event. And I think that with today's competition, he's really just focused on trying to keep them both in a positive headspace.
Yeah, and I like that. Sphinx is one of those kind of calm, cool, collected players. If you guys ever have a chance to talk to Sphinx, you realize he's kind of like down to earth. He doesn't get overly excited for no reason, so I do like that. Muzz is kind of someone very, very similar. You don't see very, very moments. Even when it's well-deserved, Muzz popping off, talking his talk. He kind of lets his gameplay do a lot of that talking. And, coming in, just talking to him, what do you think about your duo Somerset? How confident are you actually going into this? And Muzz, honestly, is just full confidence, especially learning that Somerset did win that Reload Clicks Icon Series tournament.
You'll never see the Muzz crash outs unless he's playing solos. That's the only time. That's like his one exception. But I think that would apply to just about everybody that's participating here today, whether they're a Fortnite pro or not. I think that everybody kind of just feels a different type of way whenever you're running the game in solo competition, but definitely looking forward to seeing what Cooper and Zemi actually manage to get up to. I mean, the fact that they're both just like free building, really letting it fly. Crackly and Victor V, I cannot believe that we have set these two next to each other. Just a complete row of just very lethal competitors for the overarching competition.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Crackly, he's been a professional player of the past. He has reached the finals lobby before, but he's primarily a content creator. He loves zero build, so make sure you guys go check out Crackly, especially for those of you that do like the zero build part of
Some
Fortnite.
great TikTok edits, too.
Exactly. Crackly is just somebody I feel like everybody, if you don't know, you need to start to figure it out this weekend, but he's paired with Victor V. And I think as of recently, more and more people are starting to realize who Victor V is. He comes from NA West, and one of the first times I got to see Victor V, he wasn't necessarily getting the same limelight he is now. If you guys take a trip down memory lane with me, I think it was Victor V and maybe Blizzard at the time. I don't know who his duo was, but he was actually contesting Epicwell and Arkham. Yes, I said Arkham. If you guys don't know who that is, maybe you guys are new to Fortnite, but Arkham, one of the OGs in the game, and everybody in the community was looking down on someone like Victor V, right? And Victor V and Pops, of course, were like, hey, if you guys don't want us to land here, take us out, and that's the only way we're going to leave. And they stayed there, and Victor V is somebody that's not afraid to contest some of the best in the world. And right now, I think he is the next up in terms of players ready to take that spotlight. If anybody in the pro, like the upper echelon, the tier ones, if they start to slip up and their teammates are looking for a duo, you expect Victor V now getting a chance to play with Queasy in actual FNCS here. But in this Pro-Am, playing with Crackly, I think they're on everybody's top 5.
Yeah, you got a lot of hungry competitors, though, when it comes to the NAC scene. And I know he's here at the venue. He's not actually playing in today's competition. Didn't get a chance to see Liam, though. And so you're going on this spiel about Victor V and the pop-offs for the future. But I think that there's definitely a good amount of players that we've got to keep our eyes on for actual FNCS competition. But scaling it back here today, I still can't believe we just witnessed Lacey in 4K. He's flying on that scooter. I don't know who allowed him to get one that like maxes out in top speed. He's going to crash into somebody's setup today. I'm just waiting for the moment to happen. Like, if he's not high up enough on that leaderboard, someone's PC, someone's monitor is getting taken out.
You crash pad into Lacey. He's going to figure out a way to crash pad right back. Another team, though, Curve and Yusuf. And Curve is somebody, he's been playing the game for a while, but up until recently, he started to gain that spotlight, particularly playing with Veno for Major 1, coming out on top as champions, didn't have the necessary performance they wanted at the Summit LAN, which caused like roster disruptions. Now we see Curve playing with a whole different teammate, and this time around though he is playing with Yusuf, and I'm not sure Yusuf's actual familiarity with Fortnite, but if Curve could come out of his shell, he is an IGL for his teams. He is somebody that can pick up elimination, so he can kind of be that balance for him and Yusuf. To me, the biggest question is, does he come out of his shell in his very first Pro-Am?
It might take him a game or two, I think, to really feel things out and start to feel super comfortable with Yusuf. I think the other thing, too, is that even if you're not necessarily expecting your direct duo to have, the craziest mechs or anything like that for Fortnite competition, it's just how well are they going to actually be able to kind of follow your direction? I think Curve is really going to have to lean into that side of things. But with the way things are rolling, everybody, do not fear. We are still getting ready to head into the competition. We want to make sure it's a fair environment for everybody involved. So we'll be getting into the action shortly, but trust me, this is all just adding directly towards that competitive build-up, because I think these guys are all just like itching to get fighting.
Yeah, and I think that played like a huge role, because once you start to get antsy, waiting to drop out of that battle bus and kind of get into games, I feel like the more you're kind of waiting leading up to it, as excited as you're getting, it kind of will lead some players to maybe make some mistakes that wouldn't necessarily normally make in the early game. Luckily, it is reload, so if you go down, your teammate still alive, there is chance for you to get rebooted back in the game. And one thing I was kind of talking about with reload, last time we saw it with Ollie just kind of getting farmed out of the sky, and realistically enough, even if he did touch down, that version of reload at the time, he would have just had an AR. He would have had nothing to work with. Now, I don't know exactly what stages of the game they are, but you will in the beginning spawn with your AR, a couple of builds, and then you end up with a Morphite, assault rifle, and SMG with some minis, and then you end up with the assault rifle, the blue assault rifle, and the blue tac with splashes and minis later on in the game. So if you do find yourself getting eliminated towards 4th, 5th, or even 6th zone, it's not over just yet. Yes, the probability of you touching ground is going to be slim to none, but if you manage to make it down there, you will be able to at least get a loadout, and then you can kind of add in that new glider mechanic where you can kind of cut it short, will allow players better chances to actually touch down.
That would be the main thing, I think, that I'm kind of keeping an eye on for some of our less familiar Fortnite participants in today's competition. But not only that, I do think that we've always got to send a friendly reminder for when the reboots cut off. So everything that's taking place up till Zone 7. And that's going to be kind of like the golden rule of like, don't get eliminated from this point on. At the very least, let's try to stick it out as a duo for as long as possible, because one thing that I think could be a very legitimate strategy here today for some of our Fortnite pros and some of these content creator duos is you kind of just offer a little bit of a sacrifice. It's like, you stay behind, I'll keep charging forward, and hopefully be able to net us a solid endgame placement, because I do think that whether teams are aiming for that immediate top 3 every single match, obviously everyone's going to be trying to get a victory royale, but second and third, still having the $500 and the $200 respectively, decent amount of funds up for grabs.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big thing to kind of look at. And especially, we keep talking about it's a reload. It's a different feel, a different vibe. But again, there is money up for grabs. There's a ton of bragging rights here because, last year we had Ozzy, we had Peterbot win the actual thing. They got to hoist their trophy. Look at that. They got a team today that is going to be able to hoist those trophies right in the middle and take home what could be over $10,000, but their leaderboard placement alone will be $10,000 for first place.
And something that's always worth giving a great shout is that for a lot of these content creators that are coming in today, big congratulations to them just leading up to the event, because I know so many of them were striving very much so to try and get their respective invitations for Kaizenat Stream University. A lot of them are coming into today's competition in pretty high spirits, knowing that they've got that locked in. So this is just one more stepping stone on the road to content making, and I think it's a great opportunity for them to kind of showcase that they're able to kind of, spread their wings and fly further than just like the IRL streaming departments. A lot of these competitors here today, they're looking to really try and make some form of a mark, whether it's getting a funny clip, a crazy key clip, or anything in between. Like, I'm sure we are going to see something fun and interesting from everyone here today.
Yeah, I gotta agree with it 100%. That's why I kind of mentioned, with Ron and Lacey landing so close together, their situation there. We know what Peterbot does in regular tournaments, landing on clicks. Is there some bad blood there? Does Clicks want to finally get his get back? Maybe Peter's in first and he kind of returns that favor. Reet and Frantic. I feel like Reet and Frantic will kind of play under the radar. You know what I mean? They're in a very different boat than majority of the teams. I think Cooper and Zay Zemi is very, very similar. I even think, you know, Ritual and Nina are going to be in a similar boat to where they know the skill is there. They know that both of them are a much better duo than some of the other players in the lobby. But with that much confidence, does it lead to success, or does it lead to, you know, maybe making some risky plays and the eventual downfall?
Oh, something that makes it a little bit more fun, though, for like Ritual and Nina, as you can tell from the drop map, they're not actually marked. And a big reason to that is because since it was such a last-minute shoe in addition for Nina to be playing with Ritual, they were both very open about the fact that, like, hey, we know no matter where we go, we are going to be contested. So they kind of have the world as their oyster, essentially, because they could switch it up every single game if they want to, or maybe they find, you know, some of the opening drops just working out extremely well for them, so they decide, let's just commit to contesting this. We're getting the better end of the spiel anyway, so, like, why not? But I also just kind of have to draw a note to teams like Clix and Lacey, for example, going up against the likes of Higgs and Brayden. Clix, you have to remember, he played a long time with Higgs. He's very savvy towards Higgs's methods of IGLing, and so maybe even a little bit of a sense of I'm in your head sort of thing. And I think that Clix and Lacey, they should take the bigger stance of aggressiveness. I want to see them keying, if anything, to really test the mettle of Higgs and Brayden early on, but we're already jumping right in. Pete, Faxity, they're ready to get the show started.
Yeah, enough talking about the walk, and let's get to stepping right now. We saw it on the drop map coming into this. Peterbot Faxity uncontested, and we asked the questions about how serious is Pete going to take it. It looks like game number one, a little bit of an early start, but I see Poyo and Jinxie. I'm not sure if it was out of the sky, but they are our first team eliminated out of this year's Pro-Am.
It just comes so quickly when you least expect it. Jinxie just, I feel a little bit bad because, like, we're gassing it. We're ready to see exactly what he has in store, but unfortunately we are just going to have to sit and wait a little bit longer before we get an opportunity to see how they're planning on advancing. Still, for everyone else that's still participating, Jacob, a lot at stake already. Kind of teams trying to see how much they can really settle with each other, and for Rise, just going for the classico, just lurking.
Got me scratching our head, because I'm thinking, Rise, A2 Guapo, Elite Armory, something about this just doesn't look right. And yes, because in the drop map, A2 Guapo and Rise were saying, yo, we're landing Chisel Cube, but maybe they didn't want to triple contest that drop. They said Elite Armory might be better off. There is a little bit more space, and there's not that underground divot that you could hide into. So already, our first switch up from what we typically see in the drop map is going to come from Rise and A2 Guapo. Is that a Rise call? Is that a Guapo call? We'll definitely figure that one out soon.
I feel like that's just Rise trying to have some fun with it. He seemed like he was just a man on a mission to go demon mode, but Click shutting down Rapid, the newly formed duo, but they've got to be enemies in today's competition.
Better be careful there, Clicks. Rapid might take that one a little bit personal, but like you said, first elimination on the board. Clicks starting to feel a little bit more confident here in this game. We saw Lacey moments ago. You can kind of see him in the outskirts, still over at Hostile Hole, just trying to loot up, trying to farm, and I think that's going to be a viable strategy here. While Clicks and some of our pro players start to get a little bit aggressive, get the early game eliminations, you're going to have your creator farming up as much of the material as possible, as Curve and Queasy seem to be going head-to-head here, but there's another player trying to interrupt this fight. That's Yusuf on the side, and that's going to scare Queasy away. He's trying to create distance, run. There's a lot of builds being placed, but Curve doesn't look like to be slowing down just yet.
Queasy is just trying to see whether or not if he could take a stab at picking up some elimination points. Just based off the map alone, it's only Queasy that's here. He's opted to just leave his duo at their established drop, be like, hey, gather what you can, don't worry about me, I'll figure it out along the way. And for the most part, he's at least done a solid job at not being sent packing immediately. He was not able to really find those eliminations that he would hope for onto Curve, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Man, I liked how A2 Guapo, or not A2 Guapo, but Yusuf was attacking from the side. Curve was going underneath. Yusuf was trying to attack from the side, which is actually perfect. Rise does go down to Sphinx. It's Crackling Victor V. I did see in the feed that Ritual was able to get at least one early elimination onto Victor V, but instantly back into the game. He's trying to go on the offensive, get his get back. Guapo versus Sphinx. A little bit of a mismatch here, but Guapo needs to stay alive long enough for Rise to come back, in which he does. But he's actually handling the pressure pretty well. There's no early aggression coming in, and if he does, you can see that he just does not have a shotgun, though. He has the hunting rifle, he has the mammoth, so there's no shotgun or pack-a-punch in his inventory.
Fortunately for him, Sphinx doesn't decide to play with his food. He'd rather focus on a separate mission here, and that's not falling victim to the third-party trap. But Wapo, he knows Rise has been taken out. That's what Sphinx was really after, just chasing down the more established half of this duo. He knows Wapo's not going to really be the one that I need to stay restricted in terms of farm, in terms of builds, but they might just be after a full elimination sequence here. Sphinx putting a lot of pressure. Wapo just doesn't have any more material left over. He's back to playing 0 builds now, just trying to see if he can scramble around the corner, but it's no use. Rise is going to have to see whether or not he can get his get back, but he knows it's just not worth it. It's not worth the chase.
Hey, but Guapo did his job. He's actually moving through those builds a little bit quicker than I expected. He got it early on, but again, did his job. And this is kind of that pseudo loadout I was talking about. You do have that heavy assault rifle, the SMG. He does find some extra loot around the map, but you're not dropping in dry anymore. Higgs is down. Braden trying to save the day. Click's looking to get aggressive. Former teammates now turn foes. Braden needs to stay alive at least 10 seconds here. Click's going on the offensive and sends Braden and Higgs back to the lobby. Our second team is already down.
And it looks like a third just joined them. Bolts has been eliminated. Not sure if it was Bolt and Primane Page. Only time will tell. But fact of the matter is, this is what I was asking for leading into the first lobby, and seeing it in real time, that's exactly the kind of presence that I'm expecting from Clix and Lacey. They've got so much fighting power as a duo. Why not take that fight directly to Higgs and Braden every single lobby?
Yeah, as you kind of see as we tune in literally seconds ago, Cooper taken down, I believe Yusuf versus Curves duo. We saw them rotating in that direction, and you're eventually going to run into Cooper and Zemi. And I think Cooper and Zemi is going to be one of those teams, if the zone continues to pull towards the north, they have access to that launch pad towards the south side of the map, and they can instantly use that if they stay inside of the zone. You said it yourself, it doesn't turn off until zone 7, and we don't typically see players start to play careful until zones 5 and zone 6.
Maybe a little bit of a hiccup here, though, for Agers. All depends on whether or not Veno and Ron want to keep the aggression going, but Pete, he's already on a solo mission. 4 eliminations is disgusting. What else if not tag after tag? Surprised that he's still hunting his 5th elimination. Thought it would have happened by now, but looking back, you could tell Pete's ready. Will the Mammoth connect? And it does, just not fully cleaned up just yet, but it's only a matter of seconds.
Just unfortunate. Honestly, we've seen the best of the best and the last Reload Elite Series qualifier go through this exact same thing from Peterbot. I bet you all the A's at home watching with a bucket of popcorn, just laughing at every. See how it feels, just pointing at everybody. Rise finally using that launch pad. It's the bigger, the faster launch pad, get you higher and further. That's going to allow them to kind of get a little bit more distance and try to escape. You can kind of see the struggles a lot of the teams here. Victor V and Crackley seems to be the only one left at Chiseled Cube. I use that loosely because Victor V seems to be going on the hunt for Rise here. Sneaking up, getting the shield cracked, about 20 HP left, and he's immediately going to use that as a green light to send himself flying on over and getting the knock on the Rise.
I feel like we just saw Old Yeller get taken out back. That was disgusting from Victor V, but hey, Rise not typically one to go down without a fight. I think it's largely just that slowdown and pacing earlier in the match. Whenever you are eliminated super early on, we saw Sphinx kind of chasing him out, and now Vic, he's just going to keep the assault going, just trying to see whether or not he can stay on par, because everyone's watching the elimination feed light up. That's going to really be the key circumstance here for all of these players, because they're kind of trying to stay on par with each other.
Yeah, we're starting to enter into that danger zone. Reboots don't turn off till zone 7, but we're already in zone 5. It's already closing, moving into zone 6, and you can see over in the distance, I don't know if that's ashed out, but they're just getting farmed out of the sky over and over and over. And the thing is, your teammate can be deep in the zone surviving in a situation like this, right? When you reboot in the safe portion of the zone, so you reboot so far away as Venom's looking to get aggressive onto Agers. Agers here. Misses that perfect opportunity. Almost had him full boxed up. Pressure coming out. They're trying to alleviate it. That's Hammy on the other side trying to get Agers out safely.
But now they're a little bit too close together. At this stage, Hammy might find himself actually being sent into the Turner by Veno and Ron. All depends on whether or not Veno's actually willing to keep trying to press the gas on the pedal here, but Agers has separated enough distance. Storm Sickness isn't often something that we see become an issue for players in these matches, but at the same time, it all depends on Veno and Ron because they just love committing. Veno especially loves committing inside of the Storm, but Agers just immediately punished for not getting the immediate knock.
Those are those little opportunities there you kind of mess up on, and just now look at the loadout.
Mythic
he
drum.
is leaving a gold gatekeeper. His loadout is that good. You said the mythic drum gun. Veno right now with his loadout is somebody I do not want to fight against. You see Rise getting the revive onto Guaco. Muda and Acorn rotating in from the top side of the map. Positioned a little bit too closely for my liking against Victor V and Crackley, but you can see all of these teams essentially in the center of the zone.
And again, that was my initial concern when we saw Agers running back towards his duo. Thought that Hammy for a moment was just going to be extended an invitation like, oh, they found us, bro. Like, it's just hard to escape sometimes. But Sphinx, RD Moon, just waiting it out. They know better, Sphinx especially. You never want to be the first one to get lobby focused, but sometimes it's kind of inevitable, especially because it depends on whether or not RD Moon is actually holding on to a little bit of overdrive grenades. The mobility is really going to be the crucial element here, and how well some of these creators are able to actually keep up with the pro players on their movement senses.
Yeah, I would say I saw RD Moon start to leave outside of the box. I'm like, no. It's less than 60 seconds before reboots turn off. You're already in the center of the map. You have no reason to start to venture out. Peterbot Faxity taking that strategy not too far away from their current POY. They're going to use that long launch pad to try to make it in. They want to dodge a lot of the chaos here, but usually you have some sort of med kits or HP that you can gain that is more than bandages. It's going to take 3 seconds for 15 HP, and it only maxes you out at 75 overall.
But why is Pete about to hit 10 eliminations? Jacob, like, he is just unstoppable. And I almost feel bad for everybody else in this lobby right now, but then I remember that they're playing for a really solid prize pool. So at the end of the day, everybody gets a little bit of something, depending on their placement. You just might start at $200, or you might start at 10K, but there is also ample opportunity to try and hit inside that top 3 threshold. But for right now, things are definitely starting to heat up. Clicks, Lacey, prime positioning, a little bit of overhead, a little bit of height. Aware of the fact, though, they're about to get landed on. They might opt to even drop a layer. They don't want to go in too soon, but they recognize, actually, this is just an incredibly weak player. We might as well just completely take advantage of that.
Yeah, respawns have officially turned off, but that was a player rebooting at the last possible second, almost moving directly into the box. Clicks and Lacey pick up their 5th elimination of this game. Gonna kind of get them maxed out on the materials. You can see that pseudo loadout, so some extra splashes, minis being dropped down. They're not too far away from where the current zone actually is, so they have plenty of options to work with. Unlike Agers here, seems to be a solo here left in this game. He has just over 500 materials, so he may need a refresh if he's looking to win it all.
And normally this wouldn't be too pressing of an issue, but the problem is he's got Veno and Ron right next door to him. Those are definitely 2 very competent fighters, and if Agers isn't careful, his next step might be his last. I'll have to check back in, though, because right now it's all about Clicks, Lacey. They have completely taken over height, but that could change at a moment's notice. Muzz already scoping things out. He's got that launch pad in tow. It might only be a matter of time before we see Muzz and Somerset really make that challenge on the high ground.
I'm not going to say too soon, but last time we seen Clicks and Lacey together on high ground, there was a little bit of a blunder. A shockwave that sent Lacey flying.
That was luckily, mode.
Yeah, luckily for Clicks, he was able to kind of clutch it out, but you see the Wrecker revolver in Lacey's hands with that SMG, so he's going to be able to deal a ton of damage from far away. A couple of the extra builds being set in his inventory, and then the med kits just in case this does come to a heal off.
You've really got to be super aware, though, when you're trying to hold down height in this type of reload meta, just knowing that at any point somebody could look to challenge you, and Veno playing through that low ground, just completely collapsing on Arky, just left that edit open a little bit too long, and that's the wiggle room that Veno needed. It's just insane how rapidly that mythic drum gun will just deplete the HP bar.
Yeah, luckily for Arky, though, they did deal some damage onto Venno, so he had to pause and heal instead of jumping over on this rotation as clicks Lacey. Their plan for now is continue to hold on to their presence on the high ground, reconnect, make sure they cannot get chopped down easily, but they need to watch, make sure that second high isn't trying to lurk on up, especially the base that they've already abandoned. And you know in the back of a lot of these players' minds, they have the launch pads and the fizz, so high ground can get tested at any moment.
They've still got a great amount of hard materials to work with, though. I like that they're committing very early on, because if they're able to stay established and maintain high ground, that might just be the secret to bringing home the first victory royale. But right now, it's all about whether or not Acorn can try and bring this one back. He's really going to have to go the distance here. Muda has been knocked. He won't be able to reboot since those have been disabled, and Acorn just kind of left to try and find his rhythm, but it's going to be tough. He's likely going to have to opt to just playing super low side, and not only that, but backside of zone, which is just going to leave him very susceptible to getting cut off by a more established duo.
I feel so bad for our creators. This is game one, and they got a chiseled cube zone going inside of chiseled cubes, and now it's moving outside, up the side of that mountain. So if you're not prepared, good luck to you. You know Venno is, clicks Lacey, they continue to maintain their presence. There goes the Mythic, just trying to nail down as much pressure as possible with that drum gun, and instantly watches his back to make sure they don't get any free damage put on him. And you can see they're not getting desperate for eliminations here. They're just putting one foot in front of another to make things work.
But they might need to step to it, because those material counts were running incredibly low there for Ron. Only about 25 builds. Pete down to his final one. Fax already eliminated. Peterbot, though, when you talk about a clutch machine, he's usually the man to get the job done. But in this type of scenario, he's having a build break through so many pre-existing builds. He is really got his work cut out for him, especially knowing that Coop Zemi's so close by, but Clicks Lacey, they've been deep thrown from height.
Yeah, Muzz and Somerset sent it flying. They had a launch pad in their inventory, so they knew they at least wanted to contest it up towards the top side of the map. They sent Clicks down below. It looks like Lacey and him momentarily separated, but he's trying to return back to the scene of the crime. Lacey goes down. Clicks doing what he can, but now he's in a 1v2 situation, and he's running out of builds here. If this goes on to a full-on build fight, Clicks being a solo, it might not work out for them, but there's no attempt coming in from Muzz and Somerset just yet, but a big shot's going to be landed. That's going to give him the green light. 10 HP. Clicks trying to survive, but he's getting sprayed back further and further into the zone until he eventually gets taken out by Somerset.
And those angle cutoffs were dastardly from Muzz and Summer, by the way. Muzz just immediately pressing against every single one of the walls that Clicks kept trying to establish, and Summer from overhead shredding through those builds. Only so many options left to kind of grab. Here for everybody on the low ground, though, Jacob, you already nailed it. Chiseled Cubes is a vicious zone pool, but this established elevation right now for Somerset and Muzz, that's seeming to be the real difference maker. Kanata still doing his best, though, in the underbelly of the lobby.
Yeah, I just feel bad for him. He's in a 2v1, no HP. He goes down. Somerset and Muzz versus Typical Gamer and Rapid. 2v2 to close out game number one. Just the interesting decision here is you look at how many old builds, since we teeter-tottered back and forth through Chiseled Cube, there are so much builds already placed down, so it's not going to be easy for high ground to spray through, but Rapid looked like he's going to try to play Disruptor. With 6 shockwaves, he could instantly try to take the 2v1 on high ground.
Not only that, but because they were getting so fraggy in the low ground, they've also got a little bit more materials to work with in comparison to Muzz and Somerset. Well, they were able to apply pressure from overhead, but now when you got to get up close and personal, it all depends on whether or not they'll actually be able to continue trying to block those lines of sight. And Muzz already experiencing a lot of that pressure, opting to even try and fall back for a moment's notice here. He needs to get that Flowberry Fizz online, throws out the Overdrive Grenade. Great way to send Typical Gamer back, but now right side peek takes out Rapid. That's exactly the kind of advantage they needed. All he has to do is close it out.
Oh, and he does so instantly. Muzz and Somerset not only contested Clicks and Lacey on the high ground, but closing out game number one. Interesting 2v2 to say the least, but they were in the driver's seat for the majority of that end game, and they drove it past the finish line and cashed in on $1,000 for that game win.
Hey, you say interesting, but I think if you were to ask the chat, guys, would you believe that Muzz and Somerset were up against Rapid and Typical Gamer in an end game for today? today's competition, not too many people would be that surprised.
Yeah, Rapid, typical gamer on the low ground. Honestly, they went through a lot of chaos. That Chisel Cubes end zone was not easy or fun for anybody to play through, going in and around the actual POI that we saw it at one point go towards the north, up the side of the mountain. I think Muzz in Somerset, I don't know if they were watching it, but we know Muzz likes to play for high ground when that opportunity does present itself, and they perfectly went up when Clicks and Lacey least expected it.
Hey, they've definitely showcased what they are capable of. We knew that they would have a lot of fighting caliber behind them. We knew that they were going to be methodical in their gameplay because both of them really savvy competitors, but we want to hear directly from Somerset and Muzz. So, Levin, what have you got for us?
We are here with our Game 1 winners. A lot of people looked at you two and thought, you guys are two of the better players competing together. Somerset, I said if you guys didn't do well, I'd be a bit disappointed. So far, Game 1, not a disappointment, eh?
No. I think we're definitely doing how we thought we would do, and there's so much more to come, so stay tuned.
Stay tuned, Muzz. That game was smooth, man. It looks like you guys were...
End game, bro. Everyone's like trying to fight because, you know, there's some creators here that aren't, like, they don't play Fortnite. Everyone's trying to drop kills, but we're just playing a calm, smooth end game, took height, and just got a clean win.
Is there anything you think that can stop you guys today?
Maybe like someone just griefing us for fun, but that's about it.
Yeah, nobody would do that, though, right? We don't know anyone who'd do that. Somerset, I mean, did you even have any difficulty in that game? Was there anyone that caught you by surprise at all? Was it just like an easy Game 1?
It honestly felt a lot more calm than I thought it would. The game kind of died out pretty quick, and then we were just looking at height the whole time, I felt like, and like maybe the one fight on height was a little rough, but everything else was honestly pretty smooth, to my surprise anyways, so.
And you're playing with someone that's got a fair bit of experience on land. Were you a bit nervous in that first game at any point, right, you know?
No, I've played with Muzz a lot, so just in my past, we've got good chemistry when it comes to just playing, and, we're just here to do what we got to do.
A solid Game 1. Hope to see more from these guys as far as wins are concerned. I mean, it's not too shabby, guys. Taco, Jacob, what do you think?
Game number 1 and a real way to set the pace because now a lot of our pros got that first game out of the way. They know how their duo actually is, the kind of pacing that they need to play. And then on the flip side of a lot of our pros, specifically Muzz, Somerset, Rapid, even though typical gamer inside of the mix as well, they've warmed up and ready to go. Even Cooper and Zemi making it far.
What's been nagging in the back of my mind, though, is what is going to happen with Jinxie in Game 2? Because we didn't get to see anything from Game 1. I'm really sad to even have to utter those words, but it's just the reality of it is that the competition, it can be pretty cutthroat, and I think that they definitely experience it firsthand.
Yeah, and I think we've seen so many moments for those that are a little bit more familiar with Fortnite competitive, but the gliding process, especially in a map like Reload, where there is hills, there is mountains, there's buildings where you can instantly land, get either a floor loot or a chest, get one of those ARs out of the spawn, and instantly start to look off into the distance. So I think the bus path definitely did not play a good role in Poyo and Jinxie going down early, but honestly, I think even for Poyo, for Jinxie, they're going to come back. They're going to probably try to switch something up in terms of their drop because that glider mechanic where you can cut the glider might not be something that they were really thinking about in that last game.
Hey, always got to have faith, though. I know that Jinxie's chat is definitely going to try and, help him with the whole bounce back mentality. And then, obviously, the Poyo factor. You can never count out the Poyo distribution chain of events because we're going to see something crazy from him at least once here today.
Yeah, and we saw, Peterbot kind of doing Peterbot things. Didn't really see how Faxity did go down in that game, but when we did see Peterbot solo, I think like 9 eliminations or something, I saw Rapid and Typical Gamer, even though they did finish, second place in that last game, throughout the course of that game, I saw Rapid's name in the feed, and it wasn't getting eliminations, let me tell you. So I don't know how they were able to pull that one back, but much congratulations for them on that one. And, Muzz and Somerset, you even talking about their drop spot on the side of the map. It's not a POI at all. It's more of a split drop, but they figured out a way to make it work.
Yeah, it seems like, a lot of that pre-existing duo chemistry, Summer kind of touched on it, but it was more so the fact that they just picked the perfect timing to really get the upper hand on challenging height against Clicks and Lacey. It looked as though Clicks and Lacey were going to have a very firm grasp on the high ground, but that just got shut down in an instance. And it's difficult when you're playing the high ground because You want to be playing the suppressive measures. You want to be spraying down into those lower layers, but you always have to think about looking up because you never know when that launch pad challenge is going to actually break through and kind of throw everything up in the air for your game plan.
Yeah, just see that moment right there. Just so close, Agers, from getting that elimination. And you can see Muzz, Somerset. And the funny thing about this is they not only contested Clix and Lacey for the high ground and won it, but they reconnected the Clix and Lacey's high ground, which allowed them to hold it for as long as they did. Because you can see how little builds they actually had as Muzz drops down, kind of misses that first shockwave, but that shot right there, the opener onto Rapid, hits the back-to-back, gets the down. Typical Gamers, just in a tight situation there, especially with the zone coming up the side of the mountain. We know how that one's going to end.
Yeah, that was just really well played by Muzz, just finding the advantageous right side. That's going to be the winning sign almost every single time in those types of box fights. But still, I also really got to give a big shout out there to Kanata, because the fact that Kanata was able to pull out like a solo place third, he just won $200 just for surviving. So you never really want to count yourself out entirely, even if the circumstances look grim, even if you think that there's really nothing more to be done. Kanata's proving that he's ready to go the distance.
Yeah, I think this mode is a little bit more manageable for solos in this situation. And one of the things is because there is no Storm Surge that you have to worry about. There is Storm Sickness, doesn't necessarily play the same role, but that allows for like a little bit more freedom. You don't have to worry about an aspect of the game where you have to accumulate damage while not taking damage. And I also think there's a little bit more freedom. I think Kanata has been in these scenarios before. Like I mentioned, he has played with Jason. He has pulled off wins in heal-off scenarios with Jason as well. So I think playing with Arc, I mean, he's already familiar with the kind of situation that he's in today for the program.
Well, I know if anything, Arc gotta be feeling real good about watching his duo just kind of pull off a free 100 for each of them, because the way that that's getting split, I don't think that there is a better outcome than knowing that your duo is someone that you can depend on to still manage to come out on top and find those extra little bits of money for you.
Yeah, and it's all about consistency at the end of the day. Obviously, if you win every single one of these games, we know you're at the top of the leaderboard, but we know that it is almost virtually impossible, especially in a tournament like this. So it's about consistency. So like you talked about Kanata, we got Muzz and Somerset, we got Typical Gamer and Rapid, and I usually think in a tournament like this, maybe you could have one bad game. Maybe two at the most, so the teams, have Poyo and Jinxie going down early. You cannot get in your own head because a comeback is always possible.
Well, even when we look back at, some of the more FNCS-oriented types of things, like the Reload Elite series is like obviously the standout for me. And I think how often do we see teams that really just needed like 3 or 4 solid end games, and that was usually going to be the recipe for success. And I think here today, it's kind of going to follow a very similar nature, maybe even less. Maybe only like 2 or 3 lobbies realistically need to be converted into solid end game placement finishes. But I do think that there's always the wild card factor of who's going to be able to rack up the most eliminations between matches. It seems like that is just the fortitude that Pete is kind of trying to approach today's competition with, but losing Faxity as early as he did, that definitely slowed him down in the end game. And so we're going to need to see them try and stick it out more so as a duo rather than two solos trying to play it through.
Yeah, and honestly, we kind of know it. We've seen it here. Victor V getting the eliminations that he did. We saw Veno pick up and even Pete pick up these eliminations. And so almost means, if Faxity was able to stay alive just a little bit longer, even if he eventually goes down, the resources that he would have in his loadout that he could take further into the game for someone like Peterbot is definitely something that just cannot go unnoted. So just kind of going into game 2, I'm just wondering, is their strategies going to switch up? Are players going to try to keep things the same? I think for one game, it's a little bit too soon to start to switch things up drastically.
I wouldn't be too surprised, though, if we do start to see duos kind of approaching more of a chaotic stance on things, just because when you really experience it like super directly, this is the most direct way you're ever going to be able to experience like what a pro Fortnite player is capable of, especially coming from like the NAC region. And I do think that it really puts it into your mind like, wow, there's levels to this, and I might not realistically be able to match any of them. So where can I put my strengths? Where can I invest my stocks into instead? And I think where a lot of that comes back to kind of what you had mentioned of just like being that sort of loot llama, being that extra backpack for your duo to try and set them in the best position so that we can see instances like Kanata making it through as a solo and pulling off a third place finish. I think that anything and everything is certainly possible here, but whether or not teams start to lean more into that like chaotic nature, I do think that that's where the content side might start to take over.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like, some players might come in with the mentality of like, I'm just here for fun. I'm here for the vibes, make some content, collab with everybody in the game. But then after 6 games, you have a chance to win. That switch flips in your head like, okay, now it's time to take this serious. It was all fun and games, but now it's time to end with a bang, essentially. And that's what I kind of want to see with some of these teams. I want to see that switch be flipped, like in motion, realizing like they do kind of have what it takes to win the entire thing, and honestly kind of take over through your own abilities. We know Clix can kind of frag out with the best of them. We've seen Rapid use that in an actual strategy that won him the Reload Elite Series qualifiers, so we know what these players have in them. It's just about bringing it out of them.
Hey, Levin's ready to kind of stand by on the sidelines, though. Big Dog's going to have a great conversation here with Pete, so let's hear what they have to say.
I am here with someone who I think we're going to see a lot from today. That first game, how many limbs did you have, bro?
About 9.
About 9? Yeah, standard game for you. I mean, you had 9 limbs. What went wrong then? What was the problem?
Unfortunately, Faxity's nervous game 1, but we're going to have to give him some pep talks for sure. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like, honestly, you and him are friends, right? So, like, how are you going to motivate him and calm him down?
I don't know. I'm probably going to bring up his weight. And then on top of that, I'm probably going to tell him that he's the best content creator here. Yeah.
That's nice. You actually said something nice about it, man. That's nice. I'm curious, right? Because obviously one of the big narratives for this competition was last time we had a Pro-Am, it was different. It was the FNTS Pro-Am, and you played with Aussie, and you won. What is the biggest difference for you playing with Fax versus playing with Aussie?
I mean, I personally think Faxity is better than Aussie, so I don't think it should be a problem. But so far, Aussie's he has a better track record.
I did speak to Fax after the game, and he did say he's worried that you're going to shout at him. Do you feel like you have to sort of manage his personality a bit and maybe give him a bit of a softer touch?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I already kind of did yell at him, so it's already that.
No wonder he's nervous, man.
I mean, bro, he shouldn't be nervous playing with the best player in the game,
All right, look, we're going to let you go prepare for the next game, man. Good luck. Let's get a double digit this time. 9 is all right, but you're Peterbot, bro.
Like 12? 12?
Well, let's do 12. Let's do 12. All right, light work. I want to talk to another player who didn't quite have the best game, so good luck, Pete, in the next one. We're going to go talk to Lacey real quick because Lacey and Clix were on height, and it looked like they were going to win the game, and then things kind of went awry. Lacey, quickly, right, before you get into game, you and Clix, you were on height in that first game. And it didn't quite go your way. What went wrong on height, mate?
Listen, man, sometimes things don't go to plan. But the one thing you got to focus on is building an empire. This game is a temple, and Italy wasn't built in a day.
Right. I think people usually say Rome wasn't built in a day.
Where's Italy at?
Rome. Italy's in... Okay. All right, guys. Look, UTD, I'm sure they teach better geography at this university than what we got going on over here. So is the plan for today going to just be to play height every game like that one?
No. I don't think, no, not the plan. It just kind of happened. We were just on it. I don't like it because they could just shockwave up, pop a little fizz, and then they're on height, and before I know it, they're on my head.
So are you doubting your IGL here in Clix? So you're not agreeing with his strategy right now?
No. Whatever his strategy is, I'm doing it. Doesn't matter.
But you just said you don't want to play high.
My main goal is that Peterbot does not win. That's my goal.
Okay, and how do you intend to make sure that happens?
I mean, right now, he's honestly shit in the bed, so it doesn't even matter.
All right, yeah, you know what? It's fine, brother. We'll get there eventually. We'll try again a bit later. All right, look, game 1 is down. It was an impressive game. It was fun. I think we saw a lot from some of our best players, but we still have plenty more games to go before we see who takes this trophy. Jacob, Taco, what do you think of that one? I mean, Lacey, Clix, maybe not quite on the same page strategy-wise. I don't know, man. Things are getting crazy over here. Over to you guys.
Honestly, it just really depends on how you look at it. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a bad thing because even though he doesn't want to play high, he'd still just listen to his IGL. You tell me to jump, I'm going to jump. You tell me to run, I'm going to run. I feel like Lacey's just a part of that crew.
I don't know who was pressing him more, honestly. Clix in game or 11 on the interview. I mean, Brody is getting cooked out there. But Lacey, you have one job for the next interview. literally one, and you already know what it is. 3 strikes, and you're out of here, Bucko. We're gonna shuttle you down the stairs. Not actually, but like UTD does have a beautiful campus. Notice it on the way in here, so maybe he could go do some sightseeing, cool off.
Maybe be a student here next semester. But honestly, well-deserved for them. What did they get? Like second place in that last game. We're talking about Kanata. We talking about Muzz and Somerset. Again, I feel like I was one of the few people that actually remembered Somerset's big win in the Clicks Icon Series. Beat Clicks out in his own tournament. Beat Clicks out in Game 1. Is Somerset the kryptonite for Clicks?
I don't even know if she needs to be the kryptonite. She might just be the counter to the entire lobby. Her and Muzz just looked seamless. The moment that they got established on high ground, the moment they were able to have a successful challenge up against the likes of Clicks and Lazy and dethrone them, it just looked like everything else was a hot knife cutting through butter. They made it work every step of the way. I thought the material count, maybe it's going to be a problem, but Muzz shuts that down in a moment, just finding the better angle and just really understanding how to kind of tackle those endgame instances. I think that that's somewhere that like Muzz can definitely shine in that department because he's just not going to have that like nervous side. Muzz is great at like capitalizing those moments.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're kind of using the fact that like this is the pro-am. You got some of the biggest names in streaming, not just Fortnite itself. So it's kind of easy to get lost in like the limelights and having fun and making content. Muzz is like, all right, y'all do that. I'm just going to be over here having a calm, cool, collected game. He's not trying to get flashy in terms of eliminations. He's not trying to get flashy in terms of fight for high ground every single game. I think that was an opportunity that just came to them. So now that I'm kind of like looking at it, and you all kind of talked about them being a little bit of kind of like that dark horse team, that honorable mention. But as the game, one played out, I'm like, okay, maybe it's the ones just like this, the ones that are going under the radar, not making unnecessary risks until they absolutely have to.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely going to be a duo that we are going to continue probably having to talk about as the matches for today develop. But some teams that I definitely want to see maybe find a little bit more of that rise towards the spotlight. I know Cooper's Emmy, we saw a little bit of like flashes, but you want to see the consistency behind things. And I think that's where this kind of format can be very difficult in the reload environment, is that it is very hard to stay consistent, especially when there are so many different things that can kind of shut you down along the way, because you never know. If you find an elimination on a duo and you put them to a solo after that 7th zone, well, what if they decide to just play spoiler the rest of the tourney? I mean, we already heard Lacey in that interview, I don't care what happens as long as Peterbot doesn't win. And what's Pete saying? I'm going to win. I just need Fax to be a little bit less nervous because I'm the best player in the game right now. So like the confidence factor is 100% being exhibited right now, I think, from a good portion of our pros for sure. But I want to see that energy kind of be matched. And we know Fax, he's got more in the tank than that.
Yeah, I think especially since you kind of look at, I was talking to both creators, pro players, and people just kind of joining today to just watch the games here in person. Just looking at, Victor V. Crackley, Ritual, Nina. A lot of people had each and every one of these teams inside of their top 5, maybe even potential to win it all. But we saw in game 1, they're contesting each other. And they're not messing around. I saw multiple times Ritual go down, Nina go down, Victor V went down. Each of them took their turn getting rebooted out of the sky. So it just goes to show, like, hey, even if I go down, I'm coming back. I'm going right back up where I left off. And you're just going to have to fight me again and again and again until the zone clears us out. And that's a contested chiseled cube. The game ended there at game 1. So Victor V and Crackley probably fighting off Ritual and Nina all game long. So we kind of see how that switches up depending on where the zone goes if they continue to butt heads at that POI.
And it does make things difficult because you're already looking at a triple contested POI, and then when you see the end zone kind of just like closing in on that position, you know that there's just so many pre-existing builds that you're going to have to try and work your way through. I do think that that became a problem in those final moments for Rapid at one point, even when he was initially trying to break through to even look for that initial final challenge onto Muzz and Somerset. But again, we don't know where the zones are going to pool. That's always going to be determined by just the luck of the draw itself and some of these endgame circumstances. I do think that Queasy presented a pretty smart strategy. It's one that we're very familiar with even when it comes to the reload environment of just you drop isolated, you stay separate from your duo, you hope that they're able to gather the materials, gather the loot that you need just in case things go south. But Queasy taking a bet on himself of, hey, where can I try and cause a little bit of disruption? Where can I maybe try and find some eliminations and just really be a problem for another duo to set myself up in the best position to finish ahead.
Yeah, especially since you sometimes got to realize, like, you can't always be the hero in Reboot. You know, if Ash Alk or any of the players in the game go down, right, you're going to get rebooted right above your teammate. So that's a ton of information in its own. You know, you get a free elimination in the sky, or should, and then you know somebody is around that actual spot. The only time you don't spawn right above your teammate is if they're in the zone itself, and then you just spawn right there outside of it, kind of in that direction. So if you don't find anybody, maybe they reboot over open land, you know somebody is deep in that zone trying to stay alive, and it's only 12 seconds, which seems like a little bit of time, but probably in the moment 12 seconds seems like an eternity, especially if you're getting 2v1, players trying to push into your box. Of course, if you get a knock, if you get an elimination or an overall team wipe, it cuts that time down exponentially, but when you're in a 2v1, sometimes you don't have the luxury to do that.
It's just got to feel like a lifetime. And that kind of scenario too, I almost feel like your shining hope is just that somebody else is rebooting at the exact same time as you, right? Because maybe then it can alleviate some of the pressure. Maybe then you hope that, you know, whatever duo is aggressing you, maybe they feel like they'll fare better at like farming that freshly rebooted player that just came in right after you. But yeah, a lot of it is just making sure that you can even get that initial touchdown presence in the first place, because whether you're playing next to your duo or whether you get a little bit separated, I do think that we saw a handful of issues for some players in the end game where they weren't necessarily able to kind of match the pace of their teammate, and so that just kind of introduced a whole new slew of problems where you're trying to stay next to them. You want to go with the hit-by-hit mentality, but if you get separated, they can't exactly look back to get you.
Yeah, especially since a lot of the rotation that comes in is in the form of these Shockwave overdrive grenades. And honestly, I'm one of those players that knows shockwaving with a duo, unless you're a professional player and actually know how, it is not easy. You don't know how to control it, and then you kind of end up elsewhere. And I think we saw moments of that with Acorn and Muda getting separated. Acorn realized I cannot continue to hold his hand, especially we're in Zone 9, Zone 10, the later portions of the game where everybody's like jam-packed like a can of sardines. So I do like the heads-up play for Acorn to kind of abandon ship, but how many times do you abandon ship, get left by yourself before you got to figure out a way to kind of change things up?
And also on the other note, is you got players like Muzz who are intentionally throwing those overdrive grenades at you to try and leverage a little bit of positional advantages or separate you from your duo. We saw Typical Gamer, that was the issue that he encountered. Muzz had a great placement on that overdrive grenade when he was dropping from height. It really allowed him to find that ISO positioning up against Rapid, and well, the rest is kind of history from there. We saw who won game one.
Yeah, Muzz throwing that shockwave grenade. Essentially, you know, one of two things the player has to build to protect themselves, or they just get shockwave somewhere while trying to land a shot, and it forced and put Muzz in a good position there to end the game. You're seeing most of our players kind of loaded up, ready to go, just kind of getting that last bit of conversation in, and it almost makes me wonder, like, you know, you see two different sides right here. Peterbot, Clicks, Lacey, probably Faxity off screen, all chatting, talking to each other, and then you kind of see like the top side of the screen where like Veno is just chilling in his own corner. You got Ron talking to Jinxie, Poyo, Rapid are sitting next to each other, so you know Veno is locked in. You know, Rapid for the most part locked in, and Poyo just locked in. I think Poyo is someone I think in game number 2 is going to come out with a chip in his shoulder, especially with how early he went down.
Hey, look, Jinxie and Poyo, they technically still have the element of surprise factor going for them. We didn't really get a chance to witness a lot of what they've kind of been practicing and putting it into actual application, but that could all change at a moment's notice. It's a very good reality check, though. It's a very good awareness check, even. And I think, if anything, it makes this competition feel all that more real for somebody like Jinxie, who we know that he's been taking this competition pretty seriously. He's been trying to condition himself and put himself in the best sort of, you know, practice to actually pull it all out here today. Make sure all the, you know, stops and tricks are polished and ready to fire off. But he's competitive. At the end of the day, he's extremely competitive, and he's not going to be happy with being the first eliminated.
In terms of like a lot of our non-familiar creator Fortnite faces. I think Jinxie has been putting in the most time out of everyone. And it's not just him, playing with other pro players. I mentioned, the likes of Faxity, Peterbot, Rise. He's played with Poyo. But he also plays solos. He plays with other streamers as well. So he just makes sure to get as many reps as possible. And you're in a big streamer like Jinxie, sometimes, it's not necessarily the same game that everybody else is playing. You go through a ton more trials and tribulations than the random gamer, especially when you're having hundreds of thousands of people watching him. That kind of helps him in a way deal with the pressure. But I think playing in a tournament versus streaming is just a whole different amount of pressure.
Honestly, when you think about it, everybody in this lobby, everybody in today's competition, Peterbot included, they are so lucky that we're not on OG. Because Jinxie would be flying, okay? He would be the dominating factor. But today's competition is all about our standard reload taking place on the Elite Stronghold map here at UTD, and we're heading straight into Game 2 with Clicks immediately trying to aggress Higgs.
Yeah, you already see in the feed, Cooper down, Muzz down, winners up game 1, Hammy in the feed, early damage from Clicks, which is going to give him a bit of confidence, try to push over. He does have a decent loadout, just no actual shields. He's trying to lurk, cut the audio visuals, the sound cues to try to get the jump onto Higgs. But the longer he takes in this situation, the higher probability of Higgs not only being healed up, but having a full loadout to fight back.
And Clicks kind of recognizing that the moment of opportunity has slipped by, so now he's better off just trying to take advantage of the spot. Make sure, get a little bit of materials, open a couple of chests, try and see if he can cut off some positional paths while Lacey, on the other hand, I think that this is smart from Lacey, though, kind of scouting the perimeter, making sure that they're not going to be immediately third-partied.
Yeah, information is vital, especially in a tournament like this. It's allow him to try to reunite back with his teammate. But it's actually jumping onto Lacey. Higgs just going on the full offensive here, but Lacey catching wind of this play. Literally seconds before getting jumped on, even having an opportunity there to fire back. Good communication coming out from Clicks as well, closing the gap to make sure that if Clicks and Lacey did get in a fight, it's going to be together.
But the damage has definitely been done. Higgs has essentially kind of been pushed out of the POI. Fossil Hole, we already saw that Raiden was just a little bit further off of the distance. I think that Higgs kind of has a great understanding of the fact that it's just, the juice isn't really worth the squeeze. It is not worth overcommitting this early on. We don't want to be one of the first duos eliminated, and if I find myself in that constant rebooting cycle, then we're just not going to be able to play the end game consistently.
Yeah, and they got a good spot right now. You see Fran going down, Rapid and Reet staring at each other, one above, one below, just trying to go ahead and drop that pizza down. He does have the shield keg, getting the shield up, but Reet does get the piece, but it gets stolen back. The Sentinel pumps Taco. They do so much structure damage that when you end up in a situation like this, it is a little tricky, but Rapid going straight on the offensive, freshly rebooted out of the sky is going to be Fran. Even with Reet putting down pressure onto Rapid, he still finds a way to get that elimination, and that's where you can kind of see Reet not necessarily going aggressive. He has to wait for Fran to get back in the game before he attempts any sort of offensive moves.
It's definitely just so unfortunate right there because Reet had proper intentions. He was doing a decent job at playing a little bit of defense there, but you can only do so much when your duo is getting keyed off that fresh reboot as Acorn and Muda trying to see whether or not they can find one of their first eliminations in this game. And sadly, Wapo will no longer be able to run it through at their drop. Instead, he's going to have to hedge his bets elsewhere because Acorn and Muda holding strong.
Big elimination there, and I honestly got to give a little credit to the other side, being able to stay alive as long as he did. Just kind of keeping Acorn on the run, but Muda just feeling a little bit more confident. I want to see him kind of farm up, be the resource gatherer that they have. Right now, only 6 builds. It's not going to be a ton. It's definitely not what you want to have with you into the end game. Coop taking down Guapo. Rise just trying to stay alive. The 12-second timer has already been started. So probably just a few more seconds here. Shockwave just in case to try to not only get distance, but move on over towards that drop where a whole other player fresh off of the reboot starts to go for it. Does end up in the box. That's Rapid. Shots continue to fire. Guapo's there. This could be a big win for them because they not only get the eliminations, but they get that drop of loot.
They actually needed this desperately too, and not only that, but they're doing a great job at pushing Coop back. That is until Coop decides to flip the narrative. Wapo has been knocked, so now Rise, recognizing he is the last standing member of his duo, he's got to be a little bit cautious, doesn't want to find himself eliminated before Wapo actually has a chance to get that reboot off, but Coop definitely sending a message here. Probably a little bit unhappy that the supply drop didn't go his way, but at the same time, not losing out on too much here.
And this is a wildly different Cooper than we seen in last year's Pro-Am. Cooper and Zemi last year were playing consistent, playing placement, playing their game. This time around, you see like the evolution of Reload in general. You send one of your players looking to get elimination, and Cooper is taking that role for him and Zemi. And honestly, this could be scary because they made it deep into that last game. They got to be decently high up on the leaderboard, so now adding to that total, but Coop goes down. The run finally coming to an end as Rise cuts him short.
But 5 eliminations, and we are in Zone 3, Jacob. He is clearly trying to match the pace right now from what we were seeing out of the likes of Peterbot, for example, in Game 1. Victor V, I believe, at one point was even getting quite fraggy with it. So everyone sort of recognizing the fact that, hey, I don't want to depend exclusively on the placements. I can still, you know, pack a little bit of a difference in leaderboard standings as long as I'm able to get some solid eliminations.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody was nearby when this kind of all played out. And I think Rise realizes I can't go out and be the hero for Guapo. So in essence, the roles have essentially switched. Usually it's the content creator trying to stay alive while the pro could get as many reboots and eliminations as possible. But Rise picking up that elimination, he not only got the pile of loot, but allowed him to build him a little base. So no matter what Guapo goes through in this scenario, Rise should be relatively safe.
And Zemi, maybe flirting a little bit with disaster here, realizes that he's going to get pressed from 2 separate angles. I believe it's 2 different teams even. It's Queasy while he was trying to take some shots over at Rapid, was successful in landing that initial Mammoth. Granted, when you take that much damage yourself, you realize, I'm just going to have to fall back. I don't think that it's worth risking being eliminated currently, but Zemi, he's just got to be so wary because Queasy and Ash, they might just sneak up at a moment's notice.
Yeah, right now you can kind of see not a lot of heavy ammo. Cooper doesn't have a lot of shotgun ammo. In fact, only 1 shot left, and it almost has to be perfect here. Ending up in the same box, trying to spray through and place as much control as possible. With that 1 shot, I know it's in the back of his mind. It has to be perfect, but he doesn't even get an attempt. Rapid instantly shutting him down. You can see Typical Gamer so far off into the distance, but Rapid doing his job, picking up eliminations. And honestly, I like what I'm seeing out of Rapid. We've seen the same thing in game number 1, just not as much early game success. We saw Rapid going down, but he was able to pick himself back up. And now, with a little bit less pressure off his shoulders, he's looking to kind of just continue to farm out these players that are getting eliminated here.
He just wants to keep putting the hurt onto Cooper right now, and Cooper doing what he can to see if he could try and maybe fall back. He's got Zemi close by, so maybe that 2 versus 1 could just be the narrative shift that they need, but for right now, got to take a look over what Reed and Fran are getting up to. I know they had a very difficult time from that initial opening, but seems like they've managed to get some form of recovery going for themselves as Rapid and TG now realizing that eventually we're going to have to reunite. It's just how long is it going to take Rapid to actually make it to where Typical Gamer is at?
Yeah, how much resources do you use on your way there? But the zone is pulling towards the north. And right now, Cooper Zemi, they do have a launch pad back there, so I don't see too much reason for them to rush. You got to watch out the teams on the eastern edge, but around the map continue to get active. Victor V picks up another one onto Nina, as Booga and Yuki are looking to rotate together this time around, whether they're looking for eliminations or the launch pad. They're not necessarily looking to just kind of throw out their game right now. It is 5th zone, so there is 2 more before the reboots actually turn off, but it's around the 5th zone you tend to play a little bit more careful.
Look, the Lion is always on the prowl, okay? It's just a matter of time before they actually find their victims to go on the hunt for. But Reed, Fran, getting a little bit dicey here, but it's all about punishing Hammy, and Agers trying to see if he can prevent that from actually going down. He wants to play defensive measures for his duo, and that big Mammoth shot is really going to cut the gap here, but immediately has to fall back. Reed just continuing to bear down on Adrian's position, and now 2 versus 1. Will he be able to tango still?
Yeah, he went ahead and pulled aggressive. You poked the bear. Now that he's awake, he's looking to kind of start throwing punches right back. But Ager's using shockwaves, a lot of his builds to try to maneuver in and out, but third-party shots coming in. The annoyance from Frantic as well, trying to put down pressure. forcing him out of position. And Hammy is now down, so Agers, 12 seconds. You are on the clock, 26 HP. He's able to pop one pizza, but it doesn't give you much HP. It's all shield. He's still one shot away from going down, especially with the player knocking on that door. So let me tell you, it's not Halloween. They're not looking for candy. They're looking for the elimination onto Agers, and he did it. He survived long enough for Hammy to get back.
The movement is impeccable right now from Agers, but just long enough. It came down to the final wire, but now can Hammy do the same? Because you have to remember, he just freshly rebooted. That's a bat signal to the sky for everyone else in the vicinity, and whether or not Hammy's going to be able to follow suit, doesn't look like that seems to be the case. Believe Bugha actually did find his first prey of the lobby there, but now Lacey clicks. Rather successful in game one, but you obviously always want to take it one step further as the matches continue to develop.
Yeah, we're talking about, you know, how many games do you need, how many high-scoring games do you need to kind of take the whole tournament? You could have some hiccups. We obviously know there's going to be speed bumps in the road. So it's about how you handle it and really take control of your own destiny. Couple seconds here. The 6 zone is going to begin to close. So Taco, in about 1 minute and 5 seconds, reboots will officially turn off here in game 2.
And it's really flying right now, and I'm expecting things to only continue to get more aggressive as the matches draw on, because players are definitely going to start to recognize this is where I can make my advantageous pushes. This is where we can try and maybe fall back a little bit more so and maybe look to just play for the high ground in the later stages of the lobby. But for Primate Page, unfortunately, she is receiving the treatment currently, and it is going to be a rather difficult task to actually get 2 feet on the ground again.
Not too many worries, though. 35 seconds. Still 35 seconds. Probably got 2 reboots left in her. Obviously, the 12-second respawn delay is going to be mixed into that as well. So there is a chance we see Primate Page touch 10 toes down yet again. But that chance is definitely slim. Shots connecting, the invulnerability there, but it wears off at the last second. No chance to cut that glider short. And it does look like maybe the elimination is going to go through, but you hear the countdown, Taco. Just now, reboots are officially turning off.
It's not that. Is that we're watching Primate Page reboot back in, and the shots are just raining down from like 7 different angles, it felt like. It's just, you gotta essentially just hope and pray that everybody decides to stop looking at you when you're in that type of circumstance. But for right now, typical gamer, Rapid, second place game 1. They're looking for the victory royale, but it's going to be tough to follow up when TG loses all of his shield, nearly all of his HP. And he is fully exposed, but no one is willing to try and take a stab at it just yet. Even though he's separated from Rapid, I don't think that the other duos nearby actually recognize how far apart they were for a moment.
Yeah, and I don't think most people saw how weak he actually got on that last exchange. But Primate Page actually making it back into the game. Acorn trying to save the day here onto Muda, but the build's getting sprayed away. He's not going to be the hero that Muda needs, but at least for now, Acorn's still alive. A full Flowberry Fizz, 3 medkits, so we could see Acorn here up to a 200 effective shielded HP, but he needs to figure out a way to get the time. Some of that shield is still popping off. Spray's still coming in his direction, but they have to reload. That's the time Acorn's using to pop the medkit here.
All eyes on me in the worst way possible. Fortunately, he does get that moment of recovery, kind of slowing down time for himself, but Ashal not going to be put in that same kind of situation. He is fully eliminated. It is Queasy left to his own devices, try and figure out whether he's going to actually be able to stay charging forward, but either way, trying to take a gander towards that ultimate low ground. He knows it's going to be difficult to establish any sort of positioning here as Pete and Faxity toe the line, but they find with Raptor. It's Typical Gamer down and out for the count.
Yeah, Bolt's got the knock. Peterbot cleans it up. They're getting all of the loot for all that attempt, but Faxity kind of still in the game, kind of quiet, under the radar. You know, this might be a change-up from Peterbot, playing more at a slower pace to make sure that Faxity's able to make it in this game, and honestly, a lot of those points through consistency and placement throughout the course of the 7 games today. Plus, we talk about the top 3 prize money as Clicks Lacey. They use that launch pad. It's not as high and as far as you typically would, but they cut that glider short. They're going to be happy with positioning themselves towards the front side of the zone.
But it looks like they're not the only ones that are after it. Acorn actually applying a little bit of pressure here up against Clicks. Doesn't matter that he's a solo. He's willing to bet on himself. Bolts, though, seemingly having a little bit of an easier time kind of capitalizing on some of these solos left in the lobby, but look at Somerset and Muzz front side right away. They're immediately going to be joined by Poyo, though. So you always have to factor in who else might be following up. Higgs on the receiving end of some damage here, but doing what he can to try and stay alive just moments longer.
Yeah, he has more than enough resources here to get the HP shield up, but what he doesn't have is the actual materials. One build left. Pausing here in a moment in time, he's trying to get the HP up. Doesn't want to take one shot and eventually go down, so he's lurking, trying to figure out if there's anybody in the backside of the zone they can catch off guard. Audio visuals not necessarily there, so he's going to have to dig deep in his pockets. Maybe start his second med kit now.
Could just look to play for a little bit of placement. Ideally, probably just trying to buy himself some time so he can find a more natural shot, though. Working his way in from the total backside of zone. He's bound to run into someone, whether he wants to or not at this stage of the game. Is now frantic, solid recovery, 7 eliminations as a duo, but they're going to need more. They only have 10 builds between the two of them, and that's just not going to be enough material if you really want to try and bring Game 2 home with that victory royale. So first and foremost, got to recognize that's Faxity and Peterbot trying to take over ultimate height, and Fax has managed to build his way up. He's just fully cranking. Pete will join him whenever he gets the chance to. Right now, he's just causing so much chaos in these lower layers.
Yeah, he knows going up the side of the mountain, just trying to make it harder and harder for anybody to put one foot in front of the other. Lacey doing a good job reuniting with Click, staying off that low ground. And that low ground is like quicksand. If you continue to struggle, you just kind of sink in that moment. And for Clicks and Lacey, they're not even getting lost here. They're focused on what's in front of them. That's getting to the front side of that zone, no matter the cost. But as you look up, Acorn doesn't get a chance to contest. Poyo actually still gets the shutdown. So after going down first in game 1, Poyo is trying to have that summit run here again at the Pro-Am.
And he might just do it if the lobby's not careful, especially when you got the likes of Peterbot and Faxity from way overhead, just causing so many issues for all of these teams that are trying to see, can I tunnel through some of these mid-ground layers? But Pete, he's just having none of it. Immediately eliminates Reet, just the worst player to have to deal with on the high ground with that Mammoth pistol.
Yeah, takes out his teammate Poyo second, lands another big shot onto Veno. And this is where typically in a real game, Veno likes to try to contest the high ground, but he's being pressured not only by Peterbot and Faxy, but so many other teams as well. Another shot just trying to break through the mold. Summer sits down. Muzz is going to be left by himself, and that's one of few solos left in this game. There's going to be 3 overall. Clicks and Lacey, not one of them though.
Pete just constantly sending friendly reminders to everybody underneath, though. You better tarp off your head. You've got to keep a cone overhead or something, because the moment that you're exposed, you are immediately losing like all of your HP with it. As now Fax, Peterbot, Fax largely probably just in control of making sure to tap Fizz, making sure that if they get chopped that they won't go down for it. Clicks and Lacey on the other hand, they can't get the better end of the exchange. That's going to be Clicks eliminated. Lacey following suit, just too many players looking to cut them off.
Yeah, Ron taken down as housemate Lacey, and then Veno taking down Bolt, and now we have a 2v2. Veno and Ron versus Faxity and Peterbot. Some people have these as their top 2 in the entire tournament, but they have to figure out a way up. Ron is just sending it, but he gets tagged up by Faxity just a little bit. 38 HP, cannot fly into the zone. Veno goes up, doesn't find what he's looking for, so he has no choice but to go back down low. Looking up, misses that shot again with the Mammoth, but Peterbot is working his way on down, Taco.
Yeah, Veno's not giving up anytime soon either, because Faxity has just a sliver of HP. He's doing what he can, and Pete might just leave him as bait. He's ultimately trying to see if he can take out either Ron or Veno, but it's going to be Veno who finds some of the opening shots here. Pete is incredibly low. The Storm just ticking away, but Pete has got no HP left to work with. Ron and Veno just immediately shutting them down, despite not having that initial control of the high ground. It just didn't seem to matter. The moment that they were able to collapse on Faxity, it just kind of spelled disaster for Pete after the fact.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know, just making the right play at the right time. And he's playing with stable Ronaldo. It may have been in the Stone Ages, Taco, but he is an FNCS champion as well. You got 2 champions coming out in game 2 firing on all cylinders. Remember I said Veno, you're just talking to him before the tournament actually started. He said, I am taking this serious. I want to win. And now he just won $1,000 alone in game 2.
And Veno and Ron kind of just remembering who they are along the way in this lobby. And that is why today's competition, you can never really count anything as guaranteed.
I'm here with the winners of game 2. We got a very emotional run right now, man.
Nah, this guy's the GOAT, bro. This guy's the GOAT, bro. He's taking me back to my prime, bro. This feels like 2019. Oh, my God.
Veno, you're a bit more calm right now after that win. Maybe a bit of a nonchalant gimmick. But how you feeling after game 2?
I was a little nervous. It's a bit cold in here, so I was shaking a little bit, but he followed well.
Look, you guys are the only duo where you're both champs. You're both FNCS champs, you know? So I'm going to give you both the respect of being champs. From one champ to another, what was he able to do to make sure you guys get that win?
He actually, at the end, he got the entry. He killed the first guy.
You said it feels like 2019 again.
Yeah, bro. I mean, this just feels good, bro. I'm a champion. This guy's a champion. Like, am I the only one in here with a squad FNCS win, bro? This is great, bro. I want to keep playing.
But does it actually, like, it feels like it because you got the dub. Yeah. But, like, it's been a while since you've been competing at the highest level. Like, do you feel like you still got it?
Oh, yeah, of course I got it. I think I'm top 3 here for sure. I think it goes Vino, Peterbot, Ron, Polo, like top 5, I would say.
Is there anyone you're missing?
Anyone I'm missing? Maybe Booga? Yeah, maybe, yeah.
I don't know if you guys realize, but that final 2v2 was against Pete and Fax.
Say on God, I shit on Peterbot. Nah, that's bad.
I saw Faxy's skin tonight. That's why I started shaking a little bit.
You didn't want to lose to Fax?
I didn't want to lose to Peter.
Hey, a very, very impressive win there.
You can't feed a horse water, but you can water the horse and you can feed it. God bless.
I don't think we have to say anything more than that. I mean, that was unbelievable. Veno, get back to it, man. Another great game for you guys. Taco, Jacob, back to you. What a game 2.
Oh my God, bro. Vino, you don't...
Just had to take a moment to really just bask in what we witnessed in that interview, okay? Because first off, there's Ron and Veno, who didn't even realize that it was Peterbot. In fact, well, Veno might have, but Ron fully oblivious. And the fact that Ron could just have no idea, but just still staying so composed because of that trust that he had in Veno's leading capabilities, that was ultimately what seemed to seal the deal for them. And I think that that's the kind of mindset that Veno needs to keep running. He needs to make sure that Ron has no idea who he's playing against, because Ron said it himself. It's 2019 all over.
Yeah, honestly, that's a big thing. Honestly, I think that's like something that Peterbot has in his favor a lot of the time, especially in the open series, or not open, the open part of a lot of these tournaments, is if you know you're going against Peterbot, it's like a different nerves that goes on mentally, and sometimes people make mistakes they wouldn't normally make. And so I do like that out of Veno. Just, pretend like they're all, anonymous mode. Put them all as player 245 or whatever it is and just play the game. And I do like, you mentioned like he looked a little lost there at the end, but I think it's almost like riding a bike in a sense. You may feel a little lost, but you kind of know what to do. It all starts coming back to you, and I think Ron, we're going to see a better version as the day goes on.
He just fully trusted. I think that was the main thing that was really a shining light for him in those final endgame moments. But fortunately for us, we don't have to guess any longer. We actually get a chance to see how this leaderboard is really lining up after these initial 2 matches. And already that win, along with their eliminations that they've built up, Ron and Veno with a decent buffer zone too over 2nd and 3rd place.
I'm scared for them. I'm scared for them. And it's not even Peterbot and Faxity. They're in 3rd at 110, literally 1 point shy from Somerset and Muzz, who won game 1. But I don't see Clicks and Lacey there at all. Ron took down Lacey during that game. Maybe he was letting him know between the game. Maybe we see Lacey go after Ron in that one. But overall, man, I'm liking this leaderboard. Kanata had another game. I think he got top 5, maybe 4th in that last one as a solo again. Kanata deserves all the credit in the world today.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can get a pregame interview at some point with Arki and Kanata, because they've definitely been going through the ringer, and to still be in a top 5 position says a lot. lot towards Kanata's actual, I think, player capabilities alongside how well Arky is helping to establish and put him in that position to really close things out.
Yeah, I might say his name wrong. Forgive me, but I think Spuds is his name out there making content. He did like a full breakdown. Yeah, he did the full breakdown, and I was actually watching it, and I was using that as a way to learn some of these players. You know, he put Primate Page and Bolts in the lobby filler section, and Bolts is firing off 9th place, 63 points, 6 points shy of 8th place, 11 points shy from there. Hey, Bolts and even Primate Page, because when I thought she was going to get eliminated, she actually survived. That's more loot for Bolts in the end game.
It did seem to kind of help separate a little bit. It gave them some room to breathe when she was actually able to land and not be fully eliminated prior to the reboats shutting off. But at the end of the day, Jacob, there's still 5 more games left to go. So this leaderboard is very prone to changing. And hey, what did Queasy say at the very start of the day? I just don't want to be last. And guess what, Queasy? You are not last, my friend. Okay, that's Brayden and Higgs.
Usually we see second place contesting first. Now Queasy's just going to contest Higgs and Brayden all game long to make sure they don't get last. But hey, honestly, I still think there's a lot of time. You know, 49 points. Obviously, there's a gap between the second page and obviously top 3 on the overall leaderboard. But I've seen stranger things happen in a Fortnite tournament before. I still think it's anybody's game.
As long as Ron keeps the blinders on, that's all we really need to witness, because Ron, he knows what he's capable of. He knows what he is like done in the past, and it's not about, you know, bringing out the time machine or anything like that. Ron just has to trust his own instincts. He's still an FNCS champion in his own right. I don't care what anybody says, how far back you want to take it, Mickey this, Mickey that. Like, at the end of the day, he's a winner.
Yep, man. You know, honestly, like, I feel like it's just like riding a bike. Like, once you know Fortnite, you kind of know Fortnite. Obviously, the meta shifts quite a bit. You know, probably back when Ron played, we had the regular shockwave grenades where you bursted through the builds. Now we kind of have the other ones. It's just about kind of, like you say, just paying attention to Veno, going along with the game plan. It's just not being distracted by any of the other names in the lobby. And I want to see Muzz and Somerset, you know, winning game number 1. They fell short in that last game, but not as short as people would think. I still think they can still pop off as long as they don't get in their own heads.
It definitely hurts a little bit, though, just knowing that Ron and Veno were able to build up like a 40-point differential just because of the eliminations. We saw them with 18 in total so far between these 2 games, so that is always going to kind of help be a little bit more of a gap separator. I'm curious to see whether or not that might encourage teams like Somerset and Muzz to maybe go on a more aggressive stance, and that's where I think that second page of the leaderboard has really got to keep an open eye out, because their game plan might not even be anything that they get to decide on. They might just become victims if they're not careful, and so I'm hoping that we see a little bit of shift if that does start to take place, that they, you know, maybe contemplate, okay, maybe we just drop elsewhere, maybe we just try to play, you know, a little bit more of a hidden strategy, anything to not funnel points.
Yeah, especially at the top end of the leaderboard, you know, coming in, you know, looking at the drop map, from that drop map we saw before game 1 to playing game 1, or at least watching it out, we already had a few teams. You know, Rise and A2 Guapo said they're going Chisel Cubes. They have not landed there at all so far. In fact, a whole other team of Ritual and Nina have been landing there, triple contested. You got Rapid and Typical Gamer. You see them just kind of going on the outskirts, trying to look for eliminations here early on in this game. You got Clicks and Lacey, Higgs and Brayden, who are not afraid to kind of go active early on. We saw multiple instances where one player from each team actually did go down, and they were kind of forced to clutch up. So honestly, from the start of the game to the very end of the game, we got action all around.
Yeah, but one thing I am super curious about, though, just because of the way that second lobby ended up, for somebody like Faxity, how much do you think that's going to impact his mental, knowing that he was eliminated first in the closing moments and that it was against probably one of the last teams he would ever want to lose to in that kind of instance, right? It was Veno and Ron. Of all the teams here, that's got to be like top 2 of the ones that he doesn't want to lose to in those circumstances. So I am very interested to see how they're going to actually bounce back from that.
Yeah, let's just take this moment right now. Actually, I think Levin has a couple players on the floor. Levin, let's see what the strategy is for the next game.
I am here with Higgs and Brayden. Boys, it's not been the best start. You're currently in 20th, which is last place. What's going wrong, Higgs?
Hey, you know, you know, we aren't trying yet. You know what I'm saying? We're just saving it for the next games.
We've had an unlucky, unfortunate cause of events, you know what I'm saying? Off rip, headshot, lucky kill, you know what I'm saying? Clicks will never do that shit in a real fucking game. I mean, in a real game, my bad. In a real game, real flipping game. A lot of it's been the luck, storm, bad placement, bad loot. If we get more mats and we get real loot, we're winning this.
Dead.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so clearly you guys feel like you've been a bit unlucky here.
Oh, yeah. All in luck.
What has to go in your favor to make things work?
You know, get some good loot, get some free eliminations. No, we're just going to start keying. I'm sending him off. He's going to kill Peterbot.
Is he surprising you with his abilities on Fortnite?
Yeah, he surprised me a lot. And
good surprise?
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
Would you describe Higgs as a good leader so far after these first 2 games?
Yeah, so basically the first game, Higgs just told me, yo, just carry this, carry my loot, drop me all your mats. Basically, I was his medic for the first full 2 games. So, yeah, I think he's a really good leader, bro. He teaches me how to follow him, he puts me on a triangle and then opens it so I land on the bounce pad and jump away. So I think he's a really good leader, bro, genuinely.
Obviously, after game 2, you sit in 20th.
Yeah.
What is the goal after game 7?
First place.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. I think you're going to need it. Back to you, Jacob and Taco.
Hey, sometimes things happen, and you do get a little unlucky in Fortnite. But what did Higgs say? We need loot. We need to send him off. We need to go get eliminations. For some reason, they're going after Peter. But I think you should just work your way up, one place at a time, Higgs.
Honestly, I think they got it. All they need is, like you said, like we start with loot, maybe another gamer sleeve. You know, Higgs wasn't dually sleeved. I noticed that Brayden had both of them on, so I think he's a little bit more locked with that alone. Not only that, but you know, I think maybe Higgs put a little bit more trust, really add the element of surprise. Maybe you let Brayden make all the shot calls.
Yeah, or
nobody will ever expect
maybe
it.
Just Higgs, maybe he pretends he's a solo and just plays.
Maybe he pretends
like
that he's disconnected from the lobby. And see,
but honestly, Higgs, I think this year has had a ton of good moments. You know, we've seen the shines with clicks. Unfortunately, they didn't have the success they wanted at the Summit Land. But I think this is a moment right here for Higgs to kind of like forget about those first 2 games. You know, things happen, unlucky, whether that's true or not, might be a different story. Exactly, not trying it. Now you can kind of turn it on. And the reason why I say that is because now you get a feel of how the lobby is actually playing. You know how clicks and Lacey are playing at your actual drop spot. You know that Veno and Ron could potentially disrupt it, and then a third team does like to kind of move on over depending on where the zone goes. So now you kind of have some reps. So now there's just no excuses left for Higgs and Brayden if they don't show up here.
Yeah, I mean, third time's the charm, and not only that, but they have been very successful in their initial mission here in today's competition, right? You lull the whole lobby into a false sense of security. They think these guys are in 20th place. They've got like 6 points. They are not a threat. We don't need to worry about them. And then boom, what do you know? Higgs flying. Brayden, not a medic, actually insanely cracked at the game, just immediately dominating the lobby.
I can only imagine what they're saying across the stage, though. Even Faxity's getting involved.
You're saying good teamwork out there, guys.
Good
Everybody
teamwork.
is really good at the game.
But honestly, that was to me one of the biggest switch-ups from Game 1 to Game 2. Is in Game 1, we did see a lot of moments. Peter bought 9 eliminations. He went hunting for those eliminations, farming those players out of the sky. This time around, I feel like they took a slower approach, trying to get Faxity involved in this game. Because I think that's something that they have that some of the other teams don't necessarily have. Is a lot of familiarity, not only with each other, because, I mean, these guys are like brothers at the end of the day. They play with each other. Not very many teams can say, hey, I played 1, 2, 3, 4, countless tournaments together. So I think Peterbot, you know, just needs to continue to play at that slower pace. Don't worry about eliminations until Game 6, until Game 7, to when you absolutely need to close the gap. Because right now, it's been consistency the main difference maker with Veno and Ron.
Look, all I'm going to say is for Faxity's mental, like, bro knows he's good for at least one. Think about last year. He got a victory royale when he was playing with Reason, and that wasn't a duo that I think anybody had. Well, we know for a fact they weren't expecting them to go into that competition together. Just unfortunate, you know, last minute hop in. But for Faxity, you have to understand, like, there really is no reason to be nervous. You just gotta trust yourself as a player, what you are capable of. We've seen Fax actually move in a lobby, okay? He is not new to this. He's been here before. Quite literally, last year he was here before, and I do think that he's good for at least one throughout today's competition. I would be a bit shocked if he didn't get a Victory Royale because he's got to keep it rolling. He's got to keep that momentum from last year going.
Yeah, and honestly, they had good chances in that last one if they can keep it up. They could be them at the end of this whole thing, hosting those trophies there. We saw a typical gamer along with Rapid. And honestly, that's the interesting one because throughout the portions of these games, if you just simply just watch the elimination feed, you're like, man, Rapid's going down. What's going wrong? Typical gamers keeping him alive, keeping him in the game, and making sure that they can have that kind of reboot performance. You might have had some struggles for the first 3 zones. They picked it back up before reboots turned off, and they kind of fired off all cylinders when it actually mattered. So even though we do have Veno and Ron with about a 30-40 point or so gap over the next best team, it's about consistency at the end of the day, and we sometimes know how Reload plays out. You know, when one of your teammate goes down, they get farmed, and eventually you get found out, and that's just going to be one of the things about Veno and Ron is just minimizing the amount of early game deaths that they have.
I think that it's always easier said than done. Obviously, from our POV, we get the whole visual of like what's taking place in every single one of these matches, but I do think that a lot of our competitors here today in this environment, you know, they're starting to get a better understanding, and I think part of that might even just be making adaptations that aren't necessarily sending somebody off as a solo to go try and rack up some eliminations, but might just be playing it from the starting point with your duo side by side, because I do think that for some of these players, it's been a little bit more of a hindrance going for that solo mentality as opposed to teams that we've seen just try to rock it out together in the early game, set themselves up for a solid mid and end game, and just be able to kind of stay one step ahead of the rest of the pack, because when you're already next to each other, it's so much easier to get those fluid rotations off where you're not being punished with every single move you make.
Yeah, we've already seen instances where Clix and Lacey get an initial elimination and they kind of hunt for that player to get rebooted, and then a whole nother team comes and crashes in and finds that player that was hiding there in that moment. So there's still plenty of things that could happen. Even saw Buddha a moment ago literally standing behind Clix, Lacey, and Typical Gamer. I wonder if he's asking for like any strategies, any tips. How did you guys do this? What's the plan? So I think that's going to be a fun thing to do as well. Instead of just, you know, having to sit there, if you do get eliminated early, you can kind of get up, watch around, watch some of the other teams that are playing this game, so you can start to kind of develop strategies that you can take from other players like that.
If you want to know what Jinxie just said, he just said, we got this, he got this, I got this. Like, I believe. I mean, we saw the highlight moment come out, game 2. I'm just hoping that it doesn't wind up being a circumstance where we're either going to see them top 5 or bottom of the leaderboard between each of these lobbies, because again, it can be very difficult, I think, to just find the repetitiveness with consistency, but game 3 could be a real measuring factor here for a lot of these teams to see whether or not they've got it figured out right before the halftime break, or if they maybe need to spend a little bit more time reviewing things during that little bit of downtime.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, from what we typically see, obviously the Reload Elite Series is massively different from the actual Pro-Am, but we've seen a lot more teams kind of stay in the zone as Braden's just going for a contested drop with seemingly like on Lacey. 2 different shots coming in from both Clix and Lacey. They solidified kind of the first elimination of this game. And I'm not sure how it happened so quick, but there's already a team out of the game here.
I almost fear it might be Braden and Niggs. It's hard to say, though. It's so difficult to actually gauge because the elimination feed is lighting up. Braden, don't worry. We got your back. You had Lacey. You were going to eliminate him in seconds, but he needed all the help he could get from Clix, finding those last couple of shots here as Veno really applying a lot of pressure right now to Poyo.
Yeah, landing so close by to one another. You see, he already has 2 eliminations, so he was able to get 1 before anybody even touched down. Higgs rated actually still up. Higgs was able to actually disengage elsewhere and stay alive, but Veno, he's the one that's going on the hunt for him and Ron. a little bit too far off. You see him start to make his way on back towards Ron, but still kind of eyeing, surveying the land. Is there anything that's pushable? Is there anybody distracted? Thought about pushing on over towards Agers, but the elimination happened too quickly. It's not going to be a factor, but now we got Ritual and Poyo facing off here. This is essentially a 1v1.
Sometimes it's tempting to try in third party, but other times realize it might just work against you. As Poyo, even exchange currently with Ritual. They go shield break for shield break, so unfortunately, Poyo realizing that might have been the escape route there for Ritual, but instead he turns around. He's caught in his own trap here. Thought for a moment that Poyo was actually going to be the one going down, but instead gets the better end of the exchange, and Ritual has been knocked and eliminated.
Got to make sure Jinxie doesn't get found out. While Poyo is going on the hunt, you see that they're in zone and that Jinxie has no white heals in his inventory, no med kits, no bandages, nothing of the sort. So Poyo needs to figure out, one, to either get Jinxie healed so he can stay alive, or figure out a way to get Jinxie out into the zone for safe. But Bugha ends up in a fight against Clix. Former teammates from eons ago, and now Bugha is back. Not only qualified for EWC, but taking down Clix here in Game 3.
Bugha definitely feeling pretty good about some of these opening eliminations because sadly, Yugi has been taken out of the competition. He will be sent into the reboot cycle, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not he's actually able to escape it. There might have been just enough distance created there from Bugha that his teammate is able to safely touch back down, but not bad. Ritual, well, at least get a little bit of revenge here on the lobby, finds an elimination, and that is going to help him just a little bit more so with his loadout.
Yeah, that's a big loadout right there. You really want that Sentinel pump here in this game, or at the bare minimum, the Gatekeeper, depending on what your playstyle is right now. Bugha with the gold Gatekeeper. His teammate is down. Bugha has to stay alive for at least 12 seconds while Yugi is on that reboot, but Victor V is there, and Bugha down to just one build left. Clock is running down. Victor V tries to grab the other side. No way to protect himself as Bugha and Yugi get sent back to the lobby.
And this all goes right back to our initial hunches of who's going to start stepping it up, starting to get a little bit more aggressive early on. Victor V and Crackley already made it known just based off of Game 1 that they were willing to key, they were willing to get a little bit more fraggy with it, but now they're working against the clock. They saw the point differential between themselves and current first place of Ron and Veno, so they've got to just keep it pushing. And for Ritual and Nina, 3 eliminations is a great recovery factor. Unfortunately, it is coming at Hammy's expense.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough too because they're close to the zone. Hammy's just going to keep rebooting in that same spot over and over and over unless his teammate figures out another place to hide. Even seeing, I believe, Rapid going down to Agers yet again. Typical gamer, kind of leading the charge in terms of survivability for them, keeping them in the game. This is exactly what I'm talking about. In moments, you see Rapid being put in the blender, but they're having such great success when it comes to actual placement in these games.
Yeah, but then we're looking at a team like Curve and Yusuf, and we've seen instances where Curve, when he's able to just let it rip, he is absolutely cracked as a fragger. Unfortunately, I think that he's factoring in a little bit too much of, I need to make sure that I'm able to protect Yusuf along the way, and that does seem to be like it's causing him a little bit of a slowdown towards that more aggressive kind of playstyle that we have seen him sort of start to develop over this past chapter, but you never know. He might decide to shake things up. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think a lot of the game right now is kind of piecing it together, seeing how things go. We saw some early success with a game win from Muzz and Somerset, and they kind of fall a little bit short in that last one. So they're just kind of biding their time. They're just not ready to switch up the game plan just yet. One game not going your way is no reason to panic just yet, as Sphinx, Raw Dog Moon seeming like they're lurking. Acorn and Muda do land over here. They do know both teams can test each other at the Elite Armory, but for the first 2 games, they went their separate ways. They weren't necessarily contesting each other, and now Sphinx seems like he has different things in mind this time around.
Sphinx also lurking with an exotic shoddy is a scary sight because Acorn and Muda, it's going to be tough to get some kind of recovery factor if they are the ones that find themselves on the receiving end. The Sphinx's aggression is now frantic. Very similar methods here. Just trying to see if they can really rack up some elimination counts now. they are working against that leaderboard stance, and they've got a ways to climb.
Yeah, and you mentioned the exotic Yoink shotgun and the other inventory. Now Reet has the exotic heavy, and this one essentially one-shots build, so you don't want that in Reet's hands in the end game, kind of dominating through as Curve tries to make the jump. Distraction coming down from Yusuf. I feel bad for Guapo. He was looking one way, and they Curve crashed the party from a whole other direction. And you can kind of see the slow pace. Instead of Curve going out for eliminations, hunting far away, he's staying relatively close to Yusuf. Realize gets 4th zone. We're going to be moving into 5th. Yes, you can go down. We'll get rebooted, but what does the position look like if that happens?
Wapo definitely having some fun, though, with some of the outfit choice selections. I don't think he's trying to stay very incognito from the rest of the lobby, but Acorn and Muda scouting from overhead. Wapo, it's nice knowing you. Well, we'll see if the next reboot is going to bode a little bit better, but the way that Rise is currently positioned, his best hope right now is that Reet and Frantic sort of disrupt everything that Curve and Yusuf are going on right now.
I just want to see like a tweet or something from Ollie, just like kind of having fun watching this. Finally, somebody else is going through what I went through last year. But Veno's looking to get aggressive. He stayed at this top part of the map throughout the majority of this game so far, hunting eliminations that are close. Now others are starting to enter into the territory. That's Acorn. I want to say maybe Muda as well, but I don't see him anywhere in sight. So that's a lot of pressure right here on the Acorn to try and stay alive. Finally in the minimap, it does look like Muda back in the game, but only for so long. He tries to get back his loot, but he gets taken down by Veno again.
It's just the way that Veno immediately shifted. He knew that he had Acorn right in front of him. He knew that Acorn was down to his white HP, but he just didn't care. He saw the video or the visual audio footsteps and just immediately shuts down Muda's attempts to try and pick up any sort of good loot. And it also just puts Acorn in yet another pickle because now he's stuck trying to decide, do I escape or do I just let my duo completely get rocked out of the sky every single time he attempts to reboot?
Kind of like two different approaches so far though. Teams fighting literally just west of that actual position, and then Reet and Frantic just like, hey, we're boxing up. They have to come to us eventually anyway, especially since we're close to reboot shutting off. You don't want to continue to take the risk. His Curve takes down Guapo again. Still, the struggles continue. Another exotic heavy in the hands of Swing. We got at least 3 exotic weapons in play in this game.
Well, he was the original one. He was the spawning point, at least from what we saw initially. But it is interesting still that we have a couple of them floating about, because it also makes me wonder who else might potentially have their hands on some form of an exotic or mythic. Even Veno running it back towards when he had that mythic drum gun. We saw just how disruptive some of these weapons can actually be, especially towards some of our creators that might not be as savvy to what some of the items actually do.
You know what I want to see? And no one in the world is going to agree with me. Where's the stink rifle? Let me get that exotic stink rifle out and start stinking up the place. But Acorn right now catches out Paige, is trying to rotate the zone. And this is kind of like one of the worries I was talking about with a player like Bolts who moves so quickly, and then a creator like Paige who doesn't have, the knowledge to move as fast as him. You see him already in zone, safe as can be. He had to go ahead and leave, but Muda gets caught out next. Reet trying to use that exotic heavy to break through the build, but Acorn's able to swiftly move on out and reposition himself. Now he has to think about, do I wait here? Do I try to rotate in? Muda has one chance to get back in the game, but that chance could go right away quickly.
I mean, the main thing that you always have to think about too, if you are a player like Bolts, it's just the movement is so natural to you, you don't even think twice about it. You don't even realize just how rapidly you are actually building a gap. But also, I think it's important to kind of note the fact that for players like Muda and Primate Page, when you've already been eliminated once, when you continue to get eliminated and sent into that reboot cycle as Curve, Yusuf just continue to try and build it up. And we were asking for Curve to kind of address more of that aggressive fraggy nature. It seems like he's found it, at least for a few moments here in game number 3, because 7 eliminations is nothing to scoff at, and he looks like he is intent on making that just momentum build in his favor. But again, just drawing back to the whole Prime Page Muda thing, you just gotta let your duos do their thing. Acorn, Bolts kind of just recognizing, I've just got a position for myself now.
Yeah, especially since, you know, you do have that small chance. It's only going to last 7 more seconds. So if you're down, got to immediately hit that respawn button. He does it just in time, almost 3 seconds short. Hammy's down, Muda's down. Hopefully they're able to get that reboot off in time to give themselves a chance back in the game. Just like Higgs here, he's taking huge chunks of damage, but he's camping by one of those mending machines where he can purchase up the patch up and try to stay as healthy as possible.
But it's really going to be a tough task right now for Angers, for Higgs. They are solos in a sea of duos. There's only a couple of teams that have been fully eliminated in this match so far. And Muda trying to not leave Acorn in a solo position, but he won't really have much of a choice. That is just the perfect cliff face to camp out. Ritual and Nina just have an absolute elimination trap set up there. There is nowhere for anybody to kind of cross through their turf without having to deal with those two.
Yeah, and it looks like Acorn and Muda officially out of the game completely. Unfortunate things there with a team that honestly was looking so good. Probably rotating a little bit too early in this game here. Struggles to make it up the side of the mountain. Clix and Lacey using their launch pad. And that was something we saw Clix kind of juggle with him. He wanted to keep the 6 crash pads. He knew there was a launch pad there. They could get a lot out of it. And he made sure to just juggle it on his way over. And you're seeing the success of the outside of the box thinking coming out of these two.
And hey, I know Levin was having his fun in that interview with Lacey, but Lacey did make a special note of the fact that he is not a fan of just how quickly somebody could just crash out on your noggin. You can't really have a chance to anticipate it. You've just got to be super aware and like head on a swivel type of environment, because the moment that you stop looking up, that's going to be the instance where somebody fizz crash pads or overdrive grenades into the launch pad. Like, there's just multiple ways for a team to ascend towards that ultimate high ground position, and it's just going to make things very difficult for the team that's actually looking to play high. And it seems like I might be reading Fran for this one.
Yeah, this is honestly somebody you really don't want to see on height, because we talk about pressure and, you know, spraying builds. He has 3 rockets. I don't think there's much left in Fran. They're very, very hard to find. He has the exotic heavy, which breaks through these builds, and then he has the spray weapon. There's a lot of pressure coming out, and Somerset and Muzz try to get to the front side of zone, hoping and praying it opens up in time, but it does not. They get sent back to the lobby, and this is where Reet and Fran, I don't know the chances of teams being able to look up and contest them, especially since even if you launch pad and Shockwave, that heavy has distance on it and it can pack a punch.
But also with Muzz and Somerset being eliminated so early on, that is a prime opportunity for some of these other teams on the leaderboard to try and play leapfrog with their positions. Poyo, as a solo, trying to see if he can replicate some of that Poyo magic that we've seen in the past. It's not going to be easy. He's already having an opportunity to kind of survey the area. He knows that there's other duos in the air with them, but for Clix, Lacey, not yet having their chance to try and go for height, but it could also be a change in strategy. The way that Clix is looking up, though, I have a feeling he wants to try and take it over.
Yeah, it really all depends. I see crash pads in the inventory. You can't really use crash pads to take height, or at least not safely. You can't always control the bounce, especially when high ground continues to look down on you, not letting you feel any bit of comfortability. Now the eyes are set onto Poyo. This is where it gets tough. He's a solo. There's only so much you can do and hold on as a solo, as Reet continues to go to work. Now it's the rocket. He knows somebody's down there. Doesn't want to let them survive for free, but then he gets distracted. Zemi, Cooper, they use launch pads to try to take flight.
And unfortunately for Reet and Frantic, the one kind of thorn in their side throughout this match has just been their material count. They're going to have to drop eventually, or they're going to have to, they can get eliminations onto Zemi and Coop and take their material count from them, because as it currently stands, holding the high ground with that little bit of builds, it's just not going to be enough. Someone is going to be able to overtake, especially when they see these what builds. With the pullback on the zone, maybe just buying them a little bit more time.
Yeah, oh my. They just immediately both look up. Damage on the Cooper. Finishes off with a distance on that exotic heavy. That's exactly what I was saying to watch out for. As Ritual and Nina, they start to climb up the side of the mountain. They're met with Curve and Yusuf on the other side. As Angers takes down Typical Gamer. As Nina and Ritual using their quick movement, their ability to get up first to try to look down and fire off on any team, but they're just too quick to pass on by. All those opportunities go right out the window.
They're able to pepper some damage in, but they just didn't get the closing shots for the full nuts, for the full eliminations. Right mentality, though, just trying to take advantage of teams playing from that ultimate backside of zone. Is now Clix, Lacey, their front side low, but they're looking to try and work their way upwards, and check it out, Veno and Ron. They fully understand. Reed's had enough fun. It is time for a new terror on height to take place here. And Veno Gonna utilize, recycle the launch pad alongside Ron, and they'll just avoid all of the chaos unfolding in the lobby right now.
Yeah, that's going to allow them to save a ton of materials on top of that. But Rise gets a crucial elimination. Siphon barely keeping him alive. Luckily, he's a few inches away from the zone itself. 5 eliminations for him is huge, but being a solo, that's when things look tough. Kanata, another game alive inside of the top 6 as a solo. Probably one of the more consistent players, but and then Venno drops down, getting the elimination on the Rise, bringing us into our final 4 teams.
Venno got so many mats off of that too, especially when you're looking at this kind of endgame circumstance where it's crucial because so many teams have had to burn through a ton of material just working their way up and back down that mountain face. But now Clix, Lacey, immediately ultimate low front side of zone. They're going to have to deal with Sphinx eventually, but first and foremost, it's Kanata challenging from the backside, and unfortunately, he is not going to be able to stand tall in this one, but Lacey and Clix, they still might be able to shake things up.
Yeah, they're dropping the shockwaves. They're splitting. It almost looks like they were going to try to go up, but Sphinx down below, cause a distraction, gets the down onto Clix. Now they have their eyes set on the Lacey. Doesn't even get into the top 2 as Venno and Ron drop down, crash the party. 9 eliminations and another victory royale.
Look, Venno said he's going to win today, and initially it might have just seemed like he was being overconfident. Maybe people were anticipating, you know, you guys might, we can give you a top 5, sure, but the win, that's obviously not destined for you, and they are just completely in control. I know that it's going to be a little bit before we get to see that overall leaderboard lineup, but they were already like 40-something points ahead. They were 154 entering into that lobby. You add another victory royale on top of 9 eliminations to boot. They are feeling good right now. Ron's feeling fantastic, and I think this is where they start to become very scary because Ron's just got so much confidence. We can see it being emitted from every step of the way. So, Levin, I need to know what these guys are saying.
Oh my goodness. Once again, the back-to-back. Venno, are we going to see a little bit of a celebration at least or something, man? Back-to-back wins, come on, you're doing good.
I've been in this position too many times. Wait till the tournament's done.
All right, he's saving his excitement. I need some energy from you, brother. I need some excitement from you.
Yo, listen, man. Hey, everybody's waiting for the stable Ronaldo icon skin, man. Let's make it happen, bro. Come on, please.
I mean, at this rate, man, they might just have to give it to you because you guys are going crazy. Talk me through that win. What was going through your mind when you're on height in that endgame there?
A lot of just listening, a lot of just being on him, maintaining my mentality, being calm, cool, I'm collective. You know what I'm saying? This guy's goated, man. This guy's goated.
When you guys were paired together, there was question marks about the chemistry. You know, there was question marks about whether or not...
Boo you! Who's booing?
I don't think they're booing you, or hopefully not. Well, they shouldn't be, because you guys are playing so good. There was question marks about your chemistry. You know, you guys couldn't quite even communicate with each other. It felt like it's safe to say things have been repaired, they've been mended.
Yeah, I thought the whole time he was just gonna make fun of me, just, you know, yeah, just make fun of me the whole time, but it's been going good, bro. It's been going great so far, so yeah.
There's a bond growing here. As far as, you know, your teammates go, you've played with a lot of great players. You've played with champions. You're playing with a champion right now. Where does Ron rank amongst some of your best teammates all time? Because he's clearly rising up the rankings.
4 years, I just realized.
Don't speak too soon, yeah. You can fumble it still, don't worry. Okay, but still, you know, how good is he?
You just want to say, like, where's Frankie? Because we look like hobbits next year.
Okay. That was not the answer to my question. So I need an answer to my question.
Just slightly above Clicks, as long as we win.
Slightly above Clicks. All right, then. What do you make of that?
Hey, listen, man, job's not finished. Probably going to get landed on by Peterbot, probably Clicks. Clicks is free low. Peterbot, I'm worried about. But, yeah, let's give Stable Ronaldo icon skin.
All right. Enough said. Enough said. The back-to-back win for the boys. Jacob, Taco, what are we saying now?
Hey, vibes have to be at an all-time high right now. Hey, I was watching Faction stream when they revealed these duos, and Ron was in that call screaming, no! Anybody but Venno. What are you thinking now, man?
He was devastated, and that's why it is even more funny to see that kind of like flip, because I think he's realizing Venno dealing with, you know, some kind of third division. Like, he doesn't want to deal with that. I'm sorry, Ron. You're going to have to get out the mud yourself. But when it comes to a stakes money line that could be achieved here, well, Ron Well, that's technically right. The back-to-back victory royales, that's already 2K in the bank off of today's competition. And as long as they continue sailing in this direction, I think it's going to be very difficult for anyone to catch up.
Yeah, you just made that pop in my head. A duo that couldn't even get out of Division 3 on NA West in first place at the FNCS Pro. And my, has time come a long way already. But hey, you know, Rise picking up some big game eliminations. I think Rise at A2 Guapo, you know, we were talking with Higgs, or 11 was talking about the lack of luck and how unlucky they were. A2 Guapo, man, I feel bad. He is just being put in the blender. And there's really not much you could do in a game mode like Reload, especially if you go down to the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th zone where everybody's in close proximity to one another. You have two choices. Hope and pray you land 10 feet down onto the ground, or you have to just make it and beeline it into zone and sacrifice that HP.
Unfortunately, I do think that we are starting to see a lot of the repetitiveness that's coming into the mix with some of the content creators that aren't being as lucky with the off-spawn situations. I think a great way to help them maybe potentially pivot from that is if they are led to a more isolated part of the map. You're going to have a little bit more sticks and stones loot, but if you're constantly being forced into a reboot cycle, you're already playing with sticks and stones loot. You might as well just head super fringe, outskirts, and just try to work your way in. Maybe, you know, out of sight, out of mind could be the winning method for just climbing a little bit higher up on that leaderboard. But I think ultimately, Venno and Ron have got to be feeling fantastic right now.
Yeah, and I think Venno is just feeling more and more comfortable playing with Ron, and vice versa, of course. But you're seeing him drop down, get these eliminations, and feel fully confident that Ron is going to be able to hold his position. But oh my gosh, 238 points, a massive lead over second place.
Nah, but Arky and Kanata in third? From everything that we've seen taking place so far today, I think Kanata has been top 5 every single endgame so far here today. Whether or not that's going to, you know, stay the same is irrelevant. The fact that he's even in this current position, impressive stuff. I think that team chemistry is certainly locked in, and it's crazy to think about too, because kind of similar to how it started with like Ron in like the prelude to this tournament, where he's like, no, anybody but them, I'm out of here, like I'm not participating. Kanata, I don't think necessarily had all the confidence in the world in his duo, but I think that obviously Arc has figured something out to help get them that extra mile that they needed, because Kanata, we know you are a fierce competitor. You're going to be able to clutch, but you've got to have your duo through some parts of it.
Yeah, he's only what, 7 points away from second place. But you had what is it, Crackley and Victor V also with 26 eliminations, matching the pressure of Venno and Ron. It's just the placement, the lack of consistency. As we look on over to page 2, though. Look at that at the bottom. Queasy had 1 goal, and you were 3 points away, buddy. Just not get last, but Higgs and Braden kind of pop it off. And that was the thing, too. Even though Higgs and Braden, like throughout the course of that last game, we saw the struggles that we're getting through, but there was a point in time, like Braden was getting put into the blender for so long, he actually ended up being able to finally touch ground with Higgs, and his loadout was much better than when he started, because he was able to spawn with that assault rifle, the attack shotgun, the minis, and the chug jugs.
I just feel like we're witnessing neck-and-neck competitions in different departments, sadly. But, hey, you never know. That halftime break, this little bit of downtime for the players could be, I think, the best kind of mental reset. And especially when you've got seasoned competitors like Queasy to kind of help lead through that department, I think we could maybe see the resurgence, a new, spawning of life out of both Ashok and Braden, and really just see them start to challenge things and, break the mold of being in that 19th to 20th place position. I mean, Booga holding it down just one step above them, but maybe it's time that they bring him down to their level. You never know what can happen after this break.
Yeah, and it's kind of like have me questioning right now, Venno and Ron, with how well they're playing. You almost need to contest them in order to slow them down, because you can't expect these guys to make any mistakes with the way they are playing. But we have 3 games already done from the FNCS Prime. We have 4 more to go, but we're going to take a quick break to make sure the action is ready to go.
Halfway through the competition here at the very first Fortnite Pro-Am Creator Series. And we have seen 3 exhilarating games. Some surprises, some not so surprises, but so far in the day, it has been Venno and Stable Ronaldo, 2 champs playing together, 2 FNCS champs playing together, and so far leading the way. I'm looking forward to the next 4 games because we have 4 more to go until we can crown our first victor here. And it's going to be a fun one, of course. Big shout out to Dig for hosting and putting this event on. And a big thanks to all the creators and everybody who's been showing up and getting involved. I think before we get back into the competition, of course, people are getting a chance to have a break, you know, get some food, use the bathroom, roam around, do the whole IRL streaming thing. And so, you know what? Why don't we do a bit of IRL streaming ourselves, right? I want to look for some people, find some people to chat to. Who do we have in the building right now? I mean, let's go talk to TG. Why not? Let's go chat to the man himself. Yo, TG, my brother. I'm doing good. How are you doing, TG?
Great, I'm doing great. We start off hot, got a second place, and then we got focused second game, a little bit rough, but we got a new plan. We're locking it in. I think we're one of the best teams here for sure, and we're going to show the world.
Can you give us maybe some hints, like a tease of what the change in strategy is?
No.
Okay. You know what? No, that's fine. That's fine. You know what? I'm cool with that. Good luck, brother. Good luck. I think the players just got a warning here. I think the players just got a warning about, not a warning, but just to let them know we're getting started very soon. Okay, we got our first place player right here. I want to talk to Jinxie. Yo, Jinxie. Oh, okay. We're in the middle of a TikTok right now. Okay. Amazing. Jinxie, man, I really wanted to chat to you because you are now 3 games into your first Fortnite competitive LAN.
And last. Look, man, I can't compete. There's kids in here that are doing 7 edits in a second. I can't even rotate, man. I've gotten shot out of the sky 3 times. I can't compete, man. This game's too hard.
Bro, there's 4 games left, bro. Like, it's not over.
I know, I can't even get a kill, let alone winning. That ship sailed an hour ago. I just want to get an elimination.
You still haven't gone yet? We set the goal for like at least one thing.
I've done 84 damage, sir. That's all I've done.
Yes,
Not again, bro.
It's just not looking good, brother. I mean, you know what, man? Good luck, man. Good luck with the rest of the day. Good luck. Good. Yeah, not looking good. Let's go chat to some more people, though, man. We still got more people here. Some people who are doing maybe a little bit better than Jinxie. I'm feeling for Jinxie right now, man. I'm feeling for him because he wants to do good. He's a competitor at heart, but you know, this competing thing ain't for everybody, I guess. You know. Let's go find. Let's go. Oh, I found someone I actually really want to chat to here. We got Bolts over here, right? Bolts, my dog. Let's talk, brother. Let's talk because I saw some people were doing like rankings of how they thought, you know, duos were gonna do before the competition, and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people had you quite low down. You know, they weren't believing in you and Paige. How have things been going? I feel like you guys have surprised people a bit in some of these games.
Yeah, the games are going good. I'm keying early and then playing endgame. I'm sorry to Primate Paige because I'm kind of getting her killed, or eliminated. That's because I'm just trying to solo clutch and make it a little bit easier for us. Yeah.
I mean, next 4 games, you think you're gonna rock with the same strategy then?
Yeah, I think I will because I think if anyone even wants to key me as a duo, I'll just 1v2 them, so it won't really matter.
Is there anybody so far you've been given the Bolts treatment to anyone that you've been dominating so far today?
So far, I'd say it's been Muzz. He's been doing good, so I feel a little bit bad, but no friends in the industry, you know?
No friends. I like that. I like Bolts always has the right, you know, finger on the pulse. Good luck for the rest of the day and give Paige my best as well. Okay, let's see. How are people feeling? I did say that there were some people who I wasn't sure whether their lack of Fortnite experience was going to be a problem. So maybe we should get an update on some of these people. Who we got in here? Okay, let's go. Yeah. How you feeling though? How you feeling? You feeling? You know, it's 3 games. There's 4 more.
Yeah. Wait, 4 more games?
It's 4 more games.
4 more games. I'm not gonna lie. We're playing better and better each game. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be the ones to come first and take it from Stable Ronaldo. Clicks and Lacey, they're already scared of us. They already ran from us. This is gonna be a free win, I believe.
What makes you so confident that the next 4 games are gonna go your way?
It's just like me and my teammate, like we have that synergy. It's like we're interlocked. You know what I mean? Like we're interlinked, like brain-wise. Like boom, he does this, I'm already there. Like he wants this, I'm with them. Like it's easy for us.
I like the confidence. Queasy, man, get in there, man. Get in there. Champions first. You know, we gotta let the champs go first. All right, let's check out this room. See how it's going over here. Richie, I wanna chat to you real quick. I wanna chat to you real quick, Richie. Okay, we're good. Camera's right here, Richie. Camera's right here. Give us the status update. How's it going? Obviously, you know, you and Nina, surprise sort of entry into the competition. Not much time to prepare. But what's it looking like in game?
It's going really good. The only bad thing is I died to him one game.
Wait, can we get a camera? Can we get a camera on him right here?
Yeah, I died to him, so that's the only bad thing so far. That's the only bad thing.
Well, outside of that, it's looking good.
Yeah, we're playing really good. I think we can maybe win.
Okay, all right. Well, good luck. I want to chat to Yusuf over here in the back. Yusuf, this is the time. You got the call. The call. You got the call. You got the call up. Talk to us. How's the competition going for you so far? Your first Fortnite LAN. How's it going?
So I think a lot of the people in this tournament, they're letting the competitive nature get to them. And they're starting to freeze up and choke, and they're not anticipating the anticipation that's coming.
Right. And would you put yourself in that category of people?
No, I'm warming up. I'm going up in a slope like this. A lot of people are going in a slope down like this.
Right.
So as the games build up and as the games go on, I'm going to improve while they deprove.
Okay, I ain't heard that one before. I like that. I'm gonna use that now. Your opponents are deproving. Talk to me about your teammate Curve. He's obviously a young, Fortnite star, young talent, rising talent. What's it been like playing with him so far?
It's like playing with LeBron James if we're in the NBA. He's amazing, telling me what to do, and I'm listening.
If he's LeBron, what does that make you?
Probably Bronny.
That's a nice comp. I like that comp. I like it.
Hell yeah. We're going to win. We're going to make the biggest comeback of all time. Just like LeBron, 3-1, Cavs versus Golden State, we're going to win. Let's do it.
All right. I want to see. Hey, I have a new favorite duo now, I think, man. I believe in the boys. I believe. Let's see how it goes. Okay, let's get out of this show. It's a bit packed in here, guys. So I think we're going to make our way out here. Okay, before we go, Sphinx clearly has something he wants to get off of his chest. So go on.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna take this disrespect anymore. Ritual's out here talking smack on my duo. Moon, get in here. Who did you kill last game? Speak up, kid.
I killed Ritual.
So, Ritual, don't talk smack about my duo again.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Or we're gonna full box you 180 full pump.
You might be sweet as cupcakes, but I'm tough as nails, kid.
You guys are great. Good luck. Good. I believe in you, man. Wow, amazing. That was amazing. No, that was great. That was live television, like broadcast to the thousands and thousands of people watching. I'm so glad we did not leave the room without speaking to those guys. They are great. Let's head into this room. Everyone, if we look from the outside, everyone's a bit more locked in this room. So we have to interrupt that, and we have to go chat to people and annoy them. Okay, let's do it. Of course, let's make sure we're in here. Who are we going to chat to in here? As soon as I come in, everyone puts their head down. Nobody wants to talk. We got to talk to ZPV, man. Vic, how's it going so far today, man? How's it going? You and Crackley, a lot of expectations. I've been seeing you guys high up in the leaderboards. We're yet to see a dub, though. Is it coming in these next 4 games?
Bro, it's coming. We're just going to send height. I got the best content creator on my team. Obviously, just going to can 1v2 Vino up there, or Clicks, or anyone up there, bro. We're just not doing good enough.
I want to speak to Crackley, though, because, it's in the name. This brother, he's got some moves, This brother's got some moves. We want to see more from you, though. Do you feel like you have an extra gear to get into?
100%. We got a new thing we're going to try this game.
Anything you can share?
No.
Nobody ever wants to share. Nobody ever wants to share anything with me. All right, well, good luck. What did you say?
He's the IGL. Ask him.
Do you have anything to share with us?
Sending height. That's all you need to know.
Sending height. All right, that's the strategy right there. Look, hey, he already knows what I'm about to say, man. I've been seeing you in some fights. It's not been going well. Just shortly, like, what's going to have to change it?
I'm just going to have to start fighting everyone and winning the fights, I guess.
All right, we want to see big things from the Ages, man. We don't want to see Ages, down in the stands. We want to see him high up there. Look, let's get into these games. We're going to send it back to Taco Jacob to get us started.
These games, Taco, these games have definitely not disappointed. Honestly, a lot of that content down in the field, Levin must be having the time of his life with them.
I just still am trying to fully grasp everything that was said. I think my favorite part, though, is knowing that at the very ending, it was like watching a room where, like, Levin's the teacher and like nobody wants to be called on. It's like all of a sudden everyone is like the busiest they've ever been in their entire lives, and yet they can't tell us what they're plotting. Victory, we're not gonna let you get away with it. Send height, obviously. We know that you're gonna want to try and play it off of high ground, but there's a lot more to the recipe than that.
Yeah, and I do want to see them find that success, because when we did look at the leaderboard for that moment, 26 eliminations throughout the course of this tournament so far. They have been matching elimination pace of our first place team, Braun and Veno. It's just the consistency. Obviously, they are triple contested for the most part at Chisel Cube, so it's not easy to stay alive, get those eliminations, and then play the rest of the game, but they're at least staying within a stone's reach of that top 3.
But maybe they need to start taking a page out of Kanata's book, because if there's one thing that Kanata has been accomplishing all day long today, it's ensuring that he is in a top 5 placement position. And when you look at the duality of 3rd and 4th, Only 3 points separate them, but 8 eliminations versus 26. You would think that Victor V and Crackley, they would be on par with, again, challenging Ron and Veno at top of the leaderboard, but they're going to have to start mustering up what it takes to find those consistency and the victory royales. Earlier on the day, I've mentioned I would be kind of skeptical to see one duo take it past 3 victory royales out of all 7 games that we have leading up here today. But with the way that Ron and Venom are starting to tee things up, I'm starting to think they might actually have more than 3 in them.
Yeah, honestly, it is definitely looking that way, unless Taco, one thing happens. It was on page 1, but Peterbot and Faxity, they didn't have like the most aggressive first start to the tournament. First 3 games so far, you saw they had 11 eliminations, 9 of those coming in one singular game. So honestly, if Peterbot, Faxity, they want to win this tournament, I feel like you got to unleash the beast. You got to take Peterbot off that leash and just kind of let him loose.
The problem is Ron and Veno are expecting Pete and Fax to start hunting them, but then you have to remember Clicks and Lacey's sole purpose in today's competition is to make sure that Pete can't win. So it's like, who's really chasing who? It feels like a Looney Tunes scene right now.
Yeah, it's definitely just one of those scenarios where, like, we've all seen, you know, the song and dance before, but is it going to play out any differently this time? Because I honestly I feel like we're in agreement here that Veno and Ron are just looking completely unstoppable so far in this tournament. If you just leave them to play and hope they have mistakes, I don't think that's going to happen. But we're here, game 4, it starts now. Let's see if anybody can overthrow the Giants.
No real surprises to start things off with Victor V and Crackley, but I am having to do a drawback. We do have to remember there is a duo that's ready to step up to the task in front of them of overthrowing first place. LeCurve and LeYusuf might be the real key component here from second page of the leaderboard to first, and then first place overall. That's what it's really all about. But Brayden, utilizing a strategy of just holding the glider overhead, trying to stay alive, trying to make sure that him and Higgs aren't eliminated super early.
From one scuffle to the next, typical gamer. Get a little bit too close to comfort on the Rise. He's going for the chase. Misses that first mammoth shot. That would have made the difference. Rise able to hit him with the 180 as he's bouncing around. Take down typical gamer. And again, I feel like you heard Agers call it out, and I think a lot of people are feeling that same pressure. If I have any chance of coming back in this tournament, I have to start to get aggressive and close the gap with elimination. And Rapid just catching Guapo out. Man, it's just unfortunate circumstances. Even when he's trying to play safe and farm up, they still found him out.
Yeah, welcome to Fortnite, Wapo. That's all that's really left to be said, and this is a whole different type of beast to try and tackle. But Ritual, Nina, solid start. 1 elimination already onto Higgs. We could see in the elimination feed, Clicks was another player that had been eliminated at 1 point, but Queasy now dealing with the tall task here of trying to make sure that he doesn't get eliminated by Jinxie. Jinxie's cranking up. Jinxie trying to build it. Queasy's down.
He did it! He got his elimination! Jinxie on top, and what an elimination it was! On to Queasy, a global champion. Jinxie just completed probably a bucket list thing off of that one. Cross it off, get that elimination. Could this be a new Jinxie in the second half of the tournament? We have to wait and see, but honestly, Queasy going down earlier on. Sometimes you just drop thinking you're going to get sneak up on somebody, get a free elimination, but Jinxie definitely turned the tables there and has to be feeling confident.
The way that we saw Jinxie tarp upwards, though, cinema. And now Poyo just trying to keep the pain brewing right now. That's kind of salt in the wounds, I think, for Queasy's competition here today. The highlight from that instance is unfortunately going to plague him for a while on socials, but it doesn't distinguish the fact that Queasy is still goated in his own right. Kanata, on the other hand, dealing with a whole different world of trouble here. Coop just administering a lot of pressure up against Art and Kanata. Really not trying to provide the opportunity here. He wants to try and shut down Kanata's top 5 presence.
Yeah, I feel like this game is moving at such an accelerated pace so far. A lot more eliminations early game. You see Kanata at least trying to make an attempt to stay close to Arky, but the zone is going to pull him further and further away, cause that separation, but in comes back in 4 seconds. That is going to be Cooper. They both have the luxury of being able to get back into this game. It's about how bad they want this elimination, but nope, they found Arky floating back in, trying to reunite with his teammate Kanata. He gets found out a second time so far.
No real surprises to see Coop trying to take the offensive right now. Remember, a lot of these players just trying to ensure that they can try and close the distance on the leaderboard positional stances, and Kanata duking it out right now, holding Coop decently well. Not only that, but he's putting counter pressure onto Cooper instead, and Kanata just really going all out right now, and that is going to be an opening elimination that he needed. Just sort of stem the bleeding right now and allowing Arky a real opportunity to touch down.
Almost gets caught lacking right there with the last second pickaxe pull out as Higgs and Braden. Interesting strategy from Higgs and Braden this one. Higgs dropped it down first. He actually got eliminated, but Braden just held his parachute out. He said, hey, if I don't touch down, they're not going to know where I'm at. He was able to get Higgs back in this game, and they changed up their drop. They saw how many teams were moving towards the north side of the map, and they immediately tried to change course over towards Tears of Cube, which isn't necessarily a bad idea, other than the fact that Victor V and Crackley are landing over here.
But Victor V and Crackley, they might have decided to leave. They haven't. They're actually going even more offensive against Rise. They might not even know that there is Higgs kind of lurking about, which could actually bode in Higgs' favor pretty well. It all depends on whether or not he's actually able to get an opening shot here. The element of surprise, though, definitely in his favor.
Oh, now we got a 1v2 going down. Veno versus Poyo and Jinxie. See, Ron in the minimap trying to close the distance so they can make it a fair 2v2 here, especially pressure coming from underneath. A lot of that being focused onto Poyo. And then a whole nother team, a third party. Agers and Hammy also putting pressure from up above. Veno head on a swivel, making sure nobody can make any sneaky plays. As Jinxie separates himself just a little bit too far from Poyo. He's going to be the first one that gets dropped in this fight.
Veno realized that he needed to take out the real threat of the duo between Jinxie and Poyo. Hey, and look, he's got one for the opening. He said he only had 84 damage. Now he knows what it's like to simulate that full 200 clear.
Almost would get a sneaky shot onto Poyo. Jinxie's right back in, and this is where they do have the luxury on the side of Veno and Ron, knowing at least one of the players here has nothing to his name. Maybe he has a Morphite assault rifle, an SMG, and a couple of minis, but outside of that, there's going to be nothing in the inventory for Jinxie to utilize, and they're even here in the minis. Veno, the king of lurking around, just trying to pick and choose his options here.
But Veno may be also cognizant of the fact that, hey, we did just see a whole different duo. We don't want to get caught out in the open and find ourselves actually becoming victims of a third-party scenario, because we've seen how many times has a single Mammoth pistol shot or even the hunting rifle just immediately been able to shut down a key opportunity, and that's something that Veno and Ron are trying to avoid. They know that they are public enemy #1 right now in this lobby, and Pete just waiting in the wings right now. Whether or not he recognizes that that's Veno and Ron is still left to be unsaid, but at the same time, he's just holding teams at bay that are trying to make their approach into the edge zone.
Yeah, it's very, very important, especially with Peterbot nearby, that Veno and Ron do not go down. They do have the chance, you know, getting rebooted, we've seen it, getting back into the game, but as soon as people know it's you, they'll see all that information in the feed. They'll just go straight on over the fresh reboot player as Peterbot gets the full box onto Paige, sending her right back to the reboot. Luckily for her, Bolts is still alive, and Bolts kind of playing into that strategy. You know, he apologized. A lot of his quick moving does get Paige eliminated due to bad positioning, but it's for the greater good.
And I think what you can appreciate too about Primate Paige is that she's taking it in stride.
Mm-hmm.
She's not frowning upon Bolts' strategy. She's fully accepting the fact that, like, hey, if I've got to be the standout component here where players are going to look at me instead of you, fine. Because what that means is Paige and Bolts still on that first page of the leaderboard. And I think that that is a position that not many people would have taken this duo for at the start of today's competition.
I can agree with that 100%. Pulling off a big surprise here. Veno and Rod, though, they don't want to travel on foot if they don't have to. There's a lot of launch pads around the map in the Elite Strongholds map, and it's those extra long launch pads. If you mix it with the Fids, you mix it with the Shockwave Grenade, you go further, you go farther, and that's the tool in the tool belt right now for Veno and Ron to make sure that they go underneath the radar, or in that case, over it, so teams don't get a lick of information about where they're at.
Victor V and Crackley, though, 5 eliminations in total. They are definitely staying on the same pacing that we have witnessed from this duo in the previous 3 lobbies, but now it's about conversion factors. You need to make sure that you are finding a top 3 placement if you really want to play catch up to where first place is at. There was about 110 points separating them heading into this lobby, and it's not going to be easy because you are also dependent on someone eliminating Veno and Ron along the way. You don't want to allow them to keep building up all of those placement points that they've been seemingly gathering no problem the past couple of lobbies this past 2 big rounds.
Narrowly missing that hunting rifle shot. Muda missing a couple shots as well, which is going to allow for Hammy to touch 10 toes down, reunite in the same box with Agers, but you see Rapid lurking around, trying to play sneaky. Him a typical gamer so far when it comes to their success. It's early game eliminations mixed with some consistency to get their placement on the overall leaderboard. Ash out continues to struggle. We are now moving into the 6th zone, so one more zone, Taco, before reboots turn off and all these eliminations finally start to count.
A little bit of a tussle here. Wondering if maybe TG and Rapid are trying to potentially fight for that loot pile that was just 1 box ahead of them, but it's just not really worth risking their current position. They're not going to continue to try and press the issue against Agers and Hammy, but this is also a match where we're actually getting to see glimpses of Hammy in a standing tall position. Hopefully that's not going to be the caster curse opportunity for him, but like to see like the signs of life really starting to kick in here.
Yeah, you can see now Raw Dog Moon and Sphinx. Yeah, sometimes you just take down a pro player like Ritual, and you start to think, maybe I can do this. Look at like the little injury that could. I think I can. I think I can. Sometimes it just starts with that mental confidence, but you see on the outskirts, Puga and Peterbot, Faxity and Yugi now enter into the mix as well. Instead of just clashing, they're just trying to let the dust settle. They know the potential. You see third-party shots start to move in, especially if they're stuck on the edge of the zone.
Puga knows better. He's not trying to take this direct matchup with Peterbot and Faxity. He's just trying to have a slightly established position, a little bit of elevation to work with, but they're in zone. That's what matters most right now, and he'll have an opportunity to kind of check out, see where the rest of the lobby is starting to rotate through. Gonna go ahead and also drop that pizza, just carry the slices with him. No real reason to try and delay that any longer, as Higgs and Brayden also seemingly on a stronger stance in this lobby. 4 eliminations for Higgs. He's definitely got the ball rolling.
Yeah, now he's finding some extra crash pads, so he has mobility, which is a huge tool in the tool belt. But even though Brayden is still alive, you can see that they're not working together. Higgs is in the front side of the drone. Brayden is trying to play catch up. There's a lot of information being passed around right now to try to go ahead and allow for Brayden to rotate swiftly on over and reunite with Higgs on the other side. It looks like he has things of his own. Goes for alert play, ends up in the box. Big shots being fired, but 2v1. He needs some help. He needs a way out. And with 1 HP, Taco, he finds it.
1 HP in a dream right now for Higgs, but it could quickly turn into a nightmare scenario because he's trying to see, where can I escape? Where can I break through? But that duo, they know he's incredibly weak, and yet they don't chase him. That says so much about what the focal point is currently for so many of our teams. They're all just so dedicated to not being some of the first out of this competition. They know reboots are disabled. They're trying to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, they just don't want to get too greedy when sometimes you might have to. As you see pressure coming in from below. Veno and Ron feeling a little bit of that. That's Puga and Yugi down below trying to catch him off guard, but they have their head 360 degrees watching all around so they cannot get caught off guard. No matter what direction that pressure comes from, they are ready and waiting. And even now, you can kind of see, or at least in this view, nobody has really solidified themselves as the high ground team.
Bolt's maybe a little bit of the pseudo height factor. He's parked out decent enough tunnel, claimed enough space to maybe make other duos in the lobby believe that that's a strong duo holding tall, and with the way that he's connecting shots, Hammy, I'm sorry to say, you are victim number 1 from this POV of Bolts, but will he be able to actually make it to the body? Doesn't necessarily need the material just yet, but it just always helps.
I just realized right now, Bolts and Private Page are both still alive, but they are nowhere near each other. Hey, you just cover more ground, maybe get more loot, and I might have cursed her right there because Yusuf actually picks up the knock and elimination onto Page. That was Curve and Yusuf that you saw getting aggressive onto Higgs. He's surviving with 1 HP, and they're probably just trying to take it 1 foot in front of the other. Don't get greedy because that can lead to your team going down overall. We've already seen it so far today.
Curve knows he's ready to administer some alley-oops there to his teammate Yusuf. Just see how far they'll actually be able to make it in this fourth lobby. But Ron, Veno, starting to make their approach. Looking back, Ron, a little bit quick on the trigger finger there, but that just tells you he's aware. He's ready for anyone to come his direction, even if it's his teammate.
Yep, anybody can get these hands for the first time today, though. It does look like Kanata has been eliminated outside of placement points, unless Arky is still alive, of course, but 16 teams remain. One more does need to go down before it starts to play a role and the points start to add up as Pollo kind of losing tracks of Jinxie for a moment. He has no shockwaves in order to make it back up. He does have the build, but he's getting flanked right now by Higgs, who's rushing forward closer and closer, reloading at the worst possible time. That's going to be Higgs who catches him off guard, leaving Pollo all by himself. Too quick for Jinxie to catch up, but for some reason, I feel calm, cool, and collected with Pollo being by himself.
It's a tough break for Jinxie. He's doing his best to try and reunite with Pollo, but sometimes that's just how the lobby breaks down right in front of you. Reet doing a great job now establishing that frontside low alongside Frantic, but they might actually have to deal with Curve and Yusuf in a few moments' notice. Meanwhile, Ron, Veno, what they've done so well, where they have really excelled, has just been staying out of the thick of the action. And right now, it's all down to whether or not Victor V and Crackley can actually be successful in their opening strategy, take height. But
yep.
There's still other parts to it.
Yeah, they landed at Chisel Cubes, and Victor V said it himself, like, hey, we're just going to go height and see what happens. And right now, they're seeing it all play out. Nobody really having a chance to look up, including Reek and Fran, where they were able to pick up one elimination there and get some of that loot, trying to keep themselves looking strong, and they have their focus on Higgs, the backside of the zone. No shots actually connected, so Higgs doing a good job of handling that pressure well.
Crackley and Victor V, though, looking very established right now. A bit of a chop, but it's not going to be one that affects them. They're just going to keep tapping on the Blueberry Fizz Dome, try and make sure they prevent themselves from succumbing to fall damage. Peterbot and Faxity fully eliminated, though, and the placement points are starting to cause a little bit of an overbearing issue here, but still a few more lobbies left to work with. Right now, it's all about whether or not Spinks can get the job done as a solo.
Yeah, Lacey doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He was the one that took down Peterbot, sent him all the way back to the lobby, so we still have first place alive, second place in this game. Hicks is trying to get themselves up the leaderboard, but only 9 builds left. Bandages, Fizz, literally working with the bare minimum in terms of an overall loadout, especially you got to realize there's a team above, below, all around. Clicks and Lacey doing the same thing, but it's Yusuf that is getting a lot of that pressure along with Curve.
But Clicks and Lacey, they want to stay too distracted. They still want to make sure that they maintain a little bit of leverage. If you're forced to layer swap at this point, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually contend with the team on height. And Clicks, Lacey, maybe recognizing the fact we just got to deal with the teams underneath us or on our layer first before we worry about what's going on at the high ground. Crackley and Victor V are having the time of their lives currently, though. But when you see the wood builds start getting busted out, you know that that's a duo that's hurting for some materials. Clicks, great refresh onto Spinks. That's going to buy them a huge lifeline for builds.
Yeah, even Lacey just trying to go in and get some of those materials from a fallen player. Even if it wasn't his, he's still trying to make these moments count because you see they're almost down on E. And luckily for Victor V and Crackley, we're not going over recycled builds. So all the players down below, they have to build outward, expend that material. You even see a med kit being passed around, probably a just in case, but Veno has just been knocked down. Not sure if Ron is still alive, but this is the golden opportunity for Clicks and Lacey to play catch up.
Good moment of cycling there, kicking in for Clicks. His Curve will also follow suit. Clicks, Lacey, they are really starting to heat up in game 4 here. 7 eliminations already. Let's see if they can add more to the count. They're going to need every single little bit of placement points and eliminations they can get. Artie Moon just narrowly avoids it, but Muda can't say the same for him. Clicks finding yet another elimination here.
Yeah, Acorn drawing out the time outside of the zone, just trying to stay alive, squeak in the top 2. Lacey's gonna go down. Victor V put down the pain. Him versus Clicks. 1v1 scenario. Victor V gets the wipe. Acorn is finally joining into the party. It might be too late, but damage has been done from both Crackley and Victor V. This is potentially doable, but a bad crash pad sends Acorn packing. Victor V did what he said he was going to do. Take height and win the next game.
And look, we know what usually follows after the take height half of the sentence, but it was really just the truth right now for Victor V and Crackley. They were able to establish on the high ground. They kind of let those lower layers sort of duke it out with each other, cleared things out. They did a great job at suppressing teams, forcing them to drop to ultimate low. So it was just very difficult for anybody to even consider trying to challenge them on the high ground.
Yeah, just coming into this one when we saw the leaderboard, they were keeping up with Venom and Ron. 26 eliminations for each duo. It's the placement points that really made the difference. Now that they got the win, Levin, let's see what their plan is for the next game.
All right. Before the game started, I came to you guys and I said, what's the strategy going to be? Vic, you said it was height. Crackley, looks like it worked.
Yeah, he did it all. I was just up there, just shooting and listening.
I mean, you spoke it into existence. You seem to believe it from the moment the game started. What was the difference maker in this one?
Difference, bro. I just had to realize I have the best content creator on my team. Could basically be a pro. I have the best IGL duo Queasy right now, so obviously I'm going to know the secret little high takes, you know. Go high, don't die. I've obviously learned that from him, so.
Well, look, spoiler alert, your day is going a lot better than Queasy so far. What's the key to making this stick, though? How is this going to continue?
I mean, we just got to be as consistent as we were, you know. We were getting it like 10th, 9th, 8th. We just got to make it first, second, third, you know. Just keep threes.
Crackley, he's been hyping up your abilities. I mean, now after you've played 4 games now, do you feel like you can keep up with all of the pros in this lobby?
I did kill Rise twice that game.
And Rise is doing good as well.
He killed Victor. I got his get back.
And then you got the win. Not too shabby from these two. New strategies here in the second half of the competition. And so far, the new strategies are working. Taco, Jacob, what do you think of that?
I'm loving it, Taco. Sometimes all you need is that break. We saw it at the Summit Land where Peterbot and Pollo had that resurgence. You just need a moment to just refresh, think about what's going wrong or what's going right, and try to replicate that success.
It can definitely be revitalizing, especially towards the mental, and that clearly seems to be the case for Victor V and Crackley because they recognize the fact, look, we're not doing poorly when it comes to getting those eliminations. What we're struggling with is just finding our consistency metrics for the actual placement points. But for that to come into effect, I do think they did just a great job building up on the high ground, not letting anybody else challenge them for it, and then the rest of the lobby also just kind of eating itself alive.
Yeah, it just seemed like everybody in this game, for some reason, was a little bit hesitant. I've never cheered on. I'm not biased to anybody other than Jinxie in this tournament. I feel like, hey, it still counts. That's still an elimination on the board for Kanata getting that one on the coop. This is the first game today, though, that Kanata has not placed inside of the top 5. So, again, the halfway point of the tournament has officially been here, and you're seeing a lot of teams make those adjustments.
And they're going to have to keep following suit with making sure that the adjustments that are actually working out stay in place. And that's going to be the difficult factor because we've seen players, I think Higgs had an incredible run in this 4th lobby. He was definitely able to rack up a few points for himself and Breeden. Not only that, but he's just so wiggly with the movement.
Sliding in and out of these covers to stay alive. 1 HP in a dream. Those points definitely start to have to add up. And you got Veno and Ron, another big game for Veno and Ron. So even though you have Victor V and Crackley winning it all, trying to go ahead and take out that point deficit that they're currently facing, and it's a big one with how well Veno and Ron have been playing so far, but somebody needs to start to take them out early. Even if Veno and Ron slow down in the elimination category, they still have that placement point cushion.
But if Victor V and Crackley are able to find their second victory royale, you've already experienced, you know, you got a taste. You opened up the doorway to understanding what it's going to take to win a lobby. You've also got the bonus feature. I can't stress it enough. Just knowing that you're netting that extra 1K per lobby that you win, it's always going to be a heavy encouragement factor to our competitors here today. And Vic and Crackley, they seem like they're putting the whole lobby on notice now that they're going to be the new rising stars in this lobby.
Yeah, 11 eliminations in that game. You know, if math does me right, 26-11, they have 37 eliminations. And I almost want to say they have the most eliminations in the tournament so far. But let's go ahead and get that confirmed with the leaderboard itself. Where is Victor V and Crackley with eliminations? Yes, 37, and they kind of closed the gap. I say kind of because it's still about 49 points.
They're not the only ones, though. Lacey and Clicks as well in that third place position, 220 points. What I'm really noticing, Jacob, is that top 3 is really starting to break away from everybody else underneath them, but still very impressive stuff out of Crackly and Victor V, Ron and Veno, Lacey, Clicks. I think our top 5 right now is definitely about to try and throw somebody for a loop.
Yeah, there's only 3 games left, and I'm just trying to think, like, what do you need to do? And I can kind of see it right now. Crackly, Victor V, Lazy Clicks, they're so close to each other on the leaderboard. Even if they do try to contest to win the entire tournament against a team like Veno and Ron and they go down, they're just going to fall down that leaderboard. So that's the risk versus reward scenario a lot of these teams really have to be cognizant of, and if they're willing to make a move like that. And I think for Victor V and Crackly, maybe potentially we could see it happen, but if they can continue to have pop-up performances, 11 elimination victory royales, they won't need to.
Hey, I feel like Bolts is putting Spudson on the spot right now, though. Not even just him, but I think the entirety of the Fortnite community, when you're talking about a top 8, a top 10 even, Jacob.
Yeah.
Bolts is just very consistently ensuring that they claw their way up the leaderboard. And you have to remember that the pricing differentials that really start to take place when you are already inside of this top 10, those narrow gaps, they just become so much more feasible to attain. And it's got to be encouraging seeing your points go up and your rank with it.
Yeah, it's just inside of that top 10, as you were saying, it's just money each and every placement. So you reach that first place, $10,000. I just need to know who's going to win this tournament so I know who to be friends with after this. But, Nina and Ritual, 11th place. They're on the cusp of hitting inside of that top 10, which is more money at the end of the day. You had Sphinx and RD Moon, who actually showed up pretty big. But a team, honestly, Rapid and Typical Gamer. Almost has me wondering, like, what's kind of going wrong? We saw a lot of early game success in the first half of the tournament, but since then, it almost seems like they fizzled out.
A little bit too split off from each other at the start.
Okay.
I do think that it is a viable strategy that has been working for some of our duos here today, but it really looks like when one of them gets too isolated, too pinpointed, I respect the Typical Gamer even try and, dish it out just as much as they're being aggressed on, but like, at the same time, I want to see them play more in unison with each other because they're both such strong competitors individually. I think one thing that is happening for sure in this lobby is that when a strong player gets eliminated, they are immediately being focused by everybody else. And so it's making the recovery element just that much more difficult.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it. Outside of maybe like Victor V in the early game, if you look at like Veno and Ron, early game they do send Veno to get those eliminations, and then they spend the rest of the game hip to hip. Crackly, Victor V doing the same thing. Clicks and Lacey doing the same thing. At a certain point in the game, because they're so high up on the leaderboard and they built themselves that cushion, they have a little bit more freedom and flexibility over the game plan versus everybody else. And I think you mentioned like top 5, top 6 was that huge point gap. The only way they could close it is with eliminations and like top 3s. And yes, you can go ahead and give that a try, but for a team with like inside of the top 3 that has no pressure, just sit in a box, chill, win your tournament.
I do have to make one special note to that though, because in that post-game interview, we heard Victor V being like, hey, we got to get first, second, third. No, there is no second or third for you, Vic, okay? We know Pops is not going to allow that type of mentality. We are only seeking victory royales from this point on.
Yeah, he's already cashed in $1,000 for them after that last game, and a boost of confidence, which is the biggest thing. And there was a moment where Veno and Ron, especially after coming up back-to-back to victory royales, they went down early. But it was early in comparison to winning the game. I think it was still inside of the top 5, maybe top 6. So you have to figure out a way to get them out so that way you don't have to, end the game with 20 eliminations, which we've seen players with 11, but you can see how hard that is in itself.
It's just tough when you're trying to keep tabs on everybody and everything that's also kind of shifting around you because there's that little bit of desperation, I think, that is really going to start flaring up in these next couple of lobbies because we're reaching the beginning of the end, right? We've got Game 5 on the horizon, and with that in mind, so many of these players are kind of recognizing the fact that if I don't want to be on that second page of the leaderboard, I've got to step into overdrive right now.
Just like this right now. You see Muzz, you see Pete, you see Veno and Ron, they are trying to take down first place already. Veno's just trying to disengage out of this. Even Reet is here, so 4 different teams landing here, trying to take down first place. Peterbot, not sure where Faxity is at, but he's just trying to fight tooth and nail. to make sure he stays alive here in this game. But Veno, I'm not sure where Ron is at, if he's trying to figure out a way to reunite. But right now, they're probably doing a good job at surviving.
Man, if Veno could just see what we witnessed, though, Muzz on the other end of things. I think Veno and Ron have the right idea, though. They're just going very aggressive with the approach now. Veno's still under a little bit of pressure here, but the elimination wipe just means Siphon a little bit more material to work with, and you can see already how injured Peterbot is, but he'll also take the opportunity to try and heal back up.
See Veno just slow approach, even with the elimination onto Muzz. He cracks the shield onto Peterbot, getting him drop down to about 20 HP. Box gets stolen, can't get the wrap in, as Peterbot is able to escape out the sidewall. No help coming for either one of these guys. It's going to be a straight 1v1. Ron just making sure to stay alive as the just in case. Peterbot's going to fall, but luckily Vaxity knows his job. They are uncontested, so it's going to take no time getting Peterbot back into the game.
This is no surprise to Veno. He was completely expecting to be challenged at some point. He knew that as long as him and Ron are in the lead, someone's going to look to threaten that. And all I can think about, too, is just the NAC FNCS. What did Veno do best? He just outsmarted Pete's winning strategy of challenging the team in first. And I think that Veno, he's just no foreigner to this. And that's going to be tough scenes right now for Rapid. He also gets eliminated by Coop.
Yeah, Coop just jumping into the box, quickly getting that elimination. Cooper and Zemi, a lot of people looked at them as one of the teams that could take it on. They've been doing good inside of the top 10. They have moments of greatness, but I think now they realize with such few games left, if we want to close the gap, if we want to win, we need to start getting aggressive. And I think that's what Cooper's on the hunt for, trying to get more eliminations, which in turn turns to more points. Try to move up the leaderboard. Nina going down underneath. Poyo's looking like he's going on a hunt, but probably realized the fight has already settled, so it'd be too much of a risk to just run straight into a 1v2.
I do think part of the problem that started to unfold for more experienced duos like Cooper and Zemi is that in comparison to last year's FNCS Pro-Am, there's just so many more elements of surprise in this lobby. Jinxie doing what he can, trying to stay alive. Victor V, though, zero intentions of letting that one go. It's a reboot cycle. Whether or not we'll actually be able to wait it out for Poyo. He's trying to create some space, get his duo back up and running. But going back to that initial message there, Jacob, I just think that things aren't as foretold as last FNCS Pro-Am because you don't know what some of these other creators are going to do. You can't read their minds because they're playing a different kind of Fortnite to you.
Yeah, especially if you're with one of the Crick Pro players that are just too fast for, honestly, even their own good at times. It's Reet and Fran just trying to make sure they both get back together. Trying to scare Booga off, who was trying to go for what seemed like a free elimination here, but it might have been the opposite. He might be the free elimination here that Reet and Fran are trying to go after to try to close that gap. They get that first wall, cut down options, forcing Booga to make more space on the other side.
Solid delay, though, right now from Booga's Yugi. He is just booking it. He is trying to get out of town since yesterday, and it's just not going to be enough. Frantic finds him, cuts him off immediately, and now that's just going to leave Booga stuck in a very difficult position because there is another team quickly making their approach to where all of this noise is taking place. And, well, for Booga, he's going to have a tough time working his way out of this one.
I feel bad for Yugi because they're putting pressure on Booga. Had no choice but to kind of sit there, and he's like, all right, you want to sit there and hide, Booga? We're just going to go after your teammate. They're at the edge of zone. Yugi, you had to have seen that one coming, but at least he got the pressure off of Booga. That's going to be the biggest thing, allowing for him to stay alive. As Reek going after Nina. Again, looking for these free eliminations, trying to catch players off guard. There's only a sliver of HP still on Nina, and I'm not sure if she has anything to get that HP back up other than the hopeful elimination here onto Reek for the Siphon.
Oh, but disaster has struck right now for Reek. Even though Nina is not healthy enough to really tackle this exchange, Reek losing Frantic is still going to be a pretty big slowdown because now he's got to play a little bit of that recovery tour for his duo. But it doesn't seem to be deterring Reek's aggression. He is still on the hunt for more eliminations.
Literally just the two different sides of this coin in this game. Teams being hunted outside of the zone, just trying to stay alive, hoping the focus gets off of them. You got Jinxie and Poyo. Did enough up until this point. Boxed up here. The biggest worry for me is not necessarily the material and the loadout onto Poyo, but Jinxie doesn't have much. So he gets caught out and gets sprayed. It'll be so long that he has to protect himself.
But at least you know he's not dropping anything phenomenal for the players that are eliminating him. It could be worse. He could have, you know, the exotic hunting rifle, stink rifle. Oh! Problems, but Victor V and
Yikes! That was nasty. I mean, the one on Nina was like regular, but he really just dropped Ritual
He was on
off,
timing.
man. He said, don't worry about the battle bus. I'll take you home. Send him right back to the lobby. And now they get back at their POI. They got a lot of extra gold because of those eliminations. They got the vending machine they can use for themselves. This is literally a perfect early game for Crackly and Victor V as we see Curve and Yusuf go back to the lobby as well.
a little bit of a 180 here in perspectives. But Poyo doing his best job so far to try and reestablish, rebuild some of the downfalls of the early game there, of just dealing with the whole trying to stop Jinxie from just getting completely farmed in the reboot measures. But P and Faxity, I almost wish that we could have just like the listen-in of what some of these endgame comms might be sounding like between these two, because I do think that it's been a little bit more volatile than what they would have initially anticipated. And part of that is definitely credited towards Clix and Lacey.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, the last year's Pro-Am was, wouldn't call it the very first, but it was very early in Reload's life cycle. You know, I don't think people have figured out the little intricacies at that time, and now I think people have taken it a full mile and like stretched it even further about what they're able to actually do, the elimination hunting, the timing of everything. So I especially since the game mode changed where you can actually get a loadout off of getting dropped. But Cooper Zemi looking like they're aggressive on the one. Reek and Fran getting aggressive across the map onto Booga and Yugi as well. He lands the shot from over the top, but it wasn't a heavy hitter like he was hoping for. But he's being persistent, trying to get the side angle. Booga's distracted. He gets the edit onto Yugi, taking him down, but luckily for Booga, he's still alive.
This is a lot of eliminations, though, currently for Reed and Frantic. So they are definitely trying to kick it up a notch here in Game 5. Wait and see whether or not Booga can stay alive long enough for Yugi to be brought back into the action, but still has a couple more zones to work with before reboots are completely disabled, so that is a little bit of a silver lining here for the Lion and his teammate Yugi. But for Frantic and Reed, plenty of medkits to utilize, decent amounts of mobility. They're committed to just getting as many elimination points as they can fathom against the likes of Booga and Yugi.
Yeah, they kind of have options here. Put pressure on the Booga or hope Yugi comes back here fresh off the respawn. But right now, they're choosing the first of the two options, trying to put pressure on a Booga. But he does such a good job of fighting back. Not necessarily landing haymakers, but enough damage to scare off Frantic and Reed and make them second-guess this decision. But they got to be careful. They've run into Kanata and Arky just lurking on the end of the Peerless Pier.
But now that's put Frantic and Reed into a little bit of a difficult position here. You can see now it's just all about the retreat factor. They don't want to stick around. They realize you don't want to be stuck between two separate teams. Even if Booga is working as a solo primarily, it still makes a big difference. You never know when a solo can just pack a punch and then shut it down when a duo is already third-partying you.
Takes this one well-placed shot to really make that difference. It's Kanata Arky using the launch pad at the pier. Arky actually seeing the toe, spots him out, misses the shot, but hits a full pump on the second. Arky is down. Good thing for him. Kanata saved the day. That was actually a good spot from Arky to realize that somebody was actually inside. If he would have hit that one pump that he missed, man, that would have just been a full celebration for Arky. And right now it's looking a little bit different than some of the other games where we've seen this team have success from Kanata and being a solo. This time they're doing it together.
I was kind of impressed with the tech there from RD Moon, you know? A little bit of crouch spam, just getting the advantageous holds with staying accurate off the assault rifle. That made the difference there. It was the sole reason he was able to find that initial knock. It felt like Kanata was trying to let Arky have one. I can't hide it on that.
I respect it though. Honestly, that like when you're playing a game and you realize your teammate just has a donut, sometimes you just gotta throw him a bone, man. And I like that, because imagine the hype and the confidence going into the rest of the day if he was actually able to pull that one off. But no loss. Both players still up. Konata and Arky still trying to rotate in. Sphinx and Raw Dog Moon doing the same thing. But most of their rotation in is going to become without a single player facing them until they reach that line of zone. That's where you have 1, 2 teams already positioned and the potential for more.
Sphinx also just trying to see whether or not you don't want to be caught at the base of the mountain face, especially when the zones start to pool. There's more often than not going to have to be some form of commitment towards the high ground, and a lot of times you'll see players, especially ones like Sphinx who are experienced, looking to put themselves halfway up so they can go either way, ultimate high, ultimate low. You know, not everything in the game is farmable.
Yeah, and luckily for a lot of these teams, you're talking about like high ground, and especially where the zone was at, where it was literally 50-50, half on the mountain, half underneath. Most of the zone right now is pulling on over to flat land, giving a little bit of alleviated pressure of having to kind of build up, expend your materials to get up the side of the mountain. You still want to stay away from that ultimate low ground. That's where things can happen in the blink of an eye, and your game can get twist turned upside down. With top 16, one player going down, placement points start to set in.
Crucial moments right now, though, for Venno and Ron. The last thing that they want is an early departure in the second half of today's competition. They need every single lobby that they can get, because Victor V and Crackley, they were not joking about the heat up factor. They are looking at 9 eliminations already. And again, Crackley said it. I have Vic as my IGL, but with the way that he's playing, he's basically both.
Yeah, right now he's just in the mode. Smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. Just let Victor V do his thing, and I'm just kind of here celebrating. And for Victor V, 8 eliminations, like you said. He does have the Morphite gold pump, so he has been just kind of dominating around the lobby. Somerset, this is one of those reboot loadouts I was talking to you about. She gets in before the reboots actually turn off. She gets that assault rifle. She gets the tac, probably using the splashes already along with minis. And if they got an elimination, you can see why they're stacked up here, or as stacked as you could be in a situation like this.
Rough shotgun to have to get up close and personal with, though. She is really going to have to depend on sort of approaching separate lines of sight with Muzz. We've seen them do it before, though, in Game 1, where they had the premiere of their success debut. I think that Somerset and Muzz are for sure capable of bouncing back from this position and getting some stronger loadouts if they can just find 1 or 2 good eliminations, even if it means playing through those lower layers. The main thing is just going to be not burning through all of your materials and dealing with those teams on height.
Yeah, speaking about teams on hot, Pollo and Jinxie somehow find themselves on high ground for now. Sphinx takes down Arky, leaving Kanata by himself. But I feel like sometimes, especially in a tournament like this, being by yourself is a little bit of a blessing. You don't have to worry about your teammate, and you just have the freedom of flexibility knowing as long as I keep myself alive, we are good. As Jinxie, honestly, this scares me just a little bit, seeing Jinxie on high ground.
It's kosher. Pollo's got it covered. Pollo probably has the fizz. If anything, he's got the overdrive grenades. It's just something to keep them on top of their A game. And Pollo, very likely just telling Jinxie, look up. Because Pollo can handle suppressing those lower layers. He can handle applying pressure down beneath. First, he's got to see whether or not somebody is actually going to wind up taking out Booga. Doesn't have a whole lot left to work with, but everybody just focused on making their way forward to the front side of zone.
Yeah, you got to be careful though. Crackley, Victor V, they're making their way up layer by layer. Now they're even looking at the high ground, attempting a chop at the height. He said, I learned from Queasy. That's his IGL for this FNCS. Take height. Don't look back. And right now they've chopped out Jinxie and Pollo. They had the Flowberry Fizz, so no fall damage or scares just yet, but they immediately set their eyes on high ground once again. Pollo starts to build back up, especially now more than ever that Victor V and Crackler have taken the attention from the lobby.
And not only that, but Crackley, Victor V, they're going to have to start fighting with the rest of this lobby. For a moment, they were caught on the backside of zone because they committed towards that height chop, so it did put them just a little bit further behind where everybody else was moving towards. Pollo going to drop, though. Big shot just doesn't net him the knock he wanted. Peterbot, though, finds Somerset underneath it all. 5 eliminations now for Vax and Pete, and they have got to really find their momentum in this lobby if they want to try and bounce back on that leaderboard.
Yeah, no choice but to use the zone in their favor. It opens up on the other side. Shockwave through, but Peterbot burns through the rest of his materials, and now he's getting focused out, jumping around like a fish out of water, just trying to survive, forced to dig deep into his pocket. Shockwave's up, repositioned, but he is still going through it here. He runs into Acorn on the other side. Solo versus solo. Acorn does go down. Peterbot is able to clean up that elimination, but how far can he stretch it? Not far at all before he's taken down by arch nemesis Clix and Lacey.
You would think that Lacey and Clix have a homing beacon on Peterbot's head at this stage because they just keep finding him as Victor V, eliminating Coop. That is going to be a huge setback, and not only that, but now 10 eliminations. Victor V has actually harnessed double digits as a solo, and he has zero intentions of slowing down. It doesn't matter if they don't have high ground, because from this front side low position, they're gonna force Hype to drop straight to them. They know that this is their fight to win.
Even Jinxie's kind of following suit, and I don't see first place anywhere in this lobby still alive, so Victor V and Crackley, this could be a big game, but Poyo, surprise attack coming from above. Jinxie goes down to get the elimination onto Fred, his second elimination of this tournament. And if he could try to clean that one up, that could be loot for Poyo to use. He has no choice but to drop down low. Clix doing the same thing. Lacey trying to hold their high ground. This is 3 different duos all clashing here for the final game.
And not only that, but Poyo looking to take out Victor V, and he's got it. A big knock. This is where you really got to dig deep here, but Poyo, he's not new to this. He's been here before. The siphon going to kick in now from that knocked body. All of that excess material. Clix, Lacey, will they be able to shut Poyo down? The 1 versus 2, where he really starts to surface, where he really starts to showcase his strength, but Lacey still left. Poyo just barely any HP remains. He has to be flawless with this next shot, and he gets it! Lacey, no problem whatsoever. It's only Poyo versus Clix. A very steep health advantage, but an advantage all the same. But Poyo doesn't care. It doesn't matter what you think, because Poyo is always looking to come out on top when it's the 1 versus 2 scenario. Just one more overdrive, the cutoff from Clix, but the shot isn't gonna be enough here, and Clix finally shuts him down.
That feeling of deja vu of the Summit land. Clix said, nah, not in my house. He shuts down Poyo, and he gets the victory royale. And through the course of that game, I'm not sure when Venno and Ron actually went down. That was the perfect recipe for success. Because even though Victor V and Crackley didn't win, guess what, Taco? They are closing the gap.
And not only that, but a huge moment as well, because you have to remember, for Jinxie and Poyo, that second place is still going to be a little bit of money factor, correct me in, but hey, big scenes, and we've got Levin right there with it.
What a game that was, man. Finally, you got it done. Game 1, you tried to go for height, couldn't hold on to it. This time, things go your way, you're able to win the game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's all Lacey. At the end of the day, if he didn't shockwave up when I asked him to shockwave up, we wouldn't have got that height. The thing is, a lot of these players, they have shit teammates. Poop teammates. Apologize. Big poop teammates, right? My teammate, he's a tier 1 professional. He is a tier 1 professional. He has earnings. He has $100,000 earned. He's a GOAT.
A lot of people don't respect you like you are a tier 1 professional, Lacey. I feel like you're proving them wrong today.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Clix gave me a lot of credit, so I also have to give myself credit. I'm playing phenomenal, carrying Clix right now, putting up a lot of kills on the board, shockwaving on height. If it wasn't for me, I don't think we'd be in this position.
How many kills do you have that game?
A lot.
We had 6.
We? Yeah, or you?
Well, this is the only game where he had no kills. No, you had 0. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, shit.
You didn't have it. It's fine. All that matters is you got the dub. What is going to be the key to this success continuing now for you guys?
Consistency. Consistency is key.
But how do you stay consistent?
I'm consistent with everything in my life. The way I wake up, my diet, going to the gym, getting on. Consistency is key, and that's just how I was born and raised.
I'll tell you the real truth. It's consistency, but it's going to be Peterbot. Peterbot's going to be a winner, our winner factor, because he's in a W key. Vino, he's in W key. Ron, he's in W key. Jinxie, you're going to put him down.
I mean, Pete's right next to you. I mean, you can, say something to him if you want right now.
Oh, is that the leaderboard? Oh, my God. Oh, it's close, Levon.
Yeah, what's it looking like at the top there?
I'm third with 298. Second is 298 with Vino, and Victor V is first with 318.
Well, you said Pete's going to be a factor. I don't see him up there with you lot.
The thing is about Peter, he's going to come in shadows. There's 2 games left, and I'm not first, so nothing I should worry about.
knowing him as well, it probably doesn't help that he can actually just look at your screen as well
Yeah, you can look at my screen whenever you want.
Yeah,
Not a good shot.
Not ideal. Not ideal. All right, that's fine. We're gonna bring it back to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander over here. So talk to me then. Obviously, right, that game, it was a donut for you, but that doesn't matter. You got the win. What would you rate your overall performance?
Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We won. What's there to be happy about? You think I'm happy? There's nothing to be happy about. Job's not finished.
The job's not finished. Jacob, Taco, what do you make of this game?
Simple as what Lacey said, job's not done. I know Lacey likes to have fun and have his clippable moments, but I feel like that is the truest thing, especially with how close the leaderboard is.
It's just, I'm speechless because Lacey and Clicks, I really thought, Jacob, I was so convinced the moment that Lacey was eliminated there, the moment the siphon ticked in for Pollo, this is it. Pollo's doing it again. But Clicks actually being the counter to that, that is a huge confidence boost that's really kicking in the final hour.
Hey, this is a new Clicks. This is a new Clicks for this season. You know, new teammate in Rapid, a whole new confidence going into it. He's playing with, I feel like one of his best friends, Lacey, the familiarity from the last Pro-Am. I feel like, you know, he's playing with I'll say a different type of pressure, almost no pressure at all, because, you know, in that last major with, you know, him and Higgs, even into the Summit Land, I feel like they unfairly put an immense amount of pressure onto themselves. And then now you come into the summer break, he was kind of roster mania, and now I feel like, you know, him with Rapid, I feel like this is going to make a good duo, and that confidence is showing here with Lacey. They just have all steam, all going, all ahead.
I think it really helps, too, just knowing what kind of friendship that Clicks and Lacey have, both on and off the camera. I think that Lacey is just the epitome of a perfect teammate for this kind of competitive environment for Clicks. And not only that, but you've really got to give so much credit towards Clicks and what he's able to accomplish when it comes to even the FNCS environment, because people really underestimate the type of pressure that Ro is constantly under. And the fact that he's still able to deliver constant entertainment, the fact that he's still able to deliver a very strong competitive nature, I would not be surprised to see Clicks really just start to hit that bounce back.
Yep, and there's only 2 games left, and obviously I don't know the exact leaderboard, but I know Clicks was looking about it, talking about how close it actually is, top 3 teams, and it just goes to show, you know, one mistake at this stage in the game, one mistake could cost you that $10,000 first place prize.
You know what's really still like kind of sticking out though is not even just like Pete's like body language and his like facial expression, but Clicks really knows how to like twist the dagger, because where Pete's gonna be a little bit more like up in your face about it and like just really reminding you, hey, like I'm beating you right now, Clicks is just a lot more subtle. He's just like, ooh, you know, top 3, oh wow, we're tied right now for second place, oh, but I'm not first though. You know, it's just like it's the little twist of the dagger there.
Yeah, it's almost like you're hearing it from the woodworks. He didn't say it to Pete exactly. Obviously the second time he made a little bit more mention towards his direction, but that first time it was like Pete's going to be the difference. And it wasn't that Pete was going to, you know, win the entire tournament or he was going to take down Pete. She thinks Pete is going to try to make a little bit of a comeback, and that means Pete's going to key around the lobby and hopefully make it easier for him. But they still have to worry about Victor V and Carackly. Victor V, I don't know what happened during that break, but Victor V woke up. I don't know if it's mom, pops, because I know they're both with him this weekend. He probably has the entire support system, everything he needs. This guy is coming out of his shell in terms of interviews. I said this kid was the next up, and I know for weeks before it happened, I said Victor V. Queasy, I want to see it happen. Get him a good IGL. It happened, and we're seeing a new version of the King of NA West.
Hey, and not only that, but Victor V, he's been very out front and center with it. I'm playing with the best creator here. He's got that much faith in Crackly, and I think that they just need a little bit of downtime, a little bit of simmering off to just realize, look, we're not struggling with the eliminations. We have the eliminations on lock. What we need to do is start transferring our elims into solid placements, and they've done exactly that since the second half entered, since we got past the halfway point of that Game 3 break. It's been like a whole new duo.
Yeah, look at the leaderboard right now. Crackly and Victor V, 218 points. And remember, at one point or another, they were tied with Ron and Veno at 26 eliminations each. That means in the time that Ron and Veno got 9 eliminations, Crackly and Victor V got 24 eliminations, a victory royale, another top placing finish, and that's going to put them ahead by 20 points over a tie. Second and third place, Lacey and Clicks, Ron and Veno.
Yeah, but that might also start to pull away some of that focus pressure that Ron and Veno have been dealing with in these past couple of lobbies, because we saw it even in that last game. Peterbot, Muzz, both trying to challenge Ron and Veno, play that big disruption factor, not allow them the opportunity. They were going for the full duo elimination. They just couldn't actually find it. Both of them getting pushed out of the POI, but at the same time, it's still enough of a restriction for Ron and Veno because they're not able to follow their initial loot path. They're not able to go for those. We've seen them play aggressive on the outskirts of the map and try to punish players that are in the reboots. Instead, they were having to play defense.
Yep, it's kind of seen before that page. Kind of Swift, I think it was like 9th place or so. Jinxie and Pollo. Hey, sometimes the first elimination is the hardest. He got his second one. They made it so far into that end game as well. Jinxie on high. I was a little afraid. Jinxie, you made it work. Glad to see that. But second page here, you see Bolts kind of having a little bit of a slower pace for the second half of the tournament. But this is where it's really actually kind of stacked up in terms of where the points are at.
And this is also where you start to see a little bit more of the disparity in terms of the prize pool distribution, because even if you're on this second page, realistically, first place probably out of the question at this stage, but you can still try and work your way into the top 10. And not only that, but there's always the individual lobby prizing. $1,000 for first, $500 for second, $200 for that third place finish. So little tidbits kind of being sprinkled along every single one of these remaining lobbies.
Yeah, so a lot to kind of break down. That's what Taka was talking about. $1,000 first place. You kind of looked at that leaderboard, you know, with Victor being Crackley, made a quick 1,000. You know, Veno and Ron got 2 of those. Muzz and Somerset, they got 1 of them. So already you're seeing players lock in some of that money before the tournament is even over. And honestly, I just want to see how it continues to shake out. 2 games left, stacked leaderboard, $10,000 for first place. There's a $3,000 drop off, and then another $2,500, then $1,500. You can look at it however you want, but I'm pretty sure some of these competitors, you know, instead of being happy for second place, 7th, they're like, man, I just lost $3K.
Exactly, and not only that, but you can also see the little bits of jumps that really start to take place between top 5 or even 6th through 9th, and obviously being in that first page of finding yourself at 10th place, it's nice, but you're still tied with 11th places prizing, technically speaking, so you want to find every single secret component that you could possibly try to factor in to really pull out the stops here.
Yeah, especially you kind of look at like 2nd and 3rd place, Clicks, Lacey, kind of tied with Veno and Ron. Even if it stands with the same amount of points, it's going to have to go to a tiebreaker. Nonetheless, to try to figure out where these players actually stand on the leaderboard. So just kind of like you're alluding to, there's something to fight for, not only in every single one of those games with the game prizing, but there's still plenty of opportunity to jump up that leaderboard. If not for first, you know, the difference between what, 20th place, $600 there into 14th place, so I think anything could still happen.
And not only that, but tiebreaker, I don't think that Ron and Veno is a team that you want to try and deal with for that, because 2 Victory Royales, that's always going to net you a huge advantage here. Granted, Clicks, Lacey, finding your first, you know, halfway there, but there's still 2 lobbies remaining. There's still a chance that Veno and Ron are able to just not have to play so defensive early on. Love the screenshot pose on the streams there for Sphinx and Artie Moon. We haven't gotten a chance to see a whole lot interview-wise from this duo, other than, you know, some segments from Levin, but I think that they put 2 personalities in the right spot with each other.
I agree with that 100%. Speaks to somebody that personally, I love to have a conversation with the guy, whether you're talking about Fortnite, little mechanics in the game, the overall meta. He's very, very well spoken, and it just seems like he's enjoying his time every single time. 10 seconds before they drop in, they're having fun in front of the camera. But here it is, game number 6, Taka. We have 2 games left before we crown our NA FNCS Pro-Am champion for 2026.
Big scenes currently for everybody here. UTD campus definitely lighting up as well with some of the fans. I like seeing some of that outsider footage, but Frantic, oh, the trouble here, it's all about whether or not they can shut down Veno very early on, but Veno, even with them being on the ropes, even with them having to scramble backwards, still unable to just solidify the knock.
Yep, Venno and Ron this time around changing up their drop spot. They have teams contesting up towards the north side of the map in that last game. And like, hey, if we're going to get contested, let's try to get something out of it. But they're not necessarily in the best spot. Both of them still left alive, but 72 effective shield and HP for Venno, and even less for Ron on the other side. He tries to look for a little bit more loot, but you can see that Ron's not even here, so they can't even attempt to help each other if things get bad.
And the fact of the matter is that Peterbot was still able to gauge exactly where they were headed. Or maybe he just decided, I just want to try and shut down everybody else's dreams. I do have a feeling that he was probably following Ron and Venno through this one, but Pete, you know he loves a good scrap. Don't want to bite off more than he can chew, though, as Acorn continuing to fight back, and the collapsed Peterbot is going to be sent packing.
I thought it was Muda for a second, but it was Rapid out of nowhere, sidelining that fight. Muzz and Somerset, it's going to say staying away from all the action, but Bolt's probably seeing the llama there, knows what he was going after, used that shockwave, tried to disengage. There's a lot of damage onto Bolts, even a Mammoth connecting out of Somerset and instantly trying to move on over and close the gap, but Bolt's using shockwaves and a lot of the tools in his tool belt instantly finds a way on out, and there's tunnels underneath there, Taco, so they're not going to be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Somerset. It was a great shot. It was some good damage application, but unfortunately, Overdrive Grenade is going to beat Grappler every single time for mobility. So, Clicks just picking up the scraps, some leftover pieces. Looks like he was able to get a little fraggy with it. One duo has been fully eliminated. Who's going to be next up? That is also another consistent component that we've seen throughout all 6 lobbies here today, Jacob. Someone is always eliminated before we enter the second zone.
Yeah, a huge difference from what we typically see in a reload. Elite Series qualifiers, where honestly placement points didn't set in until 10th zone. 11th zone is sometimes the final 12th zone, so a little bit difference here, but that just goes to show how quick a lot of the action is playing out here. Saw Queasy go down to Clicks, Ash out, just trying to stay alive, buy some time. Ash out himself, even going through a rebite. You see the AR in hand, but this is where it just gets interesting for Queasy. Typically, you want to see kind of Queasy being the one with the full loadout, staying alive. He gets spotted out. This is the worst scenario. Ash is down. Queasy's getting chased. They are both sent back to the lobby.
It's just, I feel so bad for Ash out because he spent so much time hiding and avoiding Clix' POV just to step out and it caught in 4K. Kanata is never going to let that opportunity slip by. Arky now getting punished for it, though. That little bit of separation means that Kanata is going to be left to try and fend for himself, but it's a spot that he's accepted and embraced in this competition.
And you're kind of seeing the two different strides of a lot of the teams that are getting aggressive, though. Reet and Fran working in unison to try to find their eliminations. We saw Peterbot, the likes of Bolts, trying to separate and use their solo prowess to try to get these eliminations. Agers going down. Muda getting found out by Rapid again. We know how close they were moments ago. Even Peterbot getting an elimination here.
Frantic and Reet, though, fully aware of the fact that, hey, if Arky keeps rebooting here, Kanata's got to be close by somewhere, and he can't really risk trying to challenge both of them. I think Reet and Frantic have done an excellent job whenever one gets into a spot of trouble or starts to key. The other is very quick to follow. That's just a little bit of that, I think, chemistry, synergy that they've got pre-established here. Curve also looking to get active. Poor Yugi, just not really much left to do.
Yeah, they're just going after it. You know, you get eliminated once. When you reboot, it's a giant rift in the sky. It's so hard to miss in terms of visuals, but even harder to miss in terms of the actual sound. So it's very, very easy to spot out anybody rebooted through. But Venno going for a little bit of a lurk play. It is going to be onto Poyo and Jinxie, so just going for points here, not necessarily a heavy hitter on the leaderboard.
This could be a really big compromise, though, if it goes south for even a split second here. It's still Poyo. And Jinxie, I think he's got a lot of fighting spirit in him. But Venno and Ron, they've been spotted out. Venno immediately going to start to start things out a little bit here. Separate angles of attack, but Venno still looking to get the advantage. Jinxie from overhead. Very little time to react there. Takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, Venno playing with the pre-edits here, taking a lot of the space. Jinxie gets found out, simply trying to heal. They're into the stone. The early damage from Veno really chipping this fight, really putting him on the back foot. Now Pollo's feeling that same pressure. It's Ron trying to put it down. Veno's just trying to get some of the loot. Probably calling him off here for a moment, but Pollo knows this is one and only opportunity here to really start to get aggressive and take a 1v1 while he can.
At the end of the day, though, Pollo still have to remember, able to net at least that $500 for himself and Jinxie. His Ritual, great shutdown onto Hammy. Just a little bit of Cypher materials, and whatever else he can build while he waits for Nina to come back into the action. But Ron and Veno, they definitely wanted so much more from that little aggressive instance up against the likes of Pollo and Jinxie, and they might be able to find it, but they might also be drawing the attention that they don't want. Saw Faxity in the distance, lurking. That means Pete might be nearby too.
Yeah, I believe they just got the elimination on the Pete, who was the one lurking around, but now going up against Pollo on the other side. That's a big shot that's going to hit. I don't know, not sure if they can clean that one up, but Hammy splats down. That's one of the most unfortunate things that can happen. You splat, you survive with 1 HP, and then you start rolling down the mountain, and Ritual's like, yo, what is that?
To be fair, it helped Jinxie in the last lobby. We saw the splat. We didn't get a chance to highlight it because there was a lot more happening in that circumstance, but it actually kept them alive just a little bit longer because no one's looking at the guy that's
rolling down
alive.
the hill. Oh, Pollo's still alive, though. Shockwave's on out. Really leaving the decision up to Veno and Ron. Do they want to continue to go on a chase here? One well-placed mammoth shot could end that run either way. They're going to let him escape, which means Jinxie is going to have a chance to get back in this game. Ager's cleaning up Nina, but not without sacrifice. His teammate was the one who got taken down by Ritual, so it only is going to be a 1-for-1 trade on each side.
Kind of ridiculous, though, to think that Agers is operating with 8 eliminations already. This is a very proactive lobby right now in terms of finding aggressive eliminations. Peterbot with the elimination onto Ron. And Veno, this might be the worst position him and Ron have been all series long. And if Veno goes down right now, that might just be the end of it here in Game 5. Veno doing everything he can to try and fight back. The last person he wants to be eliminated by is Peterbot, and he might be able to control his own destiny here. Pete is just so incredibly low.
Yeah, you don't get much HP out of that pizza. It's only getting 10 total. Either way, Veno breaks into the box. Not only surviving long enough for Ron to get back into the game, but cleaning up that elimination onto Peterbot. And that gives Ron a chance. If he goes directly to where Veno's out, he gets a full loadout. From nothing to something, literally in a blink of an eye. It's Agers trying to survive. You can see no shield. Hammy's trying to be a little bit of a distraction, but Nina not letting up off the gas.
Agers, though, needs a chance to try and heal, try and rebuild some of his shield. Instead, he'll just go for the outright fight. Elimination onto Nina now means number 9 here for Agers, and Hammy just trying to make sure that he can provide whatever backup support Agers needs. He sees what his duo is doing. He's not trying to interrupt.
Hey, it's just seeing chase action all around the map. 5th zone about to fully open here. Going to start to close soon. So 2 more zones before reboots officially turn off. And that's what a lot of these teams are using, that advantage. Even getting the knock on the typical gamer, literally on the edge of the zone. I saw it at the last second on the mini-map. One more hop would have got typical gamer all the way there. But Cooper is going to get credit for that one, and now it's going to get a huge signal when he reboots back into the sky about where he wants to go next.
Was definitely brave, though, from Cooper and Zemi, because they're playing as solos. They are both separated, looking for separate engagements, trying to rack up whatever eliminations they can find. But while we're not in danger of the reboots being disabled just yet, if you go down, even with that little bit of assistance to the reloads, reformat change, it's still a bit of a compromised position because you still have to refarm a lot of your material.
It's never easy at all. Page going down. Faxity actually dropping yet again. Hopefully he was able to give some of that loot on over to Peterbot before that became a possibility. But either way, you can see the aggression turning the table for some. Putting the brakes on others as Muzz accidentally jumping, but seemingly almost his demise there for a moment. I believe that's Agers and Hammy on the other side. Down below is going to be Somerset. Could be an opportunity to put pressure, catch him off guard, even deny a healing opportunity onto Agers. And this is where she starts knocking on the door. Hammy just a little bit too slow. He gets cracked, but he lands a big shot himself to try to slow down the aggression from Somerset and Muzz.
That was definitely enough, though, because Somerset Muzz, they're going to have to fall back. It's just not really worth compromising their current position on the leaderboard. If they can find the elimination, awesome, but if not, might just need to let that one fizzle out on its own way. It's Frantic, Reet, starting to see a little bit of an overhead. Small cliff face just to elevate ever so slightly, but the pacing, it's just non-stop back and forth currently for some of these duos. And I think Frantic and Reet, well, they've got 5 eliminations. They're clearly seeking out more, but they also need way better loadouts.
Yeah, this is where them included along with everybody else has to start to take a different approach in terms of how they're approaching some of these fights. Reboots are disabled, so no chance to get back into this game. If you did reboot in this last zone, though, before they turned off, you have a little bit of a loadout being granted. Especially, I think the most important thing is the minis and the chug jugs that you are going to be able to grant. It's Fran Reed trying to rotate through. Almost gets taken the shield off from Victor V and Crackly. Another zone here, Taco, where Victor V and Crackly, it's at their POI, essentially.
Still not easy. Even if you're familiar with the territory, nothing is ever guaranteed. As Pete and Faxity, they have really just been going through a lot of different obstacles, so many hurdles still standing between them, and a decent placement positioning in this lobby. On the other hand, though, Rise, take a note of what's in his inventory. This brother is stacked.
I don't know which Epic Dev gave him that chest, but he has the Sentinel, which adds an extra effect. He has the Slapberry Fizz, which heals HP and shields. Guapo getting caught on that rotation, out of builds. And this is where you can see Rise just trying to toy with the decision. How do I approach this? Getting the revive, that's going to be step number 1. But how much resources you give on over? It's actually getting elimination on the Ritual. Poyo, Jinxie trying to climb up the side of the mountain. But if you look, the first team to try to make some sense of high ground is going to be Muzz and Somerset.
But again, maintaining height has definitely been a little bit of a difficult task as the matches draw on later and later. Teams now recognizing just what kind of effects, what kind of presence you can have in a lobby, but Veno and Ron fairly isolated from where the rest of the lobby is at. They're gonna have to close some distance here, but nowhere near as much as everybody else on this next pool.
Yeah, but somehow use that to find a knock on the Raw Dog Moon, probably rotating with the crash pad or Shockwave getting caught out of the sky, and that's where you see players kind of not necessarily trying to one-hop into the front side of the zone. Sometimes you got to stop, reassess the situation, continue to move from there. Reet and Fran just looking at all angles. Click's building some extra space. This is where he's gathering all that information, sees an opening there to try to take it and elevate his position right in front. He sees that layer is cleared, immediately going to try to claim it as his own, but he has to be careful. Curve is going to be right above, along with a few players on each side.
You say Clicks has got to be careful, but if I'm Curve, I might be the one shaking a little bit here. 6 eliminations already for Mr. CEO, and he's trying to see just how much further he can take it. Another elimination or two and a solid placement. That could be the difference between first or second entirely, but they are still going to have to contend with Victor V and Crackly. We're still kicking in this lobby. Not only that, but Veno, Ron, still doing their own thing too. Reet and Frantic, though, starting to really mix things up. They want the high ground.
Yeah, and I think Veno as well, along with Ron. They keep looking up, trying to assess the situation. For now, they're just going to settle with the front side of the zone, give a lot more time to formulate some sort of strategy if they do want to take it. Clicks and Lacey know for it as well, but the struggles come in as Veno barely lets somebody escape outside of his box. Talk about Clicks with 6 elimination. He is taking charge with 6 eliminations of his own as well.
It's looking like the best day ever right now for Ronda. 2 Victory Royales as is, and a duo that has been very difficult to kind of stop in their tracks, but oh, just as I say it, Ron caught off guard. They were trying to set up for the next rotation, but it's Curve who's really just pulling the rug out from underneath them. Now Veno left as a solo with only 5 builds. He's going to need to come up big time with a good connection shot.
Yeah, he needs that HP, and he's toying with the decision because it only gives you 5 with 30 shields. Do I use it now? It is going to be the bare minimum. Even if I get through all 7 slices, I'm still going to be missing a chunk of everything, but now that he gets cracked, shields are there, instantly pops half of that pizza. Rise going down. Veno needs this clutch here. It's only top 8. Not even half of the placement points have been given out in the game so far.
But it's going to be cut short here. Bolt's going to be the one to do it to him. And now Reet, Frantic, this might be their best opportunity for Victor Royale because Victor V and Crackly fall at the same time, but Lacey Clicks, they're still in this. This is where they could really choose to overtake.
Yeah, not only looking to break the tie with Veno and Rob, but try to take first place. No builds left though for Lacey. Ends up in a 1v1 against Zemi. It instantly goes down. That's a lot of pressure here on the Clicks. One of two solos running around this lobby. And with no build, this is where it's quickly becoming a nightmare, especially with Reet and Frantic looking down from above, not wanting to give him any inches to play with, but he finds a mile onto Zemi. That's a big elimination. Needs the siphon, but he doesn't get it in time. I'm not sure the points even counted.
Don't think that he would have been able to net them in the last second here. Just wiped out before he gets the chance to really cement that last elimination there. Placement still solid though. They still managed to beat out everyone else that was contending for the top 3. So Frantic, Reet, now's your time to shine. Coop might still have enough left in the tank to overthrow. Their material count is incredibly thin, but Cooper sending it to high ground. Frantic incredibly low. Reet sliding down the mountain face here. This is getting dicey.
Almost canceled the med kit. Meanwhile, Cooper gets the drop onto one. Cooper has 2 different med kits. Reet only has 1. If this goes to a heal off, this is Cooper's win. Depending on how much sickness there actually is, as Reet gets the med kit canceled. Beam the HP gone. The shield as well. Cooper and Zemi with 12 eliminations steal away that game.
You have to remember that Cooper and Zemi were some very clear-cut favorites coming into today's competition, and the way that they've managed to make their presence known here in Game 6, one more lobby just like this one, and we are looking at a very different leaderboard.
Honestly, I don't even know who is in first. We saw Victor V Crackly go down. Veno tried to make a comeback, had eliminations, but went down to Clicks and Lacey, who eventually went down shortly after. But Levin, I need to hear what these guys are talking about.
Reet and Friend who are sitting right there. Yeah. And so, you know, this one's quite close to home. How are you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling good. That 1v2 at the end was crazy clutch. You know, the shockwave up, shockwaving him off. It was just light work after that, you know what I mean?
What's it like, Zemi, when you're watching your teammate in this situation? Obviously, you guys have a lot of experience playing with each other. I'm sure you've seen him, you know, win games as well in the past. Are you just sitting back comfy knowing that he can get the job done?
Exactly. I mean, for me, it's just there's no stress. It's just entertaining mode. I'm watching him. I know what he's capable of, and he just does things that I could only wish I could do, man.
We're getting to the back end of the tournament, right? Just one game remaining. You needed that win to really sort of give yourselves that boost towards the end of things. What are you looking at now for this last game? What needs to go right for you here?
I mean, honestly, just do the same thing. All the bad games we've had has been just completely out of our control, and you know we're doing everything right. You know, so I have no stress. We're gonna do that again, and hopefully win it.
Of course, like I mentioned, you guys have played with each other. You played with each other in the FNCS Pro-Am last year. Do you guys feel like you've improved as a duo, right? You obviously don't play with each other every week, right? But you feel like it's better this time around than last time?
I mean, it feels kind of similar to last time. Zemi's just literally the perfect player for me. He just follows me, understands good vibes, just listens. Everything's good. Overall, we have improved. I think this meta is better because, you know, there's a mammoth that we're getting every game, and he loves that gun. So overall, I mean, I think we're working better together. Everything's flowing properly, and it's better than last year. I think we can still win. So, yeah, I believe in it.
A big game, and it's going to impact the standings quite a bit. Jacob, Taco, break that one down for us. Amazing. Amazing.
Like, these guys were not joking in the slightest. Cooper and Zemi have really hit the nail on the head because one more big game, just like this one, another 12 eliminations and a Victor Royale, and they are staring down the face of potentially being the ones in that first place position, challenging everyone else. It's been all eyes on Lacey Clicks, Crackly and Victor V, Veno and Ron, and yet, just when you least expect it, Coop and Zemi have just found a whole new fire lit underneath them, and they are really doing everything in their power to try and just ensure that they put themselves in the best position possible to win it all. I just don't think that you can count anybody out at this stage. It is so fair to say that we are looking at a lot of teams on level standings here currently because we've seen all the victory royales that have been gathered, and if anything, it's always just such a huge boost in how you're feeling overall when you know I've already netted $1,000 just off of this victory royale. So Cooper, Zemi, ready to see what you got in the last lobby.
Hey, sometimes that $1,000 in itself. I know if I won a game that got dead last after the tournament, at least I cashed in on something. But honestly, I feel like, even talking to Booga, it's just one of those situations where you don't want to leave your teammate out to dry, but you also don't want to play the game out as a solo. So I feel like a lot of these players are playing with that same mind games.
It is interesting, though, because you do have that mentality from, I think, the majority of our pros, but then you've also got the other side of the coin where Bolts, for example, and then Primate Page have established it from the get-go. Bolts is like, look, you're going to be left out there. Like, good luck to you. I'll send you back in with a little bit of materials. Here's the loadout. Here's where you can try to go next. But if we aren't next to each other, it's fine. I still got you. And he's delivering, and he's not the only one. I think that Kanata, this was such a standout moment from Cooper. He really could not have played this better. It's just so unfortunate for Frantic and Reet that they ran out of all their builds.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments there. But, like, just seeing it from a different point of view. You literally said it. You could not have played that any more perfect than Cooper just did, kind of solidifying 10 eliminations by himself, 12 for the overall team. And we have a new first place team going into the last game of the day.
Oh, it's going to be absolute mayhem in this last lobby. There is a 0% chance that we are not going to see teams inside of this top 5 just deciding to land all over the place. It is going to be musical POI, so no one is going to be at their established drop. At least, I don't think that they can safely do so, because someone's going to look to throw their name into the hat and cause some problems here. I know Peterbot has definitely been an agent of chaos for the lobby so far, but you never know. 197 points, 4th place currently, maybe a little bit out of reach, but how many times have we seen Pete really dig deep in his bag and pull out like a 20 elimination win? I'm not gonna throw it out the window just yet for him and Fax.
My mom always taught me, just kind of watch what you say in certain moments, right? Read the room, watch what you say. And Lacey said something. He said a lot of stuff, actually. But he said something, right? Lacey said, my only goal is to make sure Peterbot doesn't win. Clicks was like, yo, we got nothing to worry about because we're not in first place. Game 7. Lacey, hopefully your words don't turn to be delicious and you have to eat them at the end of the day, because Peterbot now has the chance to ruin Lacey's tournament and Clix's tournament, and basically in the same throw as well.
You just know that Pete's facial expression would just be, he'd be beaming. He'd be cheesing so hard to know that he would be the one to potentially stop Clix and Lacey in their tracks from having this celebratory instance of winning the Fortnite Pro and Creator Series. But I do want to give Lacey his flowers in comparison to last year, where he went a little bit too ham on the VOD reviewing overnight leading into the competition. He's done a great job of staying dialed in for today.
Yep, just got to see him kind of, might see him in the FNCS Major 2 Finals if he can make it through the gauntlet that is NA West. But continue looking down this leaderboard, man. There's some surprises I didn't expect to really see them on a page 2. A team like Ritual and Nina. I know they were kind of like a last-second addition coming in, but, you look at Ritual, one of the better IGLs, and he can fight at the same time. Nina, a Milk Cup champion, so she has competed in LAN before, so the nerves might not necessarily there. So I want to see them, even though, the chances of winning aren't necessarily there, maybe make a push for that top 10, start to get a little bit more prize money.
They were just throwing a little bit more of a spade, because since this duo came together so last minute, unfortunately, they didn't get an opportunity to really establish themselves in advance for drop map position, and it has definitely worked against them. But at the same time, they still made the best of the situation, just because of the fact that, hey, knowing that we're going to be contested no matter where we go, let's just have some fun with it, and they've definitely done that much.
Yep, now that everybody at home, maybe the people watching here in the venue, let me know. Start to tweet at me. Tweet at Fortnite. Tweet at the player. Who do you guys think is going to win the overall tournament here, especially with a leaderboard this close? I kind of want to see, maybe just everybody just land in the center map. All 40 teams, Chiseled Cube, just end the game there.
But could you imagine how much fun socials would be if Clix and Lacey actually get the job done, bring it home, overcome everyone that was doubting. And you have to remember, Clix, he's used to being doubted. He's been doubted his entire career, and he's still just takes it in stride and is just doing the best that he can in today's competition to find that overall victory with Lacey.
Yeah, it's just honestly, just looking through, already my predictions were kind of thrown into a mix. I know I started off thinking Peterbot and Faxi were going to win the entire thing, but as I started to hear, Peterbot himself talk, I'm like, I'm not going to take it as serious. And then coming into this one, Faxi's like, yeah, maybe he's not. So he kind of threw that out the window. And then I was looking at teams like Reet and Fran who are making a second half surgence to the top of the leaderboard. I put Victor V and Crackley in my top 5. I even had Muzz and Somerset there, but most of my predictions got thrown out the window early on in the first half.
No real surprises there. I do think that Victor V and Crackley was probably one of the main ones that I'm surprised it took them as long as it did,
right?
To actually start breaking through into that top 3 position. I think a lot of people would have had them in that kind of top 5 area, but it's been crazy to just realize the fact that with this reloads environment, and I think with a lot of the content creators involved too, it's been so awesome seeing these content creators kind of step this far outside of their comfort zone, because Jinxie did a great job of highlighting it. Fortnite is without a doubt one of the most mechanically demanding games, and to be thrown into this level of competition, I think that I can definitely appreciate the way that all of our content creators have just done such a fantastic job at not only having their fun with it, finding their clip farm where they can, but I think they've all made a great effort here today to try and showcase what they're capable of.
Yeah, honestly, I think they're all kind of taking it in stride. Even we were talking about Primate Page and the Bolt situation where Bolts is kind of stuck. Do I play with my teammate? Do I not? And basically saying, hey, do you want money or do you want to stay alive in some of these end games, right? And I think Bolts is making the right decision for them as a team. But on that other side, though, Primate Page, she kind of understood her role in a lot of this situation. And honestly, her being left out the way she is, she's actually staying alive in certain situations long enough to potentially, we obviously haven't seen every instance, but give Bolts just a little bit more loot. I talk about you could spawn back with minis, potentially some chug jugs as well. And so that's extra heals you give a player like Bolts, where you give them an inch, they stretch it to a mile.
Easily, and I think that that's always going to be a threatening component too, because you never know when somebody like Bolts is actually just going to be the one to play spoiler to some of those duos that are leading inside of the top 3, top 5 position right now, and all they need is the slightest opportunity, and that could be where the gap really starts to take place. We already know that all of these teams are going to be feeling a little bit stressed, a little bit in that pressure environment, just trying to bring the whole thing home, but it's tough.
And especially since watching this at home, right? It's almost a whole different feel than actually playing in a tournament like this. Because I know myself when I'm watching, when I'm casting games like this, I'm like, I can compete in this. I know Cole didn't show up, but give me Cole as a teammate. I feel like we can get the job done. But then actually playing in an environment like this, accidentally going down early, tagged out of the sky, getting put into blender. So it's you almost start to really doubt, man, why am I here? Why am I playing in this? And you start to think Cole, just go by yourself. And that's why maybe you're trying to see a lot of the confidence, though. Kanata in the first half of the day was doing exactly that. He knew when to cut his losses for Arky, even though we have seen instances of him trying to keep Arky in the game. There comes a point in time where you are better off as a solo because you don't have to worry about expending materials to try to keep them alive, tossing over the minis and the big pots and the medkits that you can use to stay alive just that much longer. Squeak out a couple extra placement points.
Never know, but one thing's for sure. A little bit of trouble afoot right now for Clicks. Might have just been getting tagged along the way of that bus path. A little bit revealing here, but he's being hunted right now by Cooper.
Cooper winning that last game, clutching it up. Already starting to get a little bit aggressive early. Veno and Rondo see that they kind of split up just a little bit after exact drop. Going back to what is familiar with Scott of that first place spot at one point or another. They obviously lost it, but now they're just going back to what was working at the start of the tournament.
One of my favorite duos, even though they haven't necessarily had the camera time on main broadcast for reasons, but Sphinx and Artie Moon unfortunately eliminated, I believe, Pooley. I do believe that they are our missing duo currently. They took a little bit of a risk, and they were a little bit compromised, but I have loved seeing those two today, and I can't wait to talk with them more and Artie Moon's experiences here in today's competition with Sphinx.
Yeah, honestly, the way they've been kind of playing together, talking and having fun both in and outside of the game, you would feel like they know each other already. Right? The first timers here, as Veno just trying to stop the aggression from working out against him. That's Peterbot, but Peterbot, you know, if he wants to win the entire thing, which is definitely going to take a ton of eliminations, he's not only going to need to take down first place Clix and Lacey, he needs to take down second place, third place, and probably fourth place as well.
But when there's 3 separate duos to contend with and a 4th thing add to the mix, this is where the trouble really starts to build up here. It's Booga getting the better end of the exchange right now. Lacey never had a chance to see it coming, but Clix now just looking to buy a little bit of time here. Surprising to see Booga, though, just hunting down Lacey.
Just has to be careful, though, just because the zone hasn't overtaken Clix's position just yet, so Lacey will respawn directly above him, which is a giveaway for Lacey himself. But he's going on a rampage right now, just taking down Cooper next. Luckily, Kanata didn't show his face because he would have been next on that list.
We are witnessing the Booga Revenge Tour right now. I don't know if Kanata was able to apply a little bit of pressure there too, but 2 eliminations already for Booga. He's not content with where him and Yugi currently sit, but they're not in last. And I know for a fact that both of them were very much trying to avoid that type of leaderboard position, but with the way that Booga's playing right now, they might be able to change things entirely, maybe even break into the first page.
Yeah, at the very minimum, just start to line your pockets. There's a little bit more of that prize money. Again, you get a victory royale. It's an instant $1,000 without even having to look at the leaderboard. Second place, 500, and then 200 after that. So just placing top 3 in these games earns you a little bit for your efforts. But Booga's slowing down just a little bit, getting close by to where Kanata's at. You see Arky respawning in. Not sure where Fran is at over at the top of that mountain, but respawning in as well. And this is giving Veto a bird's eye view, basically options about how he wants to approach this situation.
Veto might have had his wings clipped there. Seemed like he was very intent on getting involved with where Booga and Kanata were at, but those little warning shots, just enough of his HP chipped away for him to recognize, I don't want to get caught out here. Cooper and Zemi, though, this is a very precarious position, one that we're not used to seeing Coop in, but he'll at least have the chance pop that big pot, restore a little bit of his shield. It doesn't look like he's being chased all the way through.
Yeah, he was basically waiting for him because you can't build and protect yourself. You're just kind of hopping out of that teleporter, and he's just waiting for on the other side. And I think they got the memo not to chase, not to leave yourself vulnerable here. As Guapo moves in, a little bit too close to comfort for Victor V, and Crackley has been on a terror here in the second half of the day. Already 3 eliminations, and it makes me wonder if they have some sort of like signal that they know somebody's here. Maybe not exactly where A2 Guapo's at, but they know somebody's lurking around.
Just don't want to fall back into old habits. Veno, nice elimination claim there onto Kanata. 4 already for Vino and Ron. This is a big step up. And kind of to elaborate a little bit more on Victor V, we know Victor V and Crackley can get eliminations, but in the final lobby of the day, you don't want to find yourself tunnel visioning. If you lose sight of placement points, that's where a lot of the leaderboard disparity is going to be shaping up. So they cannot afford any early spillage. I love that they're still being aggressive. I love that they're still betting on themselves and what they're capable of, but just got to be careful.
Yeah, especially since there's not necessarily a massive need to get a high number of eliminations here. Just need to outplace Clix and maybe sprinkle some on top. But the way Clix and Lacey have been playing as well, we talk about the second half resurgence for them. It's almost been the entirety of the day they've been consistent. Muzz and Somerset trying to get right back on track. They started the day off. They even, I think at one point or another, if I remember correctly, shared a portion of first place on that leaderboard. Just since then, just a little bit of a slip up that they hope to catch back on track here in Game 7.
Lacey's at least got make hits to work with right now. It's Victor V, Crackley, fully aware of what's right in front of them. Crackley trying to see if he can take out Peterbot, but he, in the way that he's moving, all he really needs to do is just delay. The longer that Victor V and Crackley are kind of stuck out at Chiseled Cube, granted, they probably don't mind it too heavily, but if he can continue chipping away at their HP, even finding the elimination, that would just be such a huge pause in their momentum.
Yeah, I was wondering right now, Crackley has set him up just like a sliver of HP for so long. He finally heals that up, instantly loses the shield to Peterbot. Peterbot knows exactly who he's fighting, saw the name in the feed.
Oh my
Crackly needs to
gosh.
stay alive a little bit longer. He has the HP to do it, but can he survive this pressure? Yes, he does. He gets Victor V back into the game, but now he has to survive the onslaught from Peterbot, stopping him from getting the elimination. And Crackly looking like the pro of the team right there, taking down Peterbot.
I mean, you want to talk about locking in and clutching up. Crackly just did everything possible in that instance, but he still got to keep it moving because they are being attacked by yet another team, or at least another player, and it's Rapid, who's going to start or finish what Peterbot had started there up against the likes of Victor V, just taking advantage of the reboot farm. For Venno and Ron, a little bit of a standstill inside of zone. Not sure they need to shake things up all that crazily.
Not just yet, at least. Just need to keep it within reach, depending on where they kind of land. When reboots turn off, they can try to assess the situation, but Peterbot trying to go right back down over towards Chisel Cube. It is going to be in the zone, but needs a ton of time for it to open up, so a lot of these guys just need to survive up until then. As Venno continues to go on the offensive, he does have the mythic hand cannon. He's trying to put it to use. Already connected with a few shots so far. Cut Reed off down low and lands another shot. His 5th elimination of the game. We're seeing it both out of Victor V and Venno. If they want first place, they have to take it by force.
And they might just be able to do so because Venno and Ron, with 5 eliminations already, Jacob, and a fairly well-established position to kind of cut teams off that are going to be a little bit later to the party. The Stragglers trying to make their way in from the storm into that edge of zone. They are in that compromised position for everybody else because no one can get past them. They are the wall that sits between the next zone and these teams that are going through the constant reboot cycle.
I like this. Yeah, honestly, I like this load. I'm okay with a sniper SMG type loadout for Jinxie, but I'm not okay with whatever's going on here. As soon as Jinxie probably will feel a little bit comfortable, in comes Pete, trying to outrun Rapid, who has typical gamer by his side. They find Pete, so no more running for you. They get the elimination, but they want just a little bit more. Venno now moving in along with Ron, trying to put the pressure down on the typical gamer. Third partying this to catch him off guard. Even finding a whole nother team in the bush. 4 teams here as of now. It looks like a 5th one, maybe a solo floating right overhead.
That's a little bit too much of the danger zone. Venno realizing it's just not worth risking it all for an extra elimination or 2. In fact, he might be able to find it regardless on Hammy, who's just nowhere left to run, no escape whatsoever. We'll see you on the next reboot because Venno, man on a mission right now. Ron right behind him. They are doing a great job at just staying toe-to-toe with each other.
We got Blue on this side of the map, Reeton frantic, just far outside of the zone. But as it does reveal itself in this next one, 6 zone, one before it reboots turn off. It's a little bit of a pull towards the south. Not max pull for either of these teams on the map so far, but definitely not going to be easy, especially if you try to shockwave past a team like Venno and Ron, who haven't really been missing much with that hand cannon.
Jinxie, tough spot to be in. A lot of trust on Poyo right now to close things out, but just being aggressed from 2 different angles. Muzz and Somerset are just such a dynamic duo when they take these kinds of approaches. It's just so difficult to actually figure out which way the pressure's even coming from as Muda and Acorn just dogpile in on where Jinxie and Poyo are at. That is going to be the end of the line here for Jinxie and Poyo, but we'll still see more. Jinxie, future reference here is Victor V taking out Faxity, but Pete's nowhere in sight. Just have to expect that he's off elsewhere doing his own adventures.
Yeah, and you can see Victor V making sure to max pump the down just to try to get more damage to turn his more fight into from a blue into a purple. That way he can try to pack that much more of a punch. And literally almost was Peterbot and Faxity versus Victor V and Crackly before they ended that first run. Peterbot staying alive more than long enough for Faxity to get back into the game, but they need more than just being in the game. They need a figure out way to get Faxity enough of a loadout that they can actually start to put in some work. As Venno just trying to go ahead and disengage. Ron is actually went down, but luckily for Ron though, there's still 15 seconds on reboots available, so he's not out of the game just yet.
Sure, but how much does Venno actually have to work with here? This might be one of the worst times to be eliminated because everybody's going to be looking, everybody's going to be waiting to try and prevent you from landing, get that final elimination done and dusted, because that's just going to put Venno into a fully solo position. And when first place is up for grabs, it's just such a heartbreaking way to go out. But Fax fighting his own battles, it's just a tough time trying to get any kind of footing.
Now this could potentially be such a close tournament, because even though Clix and Lacey have a little bit of a lead, they're not getting eliminations. So if Venno, Ron, Crackley, Victor V get enough eliminations in placement, that alone can put them just higher up on the leaderboard as typical gamer trying to run. He doesn't get the exit he was wanting, ends up in the wrong box, and that's going to give Ron exactly what he needs. A full loadout as he respawns back into the game. Venno making the right moves at the right time.
That is a tough break, though, for Rapid. You saw him immediately start to backpedal. He realized that there was nothing left to do. Watched his duo just disappear in front of his eyes, but great heads-up awareness there from Venno. They didn't have the luxury of picking and choosing who they fought. They just had to jump into somebody's box and get that refresh. But Victor V, a big shutdown here now. Peterbot finally answering back. Victor V has always been kind of looming over his head as, is this kid the counter to Peterbot's success? But now, correctly, he might actually be able to save his duo.
They're still up above. They will get the audio visuals, but Crackley needs to hold. You can hold and get the revive at the same time, and that's exactly where he's going to find a little bit of success. This could be the play right there. Peterbot gets the knock onto Victor V, but does not get the finish, allowing for Crackley to get the revive, but still in first place is this team right here, right now, Clix and Lacey. Again, only one elimination, Taco. They are getting that gap closed by everybody else on the leaderboard.
I can't stress it enough, though, the way that this is really starting to build in terms of stress environment. But not only that, Crackley has come up big time in two separate instances in this final lobby. It almost feels like the plot armor is starting to build for them, but they still have a long ways to go. It is a fully uphill battle. Cooper and Zemi, another duo constantly trying to see if they can achieve another lobby of success. Double-digit eliminations, Victor Royale, Ron, Venno, similar environment, 9 eliminations, 8 of them on Venno, and he got the revive off onto Ron. So everyone just trying to pull out all the stops to put themselves in the best possible position.
Yeah, look at this. Now they're even looking at high ground now so far back deep into the zone. Not sure if it's connected. With the zone catching up, they have to make that conscientious decision. Abandon that play, hope for another. Clix and Lacey right up above Venno. I'm not sure if he got the signal, if that's who it is, but right now they're going to put pressure on the Rise, but it gets slowed down. Muzz and Somerset put pressure right back onto Venno and to Ron, cracking the shield to Ron, forcing them to slow down.
You can just see Ron kind of spinning in a circle there for a moment. It's just so hard to keep tabs when you're getting all these different audio cues, and Rapid has been found in the backside of zone. That's going to be the end of the line for MNTG in this one. But a big placement point. Right now, Ron is fighting to see whether or not he can roll into Venno's box with Venno. He's going to abandon ship. He can't afford to stay behind. Put some great pressure on Cooper from overhead, but he just left Ron to the wolves.
Clix and Lacey are in first. They are in first right now. Venno going to be by himself. 8 eliminations. Has to look for more. Has to figure out a way to outplace Lacey and Clix as well, who are holding on. They really have not been tested in this game so far. A lot of the competition let them go smoothly under the radar. But up above, Cooper and Zemi, they're the one putting pressure down, trying to disrupt the whole flow that is going down below.
And Venno's only form of ability might have just been saved. Muzz, if he can get that siphon, if he can get the last shot to connect, all he needs is a little bit of wiggle room, and he's managed to manifest it out of seemingly nowhere. And yet again, that last little bit of overdrive grenade is going to catapult him forward, front side of zone. Lacey, Clix, feeling the pressure right now from Cooper and Zemi. Venno secretly hoping that somebody else gets the job done for him, handles his dirty work of clearing out our leading duo team.
You still have Victor V and Crackley alive down below on the low ground, and they have much more eliminations than Clix and Lacey. This could be it. Placement points are similar. Do they have enough eliminations to close the gap? Meanwhile, Venno running out of builds and running out fast. He runs into Victor V, lands a huge shot before finally going down. Victor V is surviving on a prayer.
But Crackly might be able to pick up some of the slack that's been unfolding underneath. Cooper and Zemi still doing what they can. Coop now getting very much more involved, but Crackly and Victor V, Vic, he needs a siphon. They have to connect with their next shot. He has to get some form of white HP kickstarting any second now. Otherwise, Cooper and Zemi, they might just be able to take this one.
And there's a few teams stomping around up above where they're actually at. But Cooper, see them up above, not wanting to drop down. Too big of a risk, too soon. See the zone not closing just yet. 2 more to go before that one becomes a possibility. And that's where you see Victor V and Crackly lurking around, hiding as much of the audio visuals as possible. But eventually that's going to come to a test as Curve is on the other side of that wall. Victor V goes down again as Crackly starts to feel the pressure. Clicks and Lacey are starting to get busy. Down on the Muda. That one gets cleaned up. Crackly still fighting tooth and nail as he lands a big shot on the Curve before eventually going down.
It's just not enough, but for Clicks and Lacey, this was everything. Already in a top 3 position, 3 eliminations. If they're able to solidify these next couple of elims, I think they've already got the job finished here, but it all depends on whether or not Zemi and Cooper were actually able to bring it close enough. I think they're just falling short in terms of elimination points overall, but Lacey and Clicks, we might be looking at our tournament winners right here, right now.
Yeah, you already got the 3 that you're talking about, looking up, exchanging shots back and forth with Cooper and Zemi, but there's still a solo running around. That's Curve. I might have spoke too soon. Curve goes out like a light. 2v2 situation here. Clicks and Lacey potentially the tournament on the line against Cooper and Zemi, one of the favorites coming in. It all boils down to this moment right here and now as Cooper and Zemi cut off the path, gets it down onto Lacey, leaving Clicks by himself, swimming like a fish out of water. No builds left. Oh my God, Clicks! He lands the first shot on the Zemi. The builds are there. Can he do it? No! He gets cut short. Cooper ends a magnificent run from Clicks and Lacey to take Game 7.
But what a run at the very end of it. Clicks and Lacey really gave Cooper and Zemi a run for their money. 8 eliminations in total, though, for Cooper and Zemi. We saw the slightest margin being brought to light, and whether or not that was actually going to be enough, Clicks and Lacey, Cooper and Zemi, the fact that they were able to repeat with the back-to-back victory royales in lobby 6 and 7 is just a ridiculous accomplishment. You've really got to give them credit where credit is due. But for right here, right now, Jacob, we know that Cooper and Zemi won Game 7, but did they win this Pro-Am Creator Series?
That's what I'm trying to wonder. Like, what was the point deficit going in? How many eliminations did Crackly and Victor V actually end up with versus the point differential that Clicks and Lacey were able to get as they close out with another top placing here in this tournament? But 7 games, Taco, intense action. Honestly, I thought Veno and Ron were going to begin to run away with it, but Lacey, Clicks, Victor V, Crackly, these guys, even Kanata by himself, putting on a show.
Veno and Ron just started to have the whole lobby work against them, and they weren't the only ones. They knew that the moment that they got those back-to-back Victor Royales, that they had put a bullseye right on both of their foreheads, and everybody was on the hunt to make sure that they hit it dart center for both of them. Unfortunate outcome, but still, they can't feel that bad about it. They're definitely going to be in the threshold of some solid pricing. And not only that, but they netted an extra 2K on top of their winnings here today just from getting those back-to-back Victory Royales.
Yeah, much and well-deserved as well. A lot of people, thought they were one of the favorites coming in. And rightfully so. They showed up, showed out. But sometimes, man, just those eliminations from Veno at the end really just kind of putting it all on the test. And we really saw kind of 2 different styles of play in one tournament. You saw a lot of our teams, especially the ones at the top of the leaderboard, they stick together. Usually you send one out to get those eliminations, but they actually stuck together at a certain point in the game and made sure that they did not get separated through and through. Even Crackly having some insane clutches in this game alone, let alone the entire tournament.
Nah, Crackly was definitely turning it up all the way. Volume just through the roof with his gameplay in Game 7 here. We know that he is definitely a strong caliber competitor, but it's more so the fact that he's also able to bring it to light in a LAN environment. I think that Crackley has definitely proven that just because zero builds might be his priority playground, that doesn't mean that he can't hang in a builds environment.
Yeah, that play right there. Lacey just trying to break out. There's no builds. He gets knocked. Click's kind of like stuck by himself underneath. A huge shot right there on the Zemi, but it almost makes me wonder. I know the zone is still closing, but like maybe you could have played a little bit longer, go for med kits, but I want to say, was it Storm Sickness? Cooper didn't even look like he was looking at him at the end.
There first and ready. It seems like that was the issue, though, just that extra time that they said. We don't often see it where Storm Sickness becomes a threat, but sometimes players aren't really left with too many other options. They're kind of forced to play from inside of the Storm, and I think for Clix and Lacey, a big part of that is probably credited to the fact that they knew if they were playing inside center zone or anything like that, people were just going to be hunting them nonstop.
Yep, but we have ideas of who we think won this year's FNCS Pro, but we're going to throw it to Levin to let us know who is walking home the 2026 champion.
What a day it's been. 7 games, and finally we can crown our champions. Everybody, give it up for your Pro-Am Creator Series Dallas champions, Clix and Lacey! Boys, I mean, we have to talk. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to hop for a second, brother. You got this, you got this. Clix, we have been waiting so many years to see you lift the trophy here on the LAN. How does it feel right now?
Man, even though it's an FNCS Pro-Am, it still feels really good. It does feel good. Shout out to my teammate Lacey. He played really good.
He did. He played incredible. Last year at the FNCS Pro-Am, a lot of people expecting you guys to get the job done, and you couldn't do it there. You did it here today, though, Lacey.
We did it! We did it, man.
Clix, it's emotional, man. It's emotional. He's worked hard for this. He's worked hard for this. You already bigged him up and talked about how well he's played, man. But, I mean, he's been on quite the journey as far as what he's done with his Fortnite career, streaming career, and how you played a part of that, man. Seeing him here lifting the trophy with you, what's going through your head right now?
What's going through my head right now is you are officially, my friend, a Tier 1 professional. A lot of people make jokes about it, but he just lifted a trophy before anybody else. But honestly, dude, I'm really happy. This is sick. Next one's got to be at Globals, though.
That's the next one. Hey, look, Clix, look, I'm gonna say it, because I know there's some people watching thinking it. You've been playing with a bunch of different people, switching up your teammates all over, trying to find the right solution. You just said he's a Tier 1 pro. It's the solution right in front of you.
I think it is. I think it is. Me and you, FNCS, let's run it.
I already got to do it, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, next Pro-Am though, next Pro-Am I'm locked. Pro-Am, he is my Pro-Am duo, locked in, guaranteed.
Going for the back-to-back. All right, Lacey, of course, everyone's watching right now. Do you have anything to say to your fans, to people who've supported you on this journey here to lifting this trophy?
Thank you guys for all the continued support. This is my dream. It's my dream right here, lifting up this trophy. And everybody said that I wasn't a pro. Everybody said Clix wasn't going to win. They said they counted us out.
It was hated on us.
And look who's standing here now.
The champs. The champs. Clix, same thing to you. Is there anything you want to say to the people out there?
Man, I've been failing for 8 years, but every single time I've gotten back up. Now we're sitting here with my best friend holding a FNCS Pro-Am champion trophy, dude. You see it too, Levon, right? FNCS Fortnite Pro-Am champion. This is sexy. This is a sexy trophy right here.
Hey, you guys have streamed together. You've started a business together. Now you win together. One more time, people. Make some noise for Clix and Lacey! Absolute legends. Hey, Big shout out to Epic Games. Thank you to Dignitas as well. Dignitas, big shout out to them. Big shout out to the University of Dallas, UTD Dallas, for allowing us to be here today. To all the beautiful fans that showed up and were on the lawn supporting, to all the amazing people involved in making this show happen, we thank you so, so much. These guys are our well-deserved champions, and a big shout out to all the other players and creators today. We will see you guys all for the next Pro-Am Creator Series. Yeah?
Man, fuck the other.
All right, man.